Barbados, with no damage to its infrastructure, risk-free and COVID-free, took the honours on day one. And with foot on fire like blood, Auntie Mia's men are looking to burn them turf like sizzler at the region's Mecca in the heartland of the nation's capital. This is cricket on Cut and Drive. Good morning to whoever you are, and welcome to a wonderful country. Welcome to Kensington Oval. The weather's absolutely fine. The players are on the field, and we are set for battle on day two of the battle between the Pride and the Hurricanes. The scoreboard looks good for Barbados, and I shall endeavour to tell you it. At one stage, there were 89 for 4, the Hurricanes. Then there was a lovely partnership. But you know what? Captain Brathwaite got it right. And from that position of 89 for 4, eventually 172 for 9 declared. And it was Brathwaite along with Mosley who batted quite well in conditions that were not the best. And by the close of the first day, Barbados were 27 without loss. It meant that Barbados had enjoyed the exchanges on day one. I'm Andrew Mason, and part of this wonderful commentary team is Keith Holder. We've got Barry Wilkinson, who still remains on the bench like Ronaldo. We're going to be having, of course, our very good friend Lyndon Yard, and coming to call in Roland Butcher, who's always late for commentaries, but I'm sure he's going to be here to bring the action as it happens. The players are on the field. I'm going to slip out of this chair and say good morning to Keith Holder. Good morning, Keith. Nice to see you.
Good morning to you, Andrew, and listeners. In bright sunny conditions, with play starting 6 minutes earlier today, having progress on the last evening to just before 6 o'clock, when with a couple minutes remaining, fading light ended play. And good morning to you, Lyndon.
Good morning to you, Keith. And it is indeed a privilege to share the new ball with you. As Andrew would normally say, the cut and drive. And I would believe I would have to be the one playing the cut. I'm not so sure, Keith, if you can handle the drive.
Well, it's very refreshing, encouraging, and with great relief that Jeremiah Louis, who was unable to bat yesterday because he was feeling unwell, had a very good night, is fit, and the ball is in his hands to start the bowling from the Jewel Garner end at the north to the left-handed Mosley, who is on 8 with his captain Craig Brathwaite 11, 27 for no wicket. Here's the first delivery with 2 slips and a gully from around the wicket, and he pitches up, searching for the Yorker, and Mosley pushes it down to mid-off. There is no run. So recapping that, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who were sent in, scored 172 for 9 declared. Hodge 7, Kieran Powell 43, Carty 20, Devon Thomas, the top scorer, 58, Amir Jangu, no score. Jamar Hamilton, the captain, 29. Raheem Cornwall, no score. Terrence Ward, 6 not out. Archibald, 3. Henry, 1. Here is the second delivery on the second morning, outside of the off stump from Louis to Mosley. And he lets it go through to the keeper, Hamilton. The bowling, Shamar Holder, 11 overs, no maidens, none for 41. Keon Harding, the chief wicket taker, 11 overs and 3 balls, 3 maidens, 4 for 42. Justin Graves, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 21. Ramon Simmons, the 20-year-old left-arm pacer, on debut, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Raymond Reefer, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 9. Here is Louis with the third delivery, still from around the wicket, and it's wide outside of the off stump. Why would he be induced into such a stroke, looking to drive aerially without moving his feet, misses Mosey, and it goes through to the keeper. It's early days yet. Yesterday, he and his Wanderers clubmate, Brathwaite, the captain, pushed and prodded for 22 overs and scoring 27. Yes, they want to, in contrast, score much quicker on this, the second morning, but that was a naughty stroke from Mosley. Warwican had 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Springer, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 13. And Carter, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9. And now he comes forward, and with a cool, calm head, Mosley pushes it out to extra cover, and they take an easy single. So Barbados Pride on their way on the second morning. 28 now for no wicket. Mosley goes to 9. Braffett has 11, and here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, and a quiet start there for the Barbados side with Mosley. Maybe just wanted to get back on the ball, and in essence, then he threw his bat at that ball that was widest outside in the off stump. Because in essence, two balls prior, he just allowed the balls to go through to the keeper. And then when he finally got back the ball, he was quick and alert, so towards his partner Brathwaite in getting the first run for Barbados this morning.
With Braffett on strike, much more of an attacking slips and gully cordon. There are 3 slips and a gully cover mid-off, mid-on square leg, and Braffett drives. Wonderful shot down the ground through the offside. That's going to be a boundary. It was a half volley, and he came on the front foot and touched it, timed it sweetly to the left of mid-off, and that brings up a boundary for the Barbados Pride and West Indies Test captain of his first ball on the second morning. So Braffett moves on to 15, and Barbados Pride from an overnight 27 for no wicket, now moving up to 32 without loss.
Yes, a beautiful shot there by Brathwaite, the half volley on the line of the off stump, and he just leant into it. He didn't hit it, he just pushed it, allowed the ball to come to him, and the gift there really. Looking at the run of Louis, I am seeing a little infraction in his run where I think he's striding for that extra stride. He doesn't seem very comfortable. Maybe the last 5 strides on his approach to go by umpire Jonathan Blaze, and I think just stretching a little bit, he seems to just throw his rhythm off. And I'm sure that he would want to settle the 4-0 signal by umpire Jonathan Blades. And he would want to settle, as I said. He nicely recovered from a bout of not feeling well yesterday. Good to have him on the field. And Barbados collected their first boundary this morning.
Still the 3 slips in the gully. Louis into Braffett outside of the off stump, and he lets it go. The ball going through low to Hamilton. So the first over on day 2 of this opening round CWI first class game here at Kensington Oval has been completed. Barbados Pride from an overnight 27 for no wicket, now 32 without loss. Braffett has moved from 11 to 15, and Mosley, who was on 8, has 9. And last evening, Archibald bowled 6 overs, 4 maidens, 7 runs. Henry, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs. Thomas, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs. And Cornwall, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 4 runs. Lyndon, good to see that Jeremiah Louis, who wreaked havoc among the Barbados batsmen right here at Kensington Oval a couple of years ago, is fully fit, having been unable to bat yesterday because he was unwell, and not only being fully fit but bowling the first over on day 2.
Yes, I'm sure that this will fit right into the plans of the Leeward's management structures and setup. And the fact that he was unable to take the field yesterday, he's been given the first goal this morning, and that obviously will fit right in their plan. He just went down to the boundary to have a word with the medical staff, and is making his way back to his fielding position. Will likely be alongside the square leg umpire for the left-hander, as we're going to have over number 2 on day 2. Beautiful day here for cricket at Kensington Oval. Keith?
Yes, and there are 3 slips of gully cover. Then there's a wide inviting gap. The cover is a bit square mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a fine leg, and defended by Mosley, and he pushes it out on the onside. There is no run. So So 32 for no wicket.
Archibald into the top.
Yes. Sunny conditions at Kensington Oval. And Archibald going back to the top of his mark. Big Raheem Cornwall. Raheem Cornwall is at first slip. We'll go through the field in a moment as Archibald left arm over the wicket. Mosley drives, wonderful shot, through extra cover. It's racing out towards the boundary and will get there now. So much more positive intent early from the Barbados Pride batsman as he runs down towards the non-strikers in a tap of bats with his captain Craig Braffett. And that boundary takes Mosley into double figures on 13 from 65 balls. Braffett has 15 from 79 deliveries, and Barbados Pride 36 without loss from an overnight 27, responding to a first innings total of 172 for 9 declared.
In contrast to yesterday, where it was overcast and the bowlers utilized the wicket, using the latter half of the wicket to their bright sunshine, they are overpitching and paying the price.
Short lifting delivery outside of the off stump. Mosley goes across, picks up the line and allows it to go through to Hamilton. It's 36 without loss.
And good start. And both batters having essayed drives. With Mosley going through the cover region and Craig Brathwaite going through the mid-off region, all along the carpet. And excellent cricket shots. And I'm sure that these two will want to dig in to get Barbados somewhere close to this total of 172 without being separated, and set the tone for the defending champions, who at the end of day one had enjoyed the exchanges between the visitors themselves and the visitors.
Archibald again is into the left-handed Mosley on the front foot. He drives it into the covers. There's more protection on this occasion. The short extra cover has been placed. He started the over, Archibald, with just the cover somewhat square, and then that wide inviting gap. There was a mid-off, but following the boundary a couple balls ago by Mosley, the extra cover has now been put in place. 2 slips of gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Louis just forward of umpire Brathwaite, and a fine leg. It's 36 without loss. And here is Archibald in again to Mosley outside of the off stump, and he stylishly goes across and allows it to go through to Hamilton, 36 without loss. Here's Lyndon Yard.
A good delivery back on that line that he wants the ball just there or there, but on the line, outside the line of the off stump. And Mosley having the presence of awareness just to allow the ball to go through to the keeper. As I says, he has all day before him to bat a wicket that get back to that first delivery in the first over compared to the last delivery of that first over, where we saw the first delivery took off and the last delivery of the first over ball by Jeremiah Louis just died on its way to the keeper.
Here is Archibald in again to bowl to Mosley. Pitched up on Mosley's forward and drives it down to mid-on. Cannot score. The over has been completed, so 2 overs have been bowled on day 2. And Barbados Pride now 36 for no wicket, moving from an overnight 27. Brathwaite is on 15. Mosley has 13. The Leeward Islands 172 for 9 declared in their first innings.
Yes, and they fluttered badly in their first innings, their first use of the wicket, which offered plenty of green, but no terror in the wicket. It was a little slow or sluggish in the first hour, but as it dried out or got some wind, we didn't have any sunshine yesterday at all, but we had a little breeze and some rain, not a lot of rain, but enough to allow the wicket to dry somewhat, and it became a lot easier. But unfortunately, the Leeward Hurricanes only mustered 2 partnerships of over 50. And in this type of cricket, you need partnerships to give you big totals. And they got a partnership of 52 for the 3rd wicket between Carty and Kieran Powell. Carty got 20, Powell 43, a partnership of 52. Get back to that.
Louis with 2 slips and a gully is into Brathwaite. Oh, this one lifts a bit disconcertingly, and hurriedly Brathwaite, defending it, removes the bottom hand and pushes it defensively out to a forward short leg. There's no fielder there, and no run at 36 without loss.
Yes, and that one just seemed to have kicked off the wicket a little bit, and Brathwaite forced to pull his hand off the bat. Interestingly enough, they're starting without the short leg, something that the Barbados side had very prominent yesterday.
Here is Louis in again, and Brathwaite on the front foot guides it down to gully. There is no run, 36 without loss.
In the Leeward Hurricanes innings, the other partnership of significance was that 5th wicket partnership between Devon Thomas and Jamar Hamilton, where they contributed some 72 runs from 161 deliveries. They were at the crease for 70 minutes, and the only other partnership worthy of minutes talking about was the very same second wicket partnership, where they spent some 74 minutes at the crease. Here's Louis.
In again to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is forward and pushes it back down the pitch to the bowler, who knocks it away. The ball ricocheting, and the extra cover coming in to do the fielding. Relays it down to mid-off in Devon Thomas, and there's no run at 36 without loss.
Louis reminds me of one of these bowlers we were talking about yesterday, Keith, who would hit the bat heavy rather than bowl hard, rather than say he's an out-and-out fast bowler.
Yes, I was talking about his wonderful performance, actually going up to 5 years now. That's 4 and some, as forces Brathwaite to defend out to extra cover. There's no run. It was played in November of 2017 and lasted just 2 days. A big embarrassment for the home side, Barbados, Leeward's won by innings and 4 runs. Barbados were shut out for 113 in their first innings. And Louis grabbed 6 for 69. Gavin Tong supported with 3 for 5. And then bowled out for 116 in their second innings. Ashley Nurse top scored in both innings, 45 and 67. And Louis Braffett searching for a drive outside of the off stump, misses and taken by Hamilton. Louis got 3 for 43 in the second innings and 9-wicket haul, and the wickets were reversed, and that Tong picked up 6 for 21, so he too had a 9-wicket haul. The Leewards made 233. Louis tormented Barbados with both ball and bat as he hammered 62 not out in that Leeward's total of 233. Hakeem Saunders got 41, and Ken Roy Williams, the off-spinner, took 5 for 50, and Shaquem Clark had 2 for 15. Last delivery is outside of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper, the end of the over. A maiden, the third over on day 2, and Barbados Pride resuming on 27 without loss from 22 overs, now 36, still with no wicket loss. And 25 overs have been bowled. Louis 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs. Braffett, who was on 11, has moved on now to 15, and Mosley is on 13, having resumed on 8.
Yes, and Craig having a little difficulty in that over. First delivery jagged back at him, had the presence of mind to take the left hand off the bat, and the ball ricocheted to where a short leg would have been, square short leg, but there's none in position. And he survived, and just firing up. Maybe the final delivery and the penultimate delivery.
Archibald with 2 slips in a gully is outside of the off stump, and Mosley lets it go to Hamilton. A reminder that there are 2 other games on, or there are 2 other games on in this, the first round, and both of those matches are being played in Trinidad. At stumps on day 1, the Windward Islands 278 for 9 from 89 overs against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, and in Taruba at the Brian Lara Academy. Trinidad and Tobago were 98 for 3 after dismissing Jamaica for 141. Mosley's out caught at second slip, short delivery, and he virtually guided into the hands of Kieran Powell, a regulation catch. So a relatively early strike by the Leeward Islands, and to be more precise, the left-arm pacer Colin Archibald operating from the Malcolm Marshall end at the south. Shane Mosley caught at second slip by Powell off Archibald for 13, 71 balls, 106 minutes, 2 boundaries. It's 36 for 1 after 25 overs and 2 balls.
Yes, a very soft dismissal there for Shane Mosley, really. Let's not take nothing away from Archibald, who's bowling well from the Malcolm Marshall end. Switched on, would have started yesterday at the Joel Garner end, or the northern end has been switched to the south this morning, and get an instant success. It was a good delivery on a good length, just on or about the off stump. It's a delivery that, one, he didn't necessarily have to play. He could have taken his bat inside the line, but he was committed, and what he did in the end with this commitment was give catch and practice, really and truly, to Kieran Powell, who took a simple catch to his left at the second slip position next to Rakeem Cornwall, who occupies that first slip position, with Hodge in the gully. And the Leewards, they've started the way they would want to start, and they leaked 2 boundaries in the first 2 overs, but the opening pace attack of Jeremiah Louis and Archibald has come back well, and they're in the game at the moment. 36 for 1, the wicket of Mosley, and I'm sure that he'll be disappointed with the way or the manner in which he has departed. Keith?
Yes, so the question of who would have occupied that vital number 3 position has been answered with the presence of Raymond Reefer, the all-rounder, out in the middle. Played for the Guyana Jaguars since 2014-15, when the professional cricket season was launched, and enjoyed 5 wonderful years as champions of Guyana. Then also played the last time around a 6th season. His first delivery pitch on the stumps, about middle and leg stumps, and he pushes it down to mid-on, and there's no run. 36 for 1, Barbados Pride. Henry out at mid-on, and there is no run, losing Shane Mosley, caught at second slip by Kieran Powell off the bowling operation Colin Archibald for 13, having resumed on 8. It's 36 for 1. Still the 2 slips in Cornwall and Powell. And here is Archibald again into bowl to Reefer, and Reefer covers up and plays it defensively back down the pitch to the bowler. I'm trying to recall when last Lyndon there would have been a situation with the first 3 Barbados batsmen, including 2 who are left-handers.
Yes, it is a nice observation, Keith. I'm a little surprised at this move here, but we debate that a little bit as time goes on.
Here is Archibald, left arm fast over the wicket from the Marshall end, pongs it in the turf, outside of the off stump, no stroke from Reefer, and it goes through to Hamilton. Monchen Hodge is at the gully, and then he has the cover in Carty. Extra cover is Django, the Trinidadian, the only non-Leeward Islander, so to speak, on this PCL system. Mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a fine leg. Jeremiah Louis doing a bit of stretching on the fine leg boundary as Archibald bowling with those skins on for the second straight deliveries outside of the off stump. A bit close on this occasion. Reefer picking up the line and not playing. The end of a successful over by Colin Archibald, in which he had Shane Mosley caught at second slip by Kieran Powell for 13, 71 balls, 106 minutes, having resumed on 8 with Barbados 27 for no wicket from 22 overs. They are now 36 for 1 after 26 overs, and Archibald's figures 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 11.
Yes, a very good over ball there by Archibald to get the wicket of Shane Mosley and to immediately give the Leeward Island Hurricanes some success. And they would want to penetrate this Barbados batting and get deep in the batting with Reefer coming out at 3, and then there's still to come Jonathan Carter, so we have another left-hander as well. So the debate for me here, key for this number 3 position, get back to that as Louis starts.
2 slips in a gully, he's into Braffett, and back he goes, withdraws the bottom hand and tucks it away behind Screer. They go through for a single as Henry runs around to do the fielding. So Braffett is now on to 16, and it's 37 for 1. Again, our scorer is Susan Bell. She has a pair of a rather cute binoculars, and it looks like a pair that you would like to secure duty-free, Lyndon. Oh, she is bragging. She is showing me that she had them since World Cup 2007. A bit of age on them then.
Sentimental value as well.
Sentimental. So 37 for 1, 2 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a fine leg. Louis bowls around the wicket to Reefer. He goes right across his stumps and doesn't play, taken by Hamilton.
So Keith, the option of Reefer at 3 in preference to Justin Graves, who's opened the West Indies batting as an opener in 50-over cricket, and even Jonathan Carter.
Well, I tell you what, I did 2 interviews with the chairman of the Barbados Pride Selectors, Henderson Brooms, former Barbados one-day player, fast bowler, Carlton guy. He has now served, this is his 10th year as a Barbados selector, senior selector, and the last 3 being the chairman. After this delivery from Louis, who's still around the wicket, Reefer is forward and drives it out into the covers, extra cover, and there is no run. And in the second of those interviews, he was making the point, the field on that occasion being Django, the ball ricocheted off his knees, but he has it under control. He was saying that they were looking at least 2 or 3 options, and he felt, Henderson Brooms, that while thanking Guyana Jaguars for having Reefer over the last 6 seasons, that they use him more as a bowling all-rounder with his left arm medium pace as opposed to a batting all-rounder. And hence he batted in the middle and lower order, and he felt the next delivery is outside of the off stump from Louis. Reefer doesn't play. He felt that in a Barbados setup, Reefer would be more suitable to bat at number 3 because of his temperament, the fact that he's one who tends to value his wicket, looks to occupy the crease. And the short answer is clearly why he's at number 3. The other question was the uncapped Jonathan Drakes. I developed that point in a moment as Louis continues from around the wicket. Reefer picks up the line level head and allows it to go to Hamilton, 37 for 1. Jonathan Drakes, like Akeem Jordan, the fast bowling all-rounder, were both set to debut at the first class level in this match. And unfortunately, both following the testing done on Sunday, tested positive for COVID. So with Jonathan Drakes unable to play, that then would have turned the question of the options of a number 3 again in favor of Reefer, who now takes strike from Louis and is forward defending head well over the ball as he pushes it up to mid-off, fielded by Terrence Ward, and there's no run. The end of the over. Louis, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs. Barbados Pride, 37 for 1 from an overnight 27 without loss. Mosley caught at second slip by Powell off Archibald for 13. He added 5, and Braffett, who was on 11, has moved on to 16 with Reefer yet to score after 9 deliveries. Fairly loaded in terms of debating that. There, you mentioned
Justin
Graves, or even the old man in Jonathan Carter.
Yeah, in terms of development, in terms of looking down the road, I would have preferred to see Justin Graves stroll out to the crease at the number 3 position with Jonathan Drakes unavailable, because I think he's been asked to do that job of a batsman. And he has played as a batsman over the last 2 years.
Archibald goes into Braffett, pitches short, and suddenly Braffett defends it up to mid-off. And there's no run. He has 2 slips. And the gully waiting. Big Rakeem Cornwall is at first slip. Kieran Powell is at second. And the gully is munching Hodge. A quiet word being exchanged with the captain, Hamilton, who's behind the stumps. And Devon Thomas, very experienced, played at the highest level, former captain, former keeper. He's out at square leg. He has the cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Archibald left arm over the wicket from the Marshall end outside of the off stump, pungs it in the turf, and Braffett lets it go through to Hamilton. You were saying, Lyndon?
Yes. I would have preferred to have seen Justin Graves being asked to occupy the number 3 position, seeing that he is in the West Indies setup last tour, where he was asked to open the batting. And I think it was an opportunity for him, having not bowled for the last 2 years because of that injury that he carried. We did see him bowl yesterday, and he looks the part, seems to be getting back into his stride well. And I think this would have been the perfect opportunity for him to bat at this number 3 position rather than Reefer. I don't have a problem with Reefer, but we'll get back to that.
Archibald to Braffett, 2 wide of off stump to induce a stroke, and it goes through to the keeper.
Yes, Reefer's a guy who cherishes his wicket, and I believe that maybe the guy, he did exceptionally well in my opinion, and maybe it's a tad unfortunate not to have gotten a look in for the West Indies other than to go on tour and be what they call a change bowler or a net bowler, because I think that he really deserves his opportunity, especially in the shorter format of the game. He doesn't have the pace, but he has the variety that's necessary, and he can bat. He's shown that, he's proven that over the last maybe 5-6 years. It's a good opportunity for him to here where he has to grasp, but I would just have preferred to see Justin Graves being asked to do his job.
Archibald to Braffett, again a short delivery outside of the off stump. He doesn't have to play. Barbados Pride, 37 for 1. The Leeward Islands made 172 for 9 declared in their first innings. At the Brian Lara Academy in Tarouba, rain has stopped play. Just a couple overs on the second morning, with Trinidad and Tobago having moved from 98 for 3 to 100 without further loss. And last evening they lost Keegan Simmons for 11, Imran Khan 9, and Jason Mohammed 22. Yannick Correa is on 12, and Joshua De Silva, the incumbent West Indies test keeper, is on 33. Here at Kensington Oval, Archibald is into Braffett, and he turns it very, very fine, extremely fine into the boundary, now being signaled in his stylish way by Gregory Braffett. He pushes that right leg out, knocks the knee, and then turns after signaling to the official scores and twists the left leg and looks towards those on the electronic scorecard. All style and flair. He's a Philippine like Andrew Mason, but much more level-headed and stoic. The score goes on to 41 for 1.
Gregory is fairly easy on the eye, Keith.
Yes, he's a statesman, you can say.
The way he goes about everything. He's very
Definitely.
easy on the eye.
Yeah, seems to get here as the first man. When they got into the car park like yesterday, he picks up a particular spot that he neatly parks that four-wheel drive vehicle in, Lyndon, and leaves other vehicles like my old car to push myself away from him. Short delivery and guided down to gully by Braffett. There is no run as it's fielded by Hodge. So the end of the over, and Barbados Sprite 41 for 1. And just to give you the score in the other match before Andrew comes in, seems he has some good company again. Our friend Abdullah. Well, I didn't quite understand what Andrew was saying, but I heard something about a level 2 coach.
A level 2 coach.
Okay. Okay, he's going to do a stint of comments today. Well, Andrew, prepare to come in the next 3 minutes. I've gone for virtually half an hour. Play having started at 6 minutes to. Well, there's some comments best left alone outside of the off stump with a big paddock. Louis is around the wicket outside of the off stump, goes through low to Hamilton with no stroke coming from Mosley. And the update in the other game in Trinidad, this one being played at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. The Windward Islands continue to prolong their first innings from an overnight 297 for 9. They're 303 for 9. And at the crease are Preston Maxwell on 57 and Sherman Lewis 26. Let's look to see when that 9th wicket actually fell. It fell at 215. So this is real frustration for the team which Andrew Mason supports in a big way, especially their captain, Leon Johnson. Outside of the off stump, bowling from around the wicket is Louis, and it goes through to the keeper. Good morning to you, my friend Abdul, right. And how is Gujarat this morning?
No, I'm in Barbados.
I thought you told me last evening that you tend to be in constant contact with the state of your foreparents.
You know something? After yesterday's appearance on this show, I seem to be a global appeal at the moment.
Definitely. Outside of the off stump, bowling from around the wicket is Louis, no stroke from Reefer, and it goes through to Hamilton. But one must commend the Windward Islands, 215 for 9 at one stage, and now 303 for 9. And you look quickly at their scorecard. Kamani Milius 3, Devon Smith, the veteran at age 40, 52, still going, 9 boundaries. Kevin Hodge, the new captain, 10. Alec Athanaze, former West Indies on the 19 team player, talented, 68 with 5 fours. Keron Kotoy, the new vice captain, as at Kensington Oval. Reefer is solidly forward with Louis bowling around the wicket from the Joel Garner end and pushes it out into the covers. There is no run. 41 for 1. The fielding being done by Amir Jangu, the Trinidadian, who's part of this setup with the PCL. One of the rare players in a COVID climate to be representing another territory. Dennis Smith got 12. Ryan John also 12. Larry Edward 1. Kenneth Denver 6. And then numbers 10 and 11, as I told you. Here is Louis. And solidly on that front foot, head well off the ball. Played back down the pitch on the offside by Reefer. There's no run. 41 for 1. He's yet to score. He's faced 14 balls. Braffett has 20 from 92 deliveries. And Mosley was caught at second slip by Pauloff Archibald for 13. He was in for 71 balls, 106 minutes, 2 boundaries. Braffett has counted 341 for 1 from an overnight 27 without loss. 172 for 9 declared from 53 overs and 3 balls the Leeward Islands made. So here's Louis about to complete his 4th over of the morning and of the innings, and forward and driving sweetly down to the cover boundary to get off the mark. Reefer, well measured. It was a half ball and he came forward and touched it sweetly. And like Mosley, he's a wondrous man, like Braffett. And Susan Bell smiles because she is a wondrous veteran now, and she manages the team at times. I wonder what goes on in that dressing room when she's given that particular role. So 45 for no wicket. Correction for 1 and Reefer off the mark with a well-driven boundary. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, excellent shot, Keith. For those of you who were accustomed to playing cricket in the country, call it a square dog all along the turf. Beautiful shot.
So actually, there was a no ball and Reefer comes forward, and finally the over is going to be completed. So 46 for 1. Andrew, are you ready to join your friend?
Keith,
yes.
Before you slip out,
Okay.
we were talking about the Reefer batting at 3.
Yes.
And I would want to say to the chairman of selectors, Henry Brooms, and give him his props, because we did see him pull a similar stunt last year when the Barbados Pride acquired Kyle Mears, who was playing in the franchise in the Windies as a bowler than a batsman.
Yes.
Now, because of the injury, he was factored into the Barbados side, where he came in as a batter. He was asked to do the job of a batsman. And it has paid off, because following a good season batting at 6, where he got, I think, close to 500 runs.
Got over 500 runs.
He got himself a test selection and then got a double. So that move worked splendid then. So you're going to give him his props there and then. So maybe he's trying for a second bite of cherry now, because he takes another all-rounder and slots him that 3. Will it work? Will it won't? We'll find out then.
Well, Archibald starts a new over, and because of that, I will completely over and let Mr. Mason sit back down. It's 46 for 1.
So you can respond to that.
you find a bit of fun in that.
On what, sorry?
The fact that Mr. Mason has to sit down for another 5 balls.
Well, you know, I grew up with Test match cricket in England, so anything goes.
Okay, wonderful. Respect is due. 46 for 1. Braffett is on 20 and Reefer 4. But my attention, apart from being here at Kensington Oval, has really turned to Queen's Park Oval. And a short ball and punch through the covers by Braffett for 4. Almost a long hop from the left arm seamer Archibald, and Braffett not only punched it, but he made sure that he found the gap between the cover and extra cover for his 4th boundary. He moves to 24. It brings up the 50 for Barbados Pride. 50 for 1 off 29 overs and 2 balls. Still relatively slow scoring, but that was mainly the case last evening when they took 22 overs to close on 27 without loss. And it's now 50 for 1 in responding to first innings total of 172 for 9 declared. Here are our analysts, Lyndon Yard and Abdul.
Abdul, I'll let you have a crack at that shot.
Yeah, I mean, it was classic. Unfortunately, the bowling wasn't what it should be, but I think yesterday's attrition has helped Barbados this morning. I think they are positioning the game very well, taking advantage of the good start they had with the ball, and if they bat well today and deep, they should set this game up very nicely.
Yeah, I agree with you there 100%. It was a loose delivery outside in the house, asking to be punished and spanked by Craig, who got on top of it and said thank you. And
well, you've got to hit the bat ball, haven't you?
Most definitely.
Yes, so sunny conditions here at Kensington Oval. 3 balls left in Archibald's 10th over, 5 maidens. He's the wicket taker for 19 runs, 2 slips and a gully, and he has it now with Braffett. Pitches a trifle short, and Braffett defends it back down the pitch to the bowler. There is no run. I mentioned that my interest is also at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. That last wicket pair continues to frustrate Leon Johnson's Guyana team. They've changed the name, but I don't know if the mindset has been changed. Andrew will tell you when he comes on. He's done about 99% of interviews of all the captains in the CWI First Class Championship with Leon Johnson. I don't know if there's some special arrangement, but I do not hear him talking to any other captain than Leon Johnson. He advertised him to be West Indies captain about 5 years ago. Still continues to do the same without success. The lead selected Desmond Haynes, the most honorable, is watching the cricket. Andrew wants to have an interview with him for the first time since 1990, when he gave him 0 out of 10 as the Barbados captain. Desmond Haynes returned the next year, won the cup handsomely, and said, "Take that, Andrew." And Andrew has stayed away from Desmond, the most honorable since 1990. 10 and 22 over 3 decades. Would you believe it? When you come and defend yourself, Mr. Mason, sir. 50 for 1. 2 slips in a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and pitch short by Archibald. Stylishly, Braffett plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. There is no run. The end of the over. Now 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 19. Barbados Pride 50 for 1. Braffett on 24 from his overnight 11. Reefer is on 4. And Mosley, who started the day on 8, was caught at second slip by Paulo of Archibald for 13 with the score on 36 after 25 overs and 2 balls. And I tell you, the Windward Islands, having resumed on 297 for 9, a 311 for 9, with 64 to Preston McSween, 7 fours, 2 sixes from 73 balls. Sherman Lewis has 27 from 79 balls with 3 boundaries. And hear this again, that last wicket pair came together with the score 215 after 72 overs and 2 balls. It's now 96 overs having been completed, and they are just 4 runs away from a century partnership. Woody Richard, we have to exchange some information and look for the record for a last wicket partnership. More from you gentlemen, the analysts, and then Andrew Mason in sunny conditions for the first time this morning.
Yes, and we are still in the process. We're going to have a first bowling change as Henry's going to pick it up. And Henry comes in on the way and bowls to Reefer. And Reefer stretches onto the front foot, plays the ball out to the field at the point region. There is no run, so Henry replacing Jeremiah Louis from the Joe Garner end. As I say, good morning to Andrew Mason.
Good morning. Nice to see you. I see you in good company. And Jabbar has got his is that banana bread? Yes, it's banana bread provided by Corbyn's. They brought it up and he's enjoying it. I'm sure he's enjoying everything that Barbados has to offer. Here's Henry as he comes up again on his way to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer gets one outside the off-stump, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. I suggest he's a good mathematician because that shave the off-stump was full. Another day he might have gone driving through cover. Elects not to, and the score is 51 for the loss of 1. Make that 50 for 1. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you, Jabbar? Are you enjoying Barbados? Did you go to the Gap last night, or you stayed in your bed? Did you go to the Gap?
No, I didn't. I had an early night.
An early night, okay. Yeah, but this is not your first time in Barbados, is it? No?
No, it's not my first time in Barbados, but it's the first time here.
Okay, and you're enjoying it. Wonderful. Here's a ball pitched up and driven through the offside. Lovely shot by Reefer. Out towards the boundary. Will get 2 comfortably. They even contemplate the 3rd here, and had they gone quickly, I think they might have gotten 3. It was a ball pitched up, driven away through cover. It was full from Henry, and Reefer was jogging his first. He jogged the second, and didn't get the 3rd, but he got 2. Very reliable cricketer. I've always said he's an underrated cricketer as well, and would really be very useful for Barbados, as he was for about 5 years or so for the Ghana side. Speaking to Leon Johnson, he told me that he was very influential in the Ghana lineup. 52 for 1. He's Bajan. He settles the weights. He's on 6, and Henry's in and bowls to him, pitched up outside the off stump. That looked nice and juicy like the banana cake provided, but he decides not to go after it. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So we've got the awesome combination of Jabbar and
Jabbar,
of course, I know I'm giving you the name Jabbar. I like that name for yes, I like that name for you. Yes, I do. And you're good, Abdul. And of course, we're talking about Roland Butcher. Good morning to you, Roland. How are you, my friend?
Andrew, very good morning to you.
Yes.
And Abdul and the rest of the team.
Here's Henry, comes up now, he's in and bowls the ball pitched up, and he's forward and drives. That's Reefer. Firm drive, the bowler knocks the ball away into the onside down towards where a mid-on would be. As Reefer was driving, looking to go through it off. 52 for 1. The pitch is flattened out quite nicely here, Roland Butcher. And Barbados, having a very good first day, would want to have an even better second day.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice, bright, sunny day. But Andrew, unfortunately, the day starts on a very sad note.
What happened?
We received the news that Omar Phillips' mother, Joanne, has passed away.
Oh no.
And sincere condolences to Omar and the family.
Yes.
I heard from Omar a few days ago in Australia. He told me she was in hospital, but I didn't realize it was that serious. And I got a call from overseas this morning, not here to say she'd passed. So,
okay.
Yeah, really,
sad. Very sad.
Feeling that. Very nice lady, Joanne. Very loved the game of cricket. She really was the heartbeat of Boscobel.
Yes, he's the Boscobel man.
At one time, she was a coach. She was everything for Boscobel, and obviously a big Huey fan. You know,
I've seen her there watching.
Yeah, she and Caroline Corbyn.
Oh yes, were awesome combination.
Like twins, and that is so sad.
Yes, in fact, when you went up to Captain St. Catherine's, she was always there as well. And talking about St. Catherine's, well, we've had a situation with Roger Blaze, as you know. We wish him well, and we know he's not that well, but we certainly hope that he comes through. He's been a wonderful servant of St. Catherine's for many years. I remember back in the 80s opening the batting with Edgar Stewart, and Edgar Stewart would always say to him, I'll take first ball, and Roger would say no. No, they didn't quite open.
I'm sure he would say to Ezra no, because that may be your only ball.
Well, it looks like Thomas, he's in and bowls outside the off stump. Off the back foot goes the Barbados captain, hits the ball into the ground. It goes out to cover. There's no run. So we see the gentle medium pace of Thomas come into the attack, 52 for 1. So in terms of the strategy for Barbados, in fact, when you're bowled up for 172 on the first day of a 4-day game, you give the opponent so much time to strategize. And Barbados will want to bat deep, get a very good lead. Here's Thomas, comes in and bowls to the Barbados captain off the back, but punches the ball away. Don't run for that. Don't spoil it, Mr. Brathwaite. And the ball goes over that big fat rope encircling the ground. Wonderful shot to cover for 4. The score goes to 56 for a loss of 1. Well played, Brathwaite.
Yeah, excellent shot. Very un-Craig Brathwaite-like shot that, because the ball was dug into the pitch and he's got onto the back foot and just punched it through extra cover. Not the sort of shot that we associate with Craig Brathwaite, but that perhaps gives you some indication of the sort of form he's in right now, and maybe also how the pitch is flattened out.
It really has. In he comes Thomas again, 56 for 1. He's in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets one outside the off stump, allows it to go by. That was dangle like the proverbial carrot, inviting the discretion, and Brathwaite won't be caught going after that, and he allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. A very solid batsman is Brathwaite, isn't he?
Andrew, you do realise that this is all intelligence gathering for me to go back to the UK and speak to Andrew Strauss before they come here.
Oh yes, indeed, yes. I think you should speak to Anderson and Broad too. Here's Thomas, comes in and bowls. The ball pitched up and Brathwaite is forward with the bat as broad as Black Crockery was born. I think he's a Wavell Avenue man, I'm told. Sure that Dr. Don Marshall will confirm this, 56 for 1.
I think I'm really looking forward to the series when England come here. It's going to be a very compelling series.
Okay.
Both teams are trying to revitalise themselves.
Yeah.
So it could be some compelling cricket.
Are you going to come for it after this delivery? Thomas is in, and this delivery is short of a length, and Brathwaite played out off the front foot and looked a bit awkward. And it was in the air for a while as well. Went down to mid-off. That was a rather strange shot there by Brathwaite. Roland?
Yeah, it was. He was never really in a good position to play that shot. Probably ball bounced a little bit higher than the previous delivery, but he ended up actually punching off the front foot.
Thomas is in and bowls and ball pitched up. Yorker length delivery, digs it out and plays it off the bottom of the bat down towards that mid-on area. Brathwaite to end the over. At the end of it, Brathwaite is kept on 28. Reefer's got 6. Barbados starting the morning at 27 without loss. They're 56 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, nice start for Barbados. I guess a similar sort of start we had yesterday for the Leewards. They got off to a reasonably good start, but then we saw what happened later on in the day. You asked about Craig's strategy. I mean, Craig's strategy doesn't change from day to day or game to game. His strategy when batting is about occupation of the crease and just batting, as you would say, Andrew, till the cows come home. And you know, so he's not going to change that strategy. He's going to be also very aware of that. You know, he put the opposition in, did what they wanted to do, bowl them out, and the intention is to bat them out of the game in the first innings.
Yes, here's Henry, round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Reefer. Reefer is forward, whips the ball away. Tumbling save by the fielder done at that. Who's that fielder up at mid-wicket? And tumbling save by him, just trying to work it with the fielder, but a good stop. And the score is kept on 56 for 1. That was very well timed. And had it gone through, it would have gone, I would suggest, with the timing pretty close to the boundary. But well stopped up there at that mid-wicket area. 56 for 1. Reefer is on 6. Brathwaite is on 28. And Henry round the wicket comes in from the northern end to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is getting the ball outside the off stump. Not all that far, but his judgment is impeccable and allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. Typical second day pitch at Kensington. Flattening out. If you can bowl, you can get wickets. And if you can bat, you can make runs. A little bit slowish on the first day, but with the sun, it looks a pretty good batting pitch, I think, now, Roland. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think obviously that early moisture that would have been in the pitch yesterday has disappeared, and it's a much brighter day today. Most of yesterday, plus the rain that we had, meant the covers were on.
Here's Henry, comes in and bowls wide the off stump. Reefer won't play at that. This is where he's in the side to bat away. He's a very intelligent cricketer. very useful cricketer, very underrated cricketer in my view as well, Reefer. And comes across, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. And when you speak to Leon Johnson, the captain of the Guyana side, he talks about the value of Reefer in the Guyana side for all these years.
Yeah,
now he's come back home.
But obviously in Ghana, he had a specific role to play in Ghana. He was primarily the someone that patched up the middle order when there was a bit of a problem, and bowled his overs as well.
Henry in, bowls to him, ball which is outside the off-stump again. Reefer allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Of course, from that Reefer clan, you've seen George Reefer, Leslie Reefer, Elvis Reefer, and of course Floyd Reefer as well. Tony Reefer as well. He would have been the #1 man, yes. So wonderful. I wonder if we've ever done any stories on that. I mean, it would be a wonderful story, we think. I'm sure that Keith would have had one at the Barbados today, and yesterday and day before as well. 56 for 1. Years ago. Here's it, we pitched up and Reefer is forward and steers the ball away, squaring the offside onto backward point. He's a St. George's man, is he? Born and bred. What part of St. George is Reefer from, this young Reefer? Oh, he was born in St. Lucie? Oh, the Reefer clan is from Paris land. Okay. Including, Floyd is the Paris land man, yes. Yes. Oh, he's a Paris land. Yes, his father. Yes, well, Reefer. Of course, Floyd Lamont Reefer went into politics. Here's a drive, ball pitched up on the land, the off-stump played away onto the cover area. And to end the over, at the end of over number 33 now, it's Brathwaite on 28, Reefer's got 6. 56 for 1 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, good tidy over there by Henry, just teasing Reefer outside the off-stump. On several occasions, Reefer not having anything to do with it, but looks as if the bowlers are going to have to work really hard for their wickets today. Yeah. Won't be surprised to see if the big man don't come into the attack very soon, because he'll probably bowl from when he does come on to the end of the day.
Which end do you think Cornwall will bowl from?
I think he quite liked to bowl from the far end. The
He was quite effective last night, wasn't he?
You know, the Malcolm Marshall, he seems to be. When he plays here, he much prefer to bowl that far in from Malcolm Marshall.
Well, I think that Guyana may require Reefer to bowl because they're in trouble against the wind was 329 all for 9, and this is a wonderful performance. Maxwell 79 and Lewis, who's had the experience of playing for the West Indies, 30. So the last wicket fell at 215. So this is a partnership of over 100. I'm sure that Woody Richards will, that wonderful story had. I'm sure that Keith Holder would help him with those stats, I'm sure. Keith, a former nation man. Here's the delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump, bowled by Thomas, who's a very brisk medium pacer. And coming onto the front foot is Brathwaite, very solid. There's a Bajan rock. Plays it down towards mid-on, there's no run. You seem to be enjoying this, no? Are you? Well, lovely.
I'm admiring Brathwaite's batting. He's
steely resolve, wonderful man.
He laid the platform last night.
Yep, he did. In comes Thomas, in bowls to him, and he's forward again. He's a good player, that ball's on the middle stump. Doesn't gift his wicket, pushes down towards mid-on, there's no run, he'll bat for a long time. He's 28.
Can I ask a question about who do you think from these two teams are likely candidates to make it to the squad against England?
Interesting. Well, Brathwaite, of course, is the captain. I don't think Cornwall will make it. I'm sure that Keith may disagree with me. Here's the delivery pitched up. A little bit of movement away from the right-hander. He was a little square as he played that. Good ball by Thomas. Opening Brathwaite a bit, and he pushes down to cover. And there is no run. It's 56 for 1. Can you help me, Roland? A good question. Well, of course, Brathwaite is the captain from the Barbados side. Let me have a look at the Barbados side.
The question will be whether they look to have in the squad Hamilton or Darridge.
Yep. Here's the delivery. Bowled by Thomas, the medium pacer from the southern end. Outside the off-stump, Brathwaite back, stares it down to Gully. There's no run. Hodge is in that position. The score is kept on 56 for 1. Yes, Roland.
Yeah, so really, Hamilton has been the reserve for the last few tours, and it's possible that he may be the reserve. Darridge really has got to perform in 2 games to show that, I'm ready.
Thomas is in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is alone. The ball took him outside the off. Not that far, but he wouldn't play at that. And it goes by to be taken by the keeper to end the over. At the end of it, Brathwaite is kept on 28. Reefer is on 6. Barbados so 56 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens there for Leeward, just building a little bit of pressure, and Brathwaite not being able to get the balls away. I think what Thomas did in that over was bowl a little bit fuller, didn't give Brathwaite the opportunity to get onto the back foot, and so a little bit of pressure being built now.
But so we're looking at Brathwaite, really. I can't think of anyone else that would be an obvious selection.
No outsiders potentially with a chance.
Pardon me?
No outsiders potentially.
But we look at it. Here's the delivery, pitched up and driven. Lovely shot by Reefer, ball pitched up by Henry. It went wide off, mid-off. The extra cover had to come across the left. It split them. Louis was able to come across his right to make the save. A no ball is called by the umpire as well. And the score is up now to make it 58 for the loss of 1. So it's Brathwaite on 28. Reefer's got 7, 58 for 1. But I'm just asking you, Roland, and maybe both of you can comment on these two young bowlers. I like Archer, but I saw him, could have been 2-3 years ago. I did a game in St. Kitts, and he bowled well. Sharpish, very athletic. I believe that, we got to get that part of our cricket right. Being athletic, being fit and ready, like Freddie for the task. And what do you think of Henry, Roland? How does he look to you? He looks okay?
Yeah, he's steady. I mean, Andrew, the one problem that I have in West Indies cricket is that we don't have bowlers with good wheels. With pace.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yes, when he comes in again, starts and stops. He's not quick at all. He's okay.
But not just this game. When you look around,
yeah. Let's identify the fast bowlers in the Caribbean. We're going to start at the region's Mecca, Barbados. What do you think of Holder? Is he
not fast?
No.
I mean, he's,
Can he get to 90? You think? You don't think so?
I don't think. Not at this stage.
No. Okay.
I mean, Harding can be fast, but
can Harding get to 90? Roland Butcher. Talk to me.
It is possible, but I'm talking. What I'm talking about fast bowlers now. I'm talking fast bowlers that put some fear into batsmen.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with
the
you.
only one probably capable of doing that right now is Gabriel, and he's at the back end of his.
Right. What about Odin Smith? You think he's sharpish?
Yeah, but not that sort of pace.
And not consistently too.
And you spoke it.
And Henry's going off
too soon. He's gone off.
Yeah, he's gone off. Yes, he came and he stopped. But I hope he's okay. Henry goes off.
Probably got a little strain somewhere, so he's got to go off. But Andrew, that is the problem. I mean,
so Gabriel and who else? Nobody else at all? Are you kidding me?
I'm serious. I mean,
What about O'Shane Thomas? He's got to get fit first of all, I think.
I mean, you saw was it yesterday or the day before? India has bringing a 25-year-old.
Yeah. Yep. Sharp.
I mean, and he's somebody you never heard of. And he took 4 or 5 wickets.
Yeah, you're saying.
But don't you think in world cricket the whole paradigm of bowling has shifted? So India now produce more fast bowlers.
Yeah, of course, and they look very sharp indeed. You're right about that.
Yeah, but when you say that, Andrew, you've got to say it against. Look at the other. I'll come back to that.
Well, Louis is going to take over. He's in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is forward. Ball pitched on the off stump down towards mid-off. The score is kept on 58 for 1. Brathwaite is on 28 and Reefer is on 7. Yes, right. Roland.
Let's look around the teams.
Yes.
Australia, fast bowlers.
Yeah.
India,
fast bowlers.
New Zealand,
fast bowlers.
South Africa, fast bowlers. Pakistan, fast bowlers. England, when they got Wood and Archer, fast bowlers.
West Indies.
Gabriel.
Yeah, here is a ball which is on the line of the leg stump, bowled by Louis. On the back foot goes Brathwaite, turns the ball away down towards that rather interesting position of short square leg. Now, could you describe that feel for me? Because Brathwaite tends to turn the ball in that area in the air, and they've put in that short square leg. What's it all about?
It's a backward short leg. I think he's too deep.
For
the way Brathwaite plays. He doesn't clip the ball.
So you think he's in no man's land?
I think he should be 3 or 4 yards closer.
Here is Louis, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite off the back foot. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. That really took off, went by to be taken by the keeper. That was a very good ball, wasn't it?
The odd one just spikes up, so I've noticed.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, that one certainly took off on the pitch there. Brathwaite now having a little look in that area there, because it wasn't that short.
No,
it was
it
that
just
sort
took
of
off.
length where the batsman is undecided whether to go back or to go forward. So he just stands in no man's land. He just stands up straight, and he was lucky not to get an edge on that.
58 for 1. Brathwaite is settling and waits on Lou, comes in and bowls to him, and Brathwaite is across, pushes the ball from the off stump down towards cover. Squares cover comes across to the right to make the stop. The score is kept in 58 for 1.
Andrew, you've answered your own question in the sense that if you have that pace, you've got that additional pace to call on pitches like this. And the fact that you're saying the West Indies haven't got that is a bit of a disadvantage going into the games with England.
But it's a disadvantage in all forms of the cricket. I mean, even in T20 cricket, if you've got genuine pace that can also come in the middle overs.
I agree with you, Roland. Here's a delivery which is bowled by Louis, and Brathwaite, very solid, comes across his stumps. Ball short on the off stump, pushes up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. 58 for 1.
So when you got people like Cummins can come in the middle and bowl, and Bumrah and Nortke.
Yes.
And,
Sharp.
Yeah, that is pace. New Zealand got some guys there as well.
Yes, sharp.
With wheels.
Look at Jameson. He's a tall man. He's got some gas as well. Here's Brathwaite, electing to go on the back foot, but him forward, and jams down very hard on that delivery. And that was one that the bowler thought had breached his defence, but he was able to get the bat down quickly and poked it hurriedly up towards the mid-on to end the over. Brathwaite is kept on 28. Reefer's got 7. It's 58 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And that's why Craig Brathwaite is a goodish player at first-class level, etc. Because he watches the ball intently. Most batsmen would have got LBW there or got bowled. They would have hurriedly come down on it, but because Craig, he literally waits for the ball to come, he was able to get it almost in the middle of the bat, and it kept low, came back at him, and I can think of a lot of players who would have got bowled in that area.
Yep.
But Andrew, going back to what we were saying, listen, you need fast bowlers in T20 cricket. You need fast bowlers in 50 over cricket.
I agree with you.
And you need fast bowlers more so in Test cricket.
You are so right.
And the important thing is that statistics, I'll come back to that in a minute.
Here's Thomas in bowls to Reefer, wrapped on the pad. Was their bat, goes down towards that long leg area, and the umpire comes across, doesn't signal anything, there was some bat under that. And the bowler went up with the appeal, so inside edge onto the pad, dribbling down towards that fine leg area for a run to carry Reefer up to 8. Barbados started in the morning at 27 without loss. They're 59 for 1. Roland.
Yes, and Andrew, I think the problem and the research has shown that since 2014 to now, that this is the period of fast bowling.
Right.
The batting averages of all batsmen around the world.
Here's a delivery bowled by Thomas on the line of that leg stump. Brathwaite plays it nicely down towards wide mid-on for a single. Mid-on has to come to the right. That looks like, who's that up there? Looks like Archibald, so he gets a run to go up now to 29 at 60 for 1.
Yeah, so I'm saying that the batting averages of all the batsmen around the world has plummeted.
It does.
Since 2014, as the fast bowling stock has risen. Right. So we're missing out in a period when
I agree with you.
It is something that we had in abundance.
Yes.
So we're going to get the fast bowlers when it's time for the spinners.
Yep. Here is a ball which is outside and the off stump, bowled by Thomas, and Reefer comes across, allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper.
I mean, I would like to see. You may disagree, and others may disagree, but I would like to see Shannon Gabriel play T20 cricket. 4 overs he's got a ball, that's all.
He's sharp. Yeah.
But used strategically, it can be a weapon, because
here's a ball pitched up by Thomas on the line of that off stump, and Reefer's forward and drives it. Lovely shot, wide of mid-off for a single. Archibald has had all the work in this over to do. Comes to his right. Reefer gets the run. Lovely flowing drive. So he now goes up to 9. It's up to 61 for 1. So you would like to see Gabriel play T20?
I'd like to see him play. I mean, you don't have to bowl Gabriel at the death. You can give Gabriel a couple up front, and in the middle overs where you need to pluck a couple of wickets out, 2 more there, and he's finished.
Here is a ball which is outside the off stump, bowled by the medium pace Thomas, and Brathwaite ignores it.
Yeah.
So isn't that the case where, players are siloed into formats very early on and there's no flexibility in that?
Yeah. No, but I agree with, and I'll give you an example, Roland, how much I agree with you. In the first ODI,
you sure you agree?
Yeah, I
with me,
agree with you. Yes, because I'm one for pace. I've said it for quite a long time. As Thomas comes in and bowls to Brathwaite covers up to one of the middle stump. Just really gets very nicely into line and pushes down towards mid-on. There's no run, 61 for 1. In the first ODI that we played against India, Alzari Joseph needed someone else at the other end to help him. He discomforted the Indians, but he didn't have another fast bowler. This is why I don't quite understand what they're doing with Odean Smith. I would like to get him, I don't know how fit he is, but he can certainly bowl sharp when he's ready. I would like to see, and I said it since 2019, a special program, because these players may not be as big on their personal development as you did when you ran across East Point, ran across, St. Philip. Wayne Daniel used to do it. These fellas were fit and strong. And I think someone like an O'Shane Thomas, given his pace, if you can get him right, with that kind of pace, drop some of that body fat, get fit and strong, and bowl quickly for the West Indies. And the point that you're making about Gabriel in T20 cricket, I agree with you. Because I don't think that there's enough fast bowling in T20 cricket. A lot of people use a slow ball to good effect. But if you're quick, people watch you, And I'm telling you, people like Malcolm Marshall and people like Colin Croft and Michael Holden, bowling quickly in T20 would certainly be a success. I'm telling you, when you're sharp, people watch you. Not going to slug at you.
So when you've got that kind of pace, and particularly in the middle overs, if a team has been under a bit of pressure and they want to up the scoring rate, it's important to have that. When you've got medium paces coming here, but these bats that these guys have got.
Well, it's our good friend. Our good friend is coming to the attack finally. It's Cornwall who's coming to the attack. He looks as if he's put on some more weight. It's Cornwall. You agree with that, Roland? How much more weight can Cornwall put on? Oh, my golly.
I'll have to get closer to him now.
Well, you don't have to, really. Here's Reefer coming forward. Beautiful delivery. One on the line of the off-stump, bowled by Cornwall, and he steers it down to that backward point area. There's no run for him. Reefer, very good at cricket. I like Reefer as a cricketer. Very intelligent bowler and a very reliable batsman. I think I don't have a problem with Reefer batting at 3 at all. In this side at all, solid, and won't give his wickets away. 61 for 1. Cornwall comes in from the northern end to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer's back, no problems at all. It just stands up straight, it just drops the ball gently into the offside down to gully. Paul comes across to pick it up, moving from slip. There's no run. 61 for 1. Cornwall again. Bright Sunshine comes in to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer is forward. One given lots of it. He stretches forward. When he stretches out, he's almost in Cornwall's face. They're 2 tall men. Cornwall bends the back, picks it up, and starts his run. Comes in again to bowl to Reefer, and to this delivery, Reefer is forward. Good delivery, bang on target. Reaching out for it, pushes out towards that cover area. I'd like to see the silly point in.
Well,
Would you put the silly point in?
That's what I've been waiting to say to you.
Now they put the silly point in.
I cannot understand how...
Oh dear, they don't put the silly point in.
An off spinner's going to bowl around the wicket, and he's got a 4-shot leg.
Now the silly point is in now. He's in and bowls, and Reefer's on the back foot. And I've always said that, and as we talk about local cricket at the end of the over, there was the keeper taking the bails off, but I think it was actually called over. So I don't know what he will do there, but the bails came off, and everything is all drinks time, and of course it gives us time to reflect on what has actually happened. But talking about the silly point and the forward, Charlie. You know, we got a wonderful bowler up at St. Catherine's, Derek Bishop, who should have played a lot more for Barbados, but thanks.
Who has the stress not listening?
Yeah, thanks to Keith Holder.
Because he would be on the phone now suggesting that he'd be on the phone now suggesting that Derek Bishop should play in the next game.
Well, Derek plays second division cricket now, so I'm not sure that he would advance that argument.
No, but Ezra would, Derek would.
Yeah, and of course, logic is the science of reasoning.
So my cousin Ezra, if you're out there listening,
yes,
no calls, please.
No calls. Well, he's going to send me a WhatsApp. And Ezra's WhatsApp messages are very long. You've got to take a day and a half to read them, I can assure you. He sent me one yesterday when he talked about the medium pace in the Barbados team. Oh, my golly. Good old Ezra Stroll, a good man. Of course, works for the nation. He's now the editor, position that he loves. 61 for 1. Okay, gentlemen, let's reflect on what has happened for the morning. Barbados started in a very strong position at 27 without loss, having reduced the Hurricanes, maybe to just a storm really, to 172 for 9. It was maybe a gentle breeze. And the reply was interesting yesterday. Difficult conditions, overcast conditions, and I thought that Barbados played it well. Just working the ball around. Bradford is a very reliable man. And they ended the day on 27 without loss. Bradford was on 11, Mosley was on 8. Well, this morning, Mosley caught by the slip by Powell off Archibald for 13, was then 1 for 36. However, Bradford continues to bat away. He's on 29. Reefer in his new role at number 3 for Barbados, and they've carried the score in an unbroken stand for the wicket number 2 of 36 to 61 for 1. We've had in terms of overs 37, and I shall endeavour now to run through the bowling figures for you. Here we go. Colin Archibald, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 19. Nino Henry, who's gone off the field, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. Thomas, 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9 with his brisk medium pace. And Raheem Cornwell, 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 4, great economy. And Jeremiah Louis, the medium pace, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. We brought you up to date. 172 for 9 declared, to which Barbados have replied strongly. They are 61 for 1. Their captain, firmly entrenched, is on 29. His first officer, Reefer, is on 5. And make that 9. 61 for 1 represents a position of comfort.
Yeah, very much so. And good morning so far for Barbados. Obviously, the rock in Craig Braffett, he's there. He advanced this morning from his overnight score, and he really looks as if he wants to bat all day. And you know, I don't see any reason why he can't, because the bowling at the moment is not particularly threatening. So you know, he will just bat on and on and on. But where this game has gone so far, Andrew, is that the Leewards did exactly what the Leewards always do in their cricket: get themselves in good positions, and then somehow collapse and don't take advantage of those positions. We've seen that over and over again. Same thing happened yesterday. And obviously, they were asked to bat first, which means, you know, it wasn't going to be that difficult. It wasn't going to be that easy. But they got themselves in good positions, and a couple of poor shot selections really got them in. You cannot say that Barbados bowling was that exceptional, that you bowled the team out for.
It was good enough
for under 200. But the Leewards contributed significantly to that. You know, Barbados will not do that sort of thing once Craig Braffett is at the wicket. You know, because he recognises that there's a chance to get ahead of this game. You've done the job with the ball. He is the senior player. He's a Test captain. He is. You know, he's got hundreds at Test cricket. You know, he would also be realising that, you know, this pitch is getting a bit easier.
It is, and it has,
And let me get some practice for the England series.
I like that one. I like that.
You know, bat, as you said, back to the coast come home.
And the sheep as well. All right, well, I'm going to leave you, Roland Butcher. Stay with us. But Roland, could you just hang on for just a minute? Because I think that our good friend, Mr. Yard, has gone up. Here's Thomas in bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is across the stumps as we continue after the break and just strokes it down towards mid-off. I'm going to leave you with Keith Hole. I think you've got the same MP. You live in the same area? Is that Christchurch?
Sure
is that Christchurch East? Yes. Are you not in Christchurch East? Roland.
Yes.
I know you're from East Point. You can't vote in Simpleton North for Sonia Brown, who of course is there's a drive and a drop at cover. Oh my golly! There was a ball pitched up on the land of the off stump. Brathwaite went for the drive and it went down to cover. Is that Archibald out there? Just trying to work out who the fielder is, with 97 on his back. Oh, who was it? Oh, Kofi James, the substitute, put it down. He should have caught that. What's going on there?
That was an absolute dolly, and
he could pay for that heavily too.
And they could easily pay because give Craig Brathwaite a chance like that.
You got to take that. I would have caught that comfortably in Keith Hole as well. Here is Thomas, comes in and bows, and Brathwaite is outside the off stump, caught behind. Now what's going on with Brathwaite? I can't believe that. A rush of blood up outside the off stump, a big swipe by Brathwaite goes. A victim of his own indiscretion. Barbados is 61 for 2.
Yeah, that's very unlike Craig Brathwaite. I mean, to play 2 shots in 2 balls like that, maybe he started to trust this pitch a little bit too much. He got away with a previous delivery where he drove it straight to the man at that short extra cover position, who dropped a fairly straightforward catch at this level. But that delivery that got the wicket was pitched up, it was wide, and it looked as if he almost got an inside edge on that because he just really threw the bat at it, and he got an edge, inside edge, carried through to Hamilton, who took the catch. They will be delighted, and more so James, the substitute fielder. He will feel relieved that it didn't cost him anything having dropped that catch, as he's obviously on the field for substituting for Nino Henry. But Barbados have now lost their 2nd wicket immediately after that break. Yeah. And the rock, Craig Brathwaite, has gone. And now he would be, is that Jonathan Carter? So the
incoming bat.
Yeah, but it was a strange shot to play. And we'll invite the thoughts of Keith Holder here. I don't know what was been going through Brathwaite's mind. It's not something that you see from Brathwaite. It was, I don't know if something bothered him, but he just went for a big swipe, really. Got the edge, and you said it could have been an inside edge too. I mean, I don't know what will happen to Brathwaite, but he's gone. The Leewards are happy, and Barbados find themselves 61 for 2 as we head up towards lunch, of course. And we're going to have a change of commentator. Keith Holder's about ready. 61 for 2. Another word from you, Roland, then there's going to be Keith.
Yes, and really Jonathan Carter now has got to do a little bit of batting here before lunch. Obviously coming in at the fall of that wicket. The Leewards now will be cock-a-hoop.
So here's Thomas into Carter, and he goes back and pushes it back down the pitch. On the offside, there is no run. Good morning to you, Roland.
Yeah, Keith, good morning to you. I was just watching that delivery. It was a full toss, and he could easily have been LBW there because he just got an edge on it, but the Leewards will be looking to pick up another wicket before lunch.
Yes, I'll give you a little story in a minute. Outside of the off stump, bowling from around the wicket at the Marshall end is Thomas. Lively medium pace, no stroke from Carter. Short while ago, he went over to visit your friend and old Middlesex teammate, the most honourable Desmond Haynes. I don't think he would be happy with Brathwaite's stroke.
No.
I went to take some correspondence for him with a couple of features which I did recently. Yeah. And your name came up as a discussion, and then it went to an all-time low when the name of Andrew Mason was mentioned.
About cricket?
Well, yes, so it means that Andrew has the chance.
Well, I did have a conversation with Desmond yesterday.
I gave you the cue, so tell us.
Well, I did speak with Desmond, the most honourable yesterday. And, yes, the name Andrew Mason did come up, and because Andrew before that was saying, in his usual way, we'd like to have the Desmond on the show, but he hasn't spoken to me since 1996. So I told Desmond that as well, and he concurred. So I think Andrew's still got a bit of bridge building to do there.
First, he must get permission from your wife to enter into that rather hallowed turf of the President's box
But Andrew doesn't-
because one of his old mates, Timothy Boyce, is no longer on the board. That is how he got into that particular area.
Oh, right.
So
So-
he has to get a pass from your wife, who guards the door, the entrance.
Well, no, she's not a guard, I can tell you.
Well, I didn't mean it in that way, Mr. Butcher, sir.
But no, you know, Andrew. Listen, Andrew might lose Mr. Boyce, but he'll find someone else.
But he told me yesterday. He told me yesterday, as a cousin, you are of no help.
But he's right. I'm of no help.
This first delivery from Cornwall is pushed on the onside. Yes, Roland.
Yeah, I'm of no help whatsoever. I mean, Andrew's always probing for information, but he has to go to his other sources. And I suggest that after this delivery,
Cornwall from around the wicket. He has 2 close catchers, a silly point and a short leg outside of the off stump. And no stroke from Reefer, who's on 9 from 39 balls. Carter with a boundary, 4 from 3 deliveries at 65 for 2. And a slip, silly point, short leg, orthodox point, cover, very short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a short mid-wicket. Back goes Reefer to Cornwall, the big off spin, and tucks it down to the straightish mid-wicket. And there is no run. So what? This is the middle of the over. His 7, 4 maidens, none for 4. And here is Cornwall again bowling from the Joel Garner end. A couple of steps. Reefer right on that front foot, plays it out towards extra cover. And there is no run. So the overnight pair of Shane Mosley, 13, and his captain Craig Braffett, 29, the batsman out. Back goes Reefer and defends it. Just past the silly point, it goes out to the short extra cover. Thomas is the fielder, giving it a good rub. And the ball is back with Cornwall. Just these couple of steps. And then he goes again from around the wicket. Back goes Reefer yet again and plays it out to the short extra cover. Thomas will do the fielding and keep the ball to continue from the Malcolm Marshall and Barbados Pride. Having resumed day 2 on 27 for no wicket from 22 overs, and now 65 for 2 from 39 overs. The left-handed pair of Jonathan Carter, 4, and Raymond Reefer, 9. Here is Roland Butcher.
yeah, another maiden over there by Cornwall. Gets through those overs very, very quickly. Has a short run up, just wheels his arm over. And Reefer being very watchful in that over. But yeah, Keith, what I said, Andrew perhaps needs to spend more time in discussion with you, because you're a man that has your sources as well. So if Boyce is no longer available, then he perhaps needs to court you a little bit more.
Well, I gave him a couple of recommendations yesterday, and then I put a big full stop. That's the safest way to go.
Well, especially if you want it to go any further, then you can certainly let Andrew know.
Yes.
And he would encourage Dr. Ford, his co-host Dr. Ford, who seems to have. I listened to the program on Tuesday, and and Andrew's co-host, he seems to always have a little problem with Johnny Grave and Kishore Shallow. It wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that both of them were with CWA.
This first delivery is outside of the off stump. Louis returns for another spell. You're up to mischief, Roland. This ball is outside of the off stump, and Carter lets it go to the keeper. So after doing his work, Thomas comes off. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. And I'm looking for Adriel Woody Richard. I had a discussion with him, Lyndon. He promised me that he'll be up here about 5 minutes ago, and I'll give you the reason for that. So having switched ends, Louis driven down towards mid-on, fairly straight drive, and there is no run. A tumbling save made by Django, and he continues to play for the cameras by constantly rolling over. Just seemed to be a bit comical, 65 for 2. And why I invited Woody, we were having a discussion about the record last wicket partnership in regional first class cricket. He came up with Shiv Chandapol and Brandon Bess as Reefer tucks this one, Carter correction down behind square, and they will go through for a single. Yes, so 65 2, and with that single, it goes up now to 66 for 2. With Reefer coming on strike, there are 2 slips and a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Outside of the off stump, Reefer lets it go. 66 for 2. The Barbados Pride from an overnight 27 without loss. Bowl out for 172 in their first. And as I say, bowl out in the context that technically with the last man being unable to bat, some people will put it down in the score because that was Jeremiah Louis, but they determined that it is called a declaration. 172 for 9 outside of the off slump. The very same Louis now in operation, and it goes through to the keeper. Yes.
Declaration keeper, not declaration innings close.
Yeah, you know, there's some technical terms that have been changed over a period of time. I just reckon if a guy is unable to bat, that
innings closed.
Basically the innings is closed. But they put it as for 9 declared. 2 slips and a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, the mid-wicket, and the fine leg. Louis still from around the wicket and on the front foot stretch, and that's a fine stroke. Just to the left of the extra cover, chase here for mid-off. And he now gets onto the ball, Archie Bull, and his return will come in. So, well stroked by Reefer for a couple as the score goes up now to 68 for 2. You seem to like that stroke, Abdul.
I did. I was just going to come back. Do we know what happened with the PCR result from yesterday?
I didn't quite get you.
Do we know what the outcome from the PCR result was, the precautionary?
No, right. So we can only determine, not even assume, that he came back very negative, and that's why he's out there today. But it's an interesting question, you know. Obviously, one would hazard to say that if it had been different, appeal for leg before wicket, he's optimistic, and then just mops his brow Louis, not outsays umpire Gregory Braffett as it goes back down on the onside. But yes, I said he was feeling unwell last evening, and we were rather relieved, Abdul and Lyndon, that he was able to come out on the field at the start of play on day 2 and not only come out but bowl the very first ball, gentlemen.
Yes, most definitely, and that would have been a plus for the Leeward Hurricanes for that to fit into their plan, because he's one of the key cogs in their attack, and having not been available yesterday at the time when they would want to run at the Barbados openers, who ironically are both back in the pavilion in bright sunshine today. As I said, it was key that he can come and open the bowling, and he looked the part. Didn't look very much out of it, but you know, it would be good to get reports on these things, seeing that COVID is very much wrong, and it is going to be a part of the cricket going forward, both in this segment and hopefully if it can abate itself for the resumption after the break, that would be good. But in hindsight, we don't see it around the corner anytime soon, so it'd be good to get these reports on how these situations are handled. So if you see or hear of another instance, you've got some idea that we can relate to the public exactly the method they use to come to certain decisions, Keith.
Yes, Cornwall will continue. Woody, I'm still awaiting your presence, my brother, but we did discuss the question of the record for the last wicket, and he told me that Shiv Chandapal 125, Northern and Brandon Best 33, added 115 against Barbados right here at Kensington Oval back in 2012. And I've been harping on that wonderful last wicket partnership between Preston Maxwell and Sherman Lewis in the cause of the Windward Islands against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval. Outside of the off stump is Cornwall, and no stroke from Carter. It's taken by Hamilton. The last score I checked on, it was 331 for 9, having resumed at 297 for 9, but more importantly, that stand came together at 215. So 16 plus 31, another 100. It's 147 at the last count, and that therefore will be the new record until we get the final score in the innings. Maxwell was on 81 and Lewis was 30, and a chance for catch. Oh my dear, what's going on out there? It was hit just over the head of the mid-off. He seemed to have approached the ball really quickly, Louis, and then lost his footing And the luck going the way of Carter.
A very poor shot as well.
Yes.
He just stood there and just had a lash at it. He didn't move his feet towards the ball, just stood there, had a lash at it. I thought that was very badly judged by Louis. Rather than running around the ball, he ran into the ball. So he ended up running past the ball and then lost his footing. And in the process, in losing the footing, then his son was obviously in his eyes. And Carter lifts the fight on, and a very injudicious shot. One of two played on the day. The first was played by Craig Braffett. Unbelievable, Keith.
Yes, well, my heart was in my hands to see if it was going to be deja vu, but he defended the next delivery and pushed it square on the offside. Cornwall is in again on the front foot just past Silly Point, but for some unknown reason, Louis out at mid-off. It's a bright sunny day here in Barbados. 22 minutes after 11, the ball was in the air for quite some time, but his timing was badly off, and Carter survives. Back he goes and turns it very, very fine, and a chase here down towards the fine leg boundary by the keeper. Short and stocky, and good work by Hamilton. His fitness was questioned a bit towards the end of his innings in the yesterday when he got 29 after helping Thomas in a recovery. And now he showed, well, look, I'm fairly good. I can still run after the ball from behind the stumps. And they were able to gather a couple. The score goes up to 73 with Carter on 8 and Reefer 11, left-handed pair in. So, Abdul, how have you seen the morning so far?
It's been very compelling, and what it should be, tick for tat. You think one side is getting in front, but then, you know, a wicket falls. So I think it's still Barbados in control, but they have to play well and can't be complacent. So the shots we saw last inning could have tipped it again the other side. So it's compelling. That's what it should be.
What did you make of Craig Braffett's approach after he was dropped by the substitute Kofi James the very ball before?
Yeah, I don't understand why he played that shot. I mean, I was looking at his head. His head was no way in line with the ball, and that tells me whether it was a head issue or a technique issue. So as a neutral, and certainly with England coming, you know, we'd be looking at something like this and thinking, right, okay, if we ruffle him, he might play a rash shot the next ball.
Yes, here is Louis, his second over of a new spell outside of the off stump, and no stroke from Reef. It goes through to Hamilton. It was very, very unlike a Craig Braffett. That's why as soon as they came on, it was making the point to Roland Butcher in particular that with the new lead selector, the most honorable Desmond Haynes, watching from the comfort of the president's suite next door, he must have been telling himself, I can't believe this is coming from my test captain.
I agree, and you know, it shows the fragility of form.
Now you have struck a note which I'm happy you've raised, because Susan can attest, and I've been following in the last warm-up game with the preparations for this tournament. I will look back and check, but he seemingly was fighting and continues to fight for that sort of rhythm, that sort of form. He didn't play in the previous match at Desmond Haynes over. He was present, but for some reason he didn't play. And then when he went to his home ground at Darrell's Road, the Wanderers Club, he was found a bit wanting, Craig Braffett, and I'll pull it up from off the BCA website shortly. This is not to belabor the point, but you start to become a bit worried when you see a guy whose reputation is for batting and not playing rash strokes to be dismissed the way he was immediately after he was dropped. Here's Louis now deciding to go over the wicket, and the angle outside of the off stump doesn't bring a stroke from Carter, taken by Hamilton with Barbados prize 73 for 2, replying to a first innings total of 172 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands. Lyndon and...
Yeah, while you pull up that there, Keith, I want to ask that, though, as a level 2 coach, what do you say to a player that after he's gotten out and he comes back into the pavilion?
I think one of the things that we look at with certainly the youngsters, I'll wait for this ball, please.
Here is Louis in again to bowl, and Reef on the front foot pushes it out to extra cover. There is no run.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the things I look at is how people get out. If they're pattern and consistent to how you're getting out, and that's a problem area. So, you know, when we coach youngsters, we say, well, you know, do you get bowled, do you get LBW, do you get caught, how do you get caught? Those are sort of patterns that we need to sort of arm them with information, and then it's about going back to the basics and looking at that technique areas.
Okay, Keith.
This next delivery is outside of the off stump, and the reefer picks up the line with the bowler opting now to go over the wicket. He started when he resumed, well, when he picked up his second spell 2 overs ago to bowl from around the wicket. In the middle of this over, he switched from around to over with 2 slips and a gully waiting, but reefer has shown the sort of level-headedness that has become associated with him. I don't want to go out on him now. 53 balls he's faced, has been in for 76 minutes, 11 with 1 boundary, 73 for 2. But good testing, probing stuff here, and Louis in again. And yet again, bowling over the wicket, the angle takes it further away from the left-hander. Doesn't play, the over is completed. Reefer 11, Carter 8, Barbados Pride 73 for 2. Here are our analysts, Abdul and Lyndon.
Well, Lyndon, the question I had for you, do you think there's too much reliance on iPad analysis in the game now?
I think once the technology is available, I think you have to make the most use of it. I'm not so sure that has all the answers. I think that the answers really readily lies in the individual and how they approach their games to the middle. For example, once you are fit, mentally fit, it's easy to become physically fit. And the basics are so simple that the only way you're going to get runs is to stay in the middle. I wouldn't have a problem because you say, well, a fella might score 78 or 90. He has 5 chances. Don't worry about the chances. That's the game. Your strength is how does he correct himself in terms of not offering those chances. You can have a fella score 79 without looking good, Keith.
Yes, here's Cornwall to Carter, and back he goes and pushes it out into the covers. There is no run. Hemmed in with the slip and silly point, as well as the short leg, and Devon Thomas at extra cover doing the fielding. Louis is at mid off, and here is Cornwall again, off just about 3-4 steps, and Carter is forward a bit gingerly, plays a couple meters on the pitch, and there is no run. Then there's the orthodox point and cover, short straight mid wicket, and the mid off. Under the bat at silly point is Ward, who picked the last delivery up. Cornwall still from around the wicket. Carter with this day and lifts him back over the head of the bowler, and that's an easy boundary just to the left of our commentary position. He's that sort of player, Jonathan Carter, and with that boundary he goes into double figures on 12 ahead of Reefer now. Has faced 15 balls, his second boundary 77 for 2. Gentlemen.
Yes, his second boundary and his first 6 delivery just tossed up, no vigor in it, no rip from Cornwall, and easy scoring shot with the mid off and mid on up. And I think this highlights my point where you are batting, you are in mid off and mid on up, and you have to be confident within yourself as to what you're doing. Yes, it's first 6. That's the first 6. Yeah. First 6 of the innings. Easy shot. It looked like a 4, but it went for 6. Did go for 6. And
yeah. Out of our view, yeah. Had to wait on the signal from the umpire. We are on the 3rd floor of the 3W stand, and therefore, if the boundaries under us, so to speak, when it comes to the close calling, you have to leave it to the umpires, and umpire Blades made the signal off the back foot. It's forced down behind point by Carter, and there's no run. So Carter 14 from 17 balls, 1-4 and 1-6. Barbados Pride 79 for 2.
He's gone past Reefer.
Yes. Cornwall continues from around the wicket, and Carter coming right forward. This time his head is well over the ball, pushes it back down on the onside of the pitch. The end of the over. Cornwall's 9-5 maidens, none for 14. Carter 14, Reefer 11, 79 for 2. Barbados Pride from an overnight 27 for no wicket. Craig Braffett was caught by wicketkeeper Hamilton off Thomas for 29, and before him Shane Mosey was caught by Powell at second, slip off Archibald for 13. The wickets falling at 36 and 61. Here are Abdul and Lyndon.
Yes, I was making that point that you can get a batsman scoring 70, not an attractive 70, but he feels comfortable within himself. So it's just a matter of extending further finishing his production in terms of his ability to produce on his confidence, rather than breaking down the innings. It wasn't a pretty innings, but he's confident within himself.
Absolutely. Sometimes the dirty runs are the best runs.
I like that. Keith, you hear that? Keith, did you have any days when you scored dirty runs? I like that term, Keith.
Now, if you want to put me in an embarrassing position, all I can tell you is that my nature of batting was to push and block and poke and try to bat the whole day.
What I mean is, you're not on song. Not everybody's coming from the middle of the bat.
Right, so Keith can relate to that.
You hang in there and you make a contribution to the
Yes, yes. My focus was that they shall not pass.
Literally.
Yes, literally. Precisely. Yeah, looking back at that practice game at Devil's Road, the change in bowling. When you see a guy bowling in a cap, he has become synonymous for it. His name is Terence Ward. We once had a member of the ground staff here named Terence Ward as well, Terry Ward. I don't know if you remember him. He didn't carry an E on his surname, but he was from a district very near here. And driven uppishly through the covers. And they've gone for one of the turn now and come back for the second run. The reef of the batsman goes up to 13. But one of the features, the distinguishing marks about Terry Ward, who served well here at the BCA at Kensington Oval, was that he walked extremely fast. And Henderson Spring and I used to share a joke. And every time he got a chance to walk onto the ground, Hendy would say, look at Wardy. He never walked slowly, always extremely fast, as though he was on a mission. How are you, Terry? Hope you're doing well. Lovely shot, a straight drive for Bungaree. That was sweetly timed, gentlemen. And Reefer now overtakes Carter. He's on 17 with his second Bungaree. Barbados Pride 85 for 2. Yes, Lyndon?
Yes, a beautiful shot. Then we tossed up and it just hit right through the line, extending the right hand. Beautiful shot.
Ward again in his red cap is driven out to the short extra cover, and there's no run. Craig Braffett in that practice match at Darrell's Road recently in the first innings, he was caught by Hope off Jordan for 9-21 balls, 35 minutes, and the second innings the game finished just after tea. He was unbeaten on 7, 46 minutes, 25 balls, 1-4. And that was his latest bit. You know, you talk about gentlemen and people are always glued on to the commentaries. And sooner than I spoken about this guy, Terry. Someone has sent me a WhatsApp message. I'll check it in a minute.
I hope it's not from Andrew.
Slipping a fork. I don't think Andrew knows him. Short delivery and back goes Reefer and punches it down to point, and there is no run. So Barbados Pride 85 for 2 as the over is completed. Here are our analysts, and I'll check that message in a minute.
Yes, good over there for the Barbados side with the introduction of Terence Ward with the E. Starting with Reef, a little airy-fairy first off through the cover region, picking up 2, and then he had a gift of a delivery pitch and just hit straight through the line of the ball, all along the carpet. Beautiful cricket shot for 4, and he's looked solid as he's looked throughout his career. I can hardly remember in his way he's looked untroubled, and he's one of these players that reminds me a lot of Foul Bacchus.
Foul Bacchus?
Foul Bacchus.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it's Hendy Springer, who now is the head of coaching here at the BCA, who sent me the message. And he said, yes, Keith, Milton Ward, alias Terry. Yes. So that's the gentleman we're referring to, Terry. Thanks very much, Hendy. You see how individuals listen to every single word and they don't waste any time, especially if you call their names in relation to whatever Abdul. That's how we operate here in Barbados and in the Caribbean.
It shows that you're being listened to.
Yes, just as much as you're being listened to in Gujarat.
Actually, I've just had some pictures from Gujarat of a six-a-side competition that they've been having. So one of the local teams called Alipur, big village, they won the tournament. So there's cricket being played in Gujarat today.
Wonderful. Social media in terms of communication nowadays, just great. So a defensive stroke pushed up towards mid-off and there is no run. I'll try to bring you updates of the other 2 games before Andrew comes back in as we head towards lunch, 25 minutes before the interval. Barbados Pride here at Kensington Oval 85 for 2, Cornwall, bowls short and clip. Out through forward square by Carter for an easy single. And he will now move up to 15 from 22 deliveries. Has been in for just under half an hour, 1-6 and 1-4. And Reefer is on 17, has been batting for exactly what now? 85 minutes, has faced 60 balls and has 2 fours. 86 for 2. The Leeward Islands made 172 for 9 declared, and Barbados had closed on 27 for no wicket. Oh, this one turned and bounced as Reefer went back and just passes the outside edge. Taken neatly by Hamilton. Still those 3 close catchers, slip, silly point, forward short leg. Then he has the orthodox point, cover short, extra cover, mid off. And Reefer defends it out to the short extra cover. There is no run. Big Raheem Cornwall gets through his overs rather quickly. Now 10 overs, 5 maidens, none for 15. Here are Lyndon and Abdul.
I'm going to ask Abdul, what do you make of Cornwall?
He's been steady, but not enough threatening or penetrating balls, wicket-taking balls. I think that's the observation I've got. And I'm just generally thinking, you know, where's the next wicket coming from?
Yeah, I've been wondering that for some time, and the body language as well as the feel inside doesn't suggest to me that they have an idea where it's going to come from, that they're going to create these pressure moments to give them an insight to get in the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with lunch coming, I think they should be upping the ante.
Yes. Couple more WhatsApp messages coming in. Barbados Pride 86 for 2. Here's Terrence Ward still bowling in his cap, and it's driven up on the offside. There is no run. He's an off spinner. In fact, gentlemen, Hendy goes on to tell me that unfortunately, our former BCA employee, member of the ground staff here at Kensington, Milton Ward alias Terry, Hendy says he's being told that unfortunately he's lost his sight now, so we feel a bit sorry for him in that regard. And for you, Mr. Abdul, we have a young budding journalist here in Barbados by the name of Tahir Bubulia, and he's just messaged to make some connection to what we were discussing with your roots, as Ward is outside of the off stump, and no stroke by Carter, taken by Hamilton, 86 for 2. And he says, Keith, my grandfather from Gujarat, maybe Abdul is my family. Wash it. I can give you his contact. Well, Tahir Bubulia. He's a young, enterprising guy.
There is some Bubulias that we know of back in Yorkshire.
Yeah.
So there may be some connections there. Absolutely.
Yes. How big a city state is it?
Gujarat?
Yes.
Oh, it's massive. It's
massive. Oh, with this disdain, it's slapped down to the long off boundary. And with that boundary, Carter now goes on to 19 from 27 balls, 2 fours and 1 6. Barbados move on to 90 for 2. He hit that with some disdain, gentlemen.
Yes, he's given a good look because the ball is bowling right arm around the wicket, and Carter just seeing it outside of his eyes and just slap. As you described it perfectly, he just slapped it.
So Ward,
now the long off has gone out.
Just a couple meters instead of the boundary. Short delivery, and it's driven out into the covers off the back foot. Carter forcing it, can't beat the extra cover, and there is no run. So Ward has completed his second over, none for 10. Barbados Pride 90 for 2. Coming in from the Brian Lara Academy in Tarouba, Trinidad and Tobago 119 for 5 in the 49th over. Jamaica made 141. And TNT losing Keegan Simmons for 11, Imran Khan 9, Joshua De Silva 37, Jason Mohammed 22, and Jed Gooley 6. At the crease are Yannick Correa on 20 and Isaiah Raja, whose father Anil played for Trinidad and Tobago. Like father, like son, he's a left-hander. He is yet to score. And looking at the bowling after this first delivery from Cornwall here at Kensington Oval, and Carter stretches forward, reefer correction, and plays it down to the silly point. There is no run. Minley 2 for 43 from 13 overs. Nicholson Gordon 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 25. Derval Green in his 14th over, 4 maidens, 1 for 24. The wicket takers. Back goes Carter And they will go through for a single after slight hesitation. And Carter responding to Reefer's call. So he goes on to 19. Reefer's on 17. Both are left-handers.
Perfect example of waiting for things to happen. An easy single just on offer.
Look at the body language. Just look at the body language.
Yes, this one is defended. And there is no run. 91 for 2.
There's no hunger, there's no impetus to try and get anyone out. Just waiting for something to happen. And Cornwall just bowling stump to stump. He isn't trying to rip the ball, he isn't trying to get the ball to turn.
But I'll say this. Talking to Barbados players over the last couple of seasons, they reckon that this guy Cornwall is an excellent all-spin bowler. They say that he's underrated. People may look at his size and the fact he takes just a couple steps and brings his arm over, but they say that he's a clever bowler. They've given him credit, gentlemen.
I'm not taking any credit from him. I'm just saying I want to see him trying different things rather than just bowling stump to stump.
Well, I mean, look where the point is.
And the point is deep.
Yeah.
The cover is deep.
Yeah.
You know, so you basically, and they're not walking in either. You know, so you're offering an easy single.
Yeah.
Oh, this one turned
that
and
turn.
bunks and beat the batsman. We'll wait to see if he got a touch onto it. It's racing down towards the boundary. This is a very fast outfield. Pull back just inside, and umpire blade signals buys. Yeah, so encouragement there for Cornwall on that occasion. And the score goes up now to 93.
93.
I think they took a couple.
They ran to, yeah.
Right, 93 for 2. We was talking about Isaiah Raja and Antonio Aline, who has served as a member of our commentary team, tells me further that Isaiah's brother also played a first-class game. Thanks, Antonio. His name is Emil Raja, and he is a left-arm Chinaman bowler. And he's a schoolmate of his, Antonio Aline, the left-handed batsman who played for Empire. He was at UW, and I think he was last associated with Pickwick. So you see here in Barbados, as I was telling you a couple minutes ago, Abdul, everyone listens to commentaries, and if they have your contact number, they will further educate you.
Cut Keith, down behind point.
Yes, and agonizingly close to the boundary, pull back just inside as the ball virtually stopped. Carty doing the work, and his return goes up to the bowler's end as we head towards lunch. 17 minutes play remaining. So
not just in Barbados. I've been getting messages from the UK about people listening. And
that's great. And you are proud just like we are.
sorry?
You are proud just like we are.
Of course, I'm part of the team, I think.
96 for 2. Carter's on 19. Reefer has gone to 21. Ward from around the wicket and solidly forward plays it square on the offside for the fielding to be done by Carty.
I think it would be interesting if you could just give me some stats on Jonathan Carter over the years, because he really not fulfill his ability.
A drive into the covers.
I rate him as easily the best batsman in Barbados for quite some time. But he's just never gone on when he's gotten to the next level. I think this is another throw of the dice here for him.
Yeah, I keep referring to Woody, who's put together some stuff, and he shared it with members of the media before the start of this season, as this one is pitch short, and Carter plays it back down the pitch on the onside. There is no run, so just put in Woody's name here in the email, that information he shared on Tuesday afternoon. And a drive here into the covers. Again, there is no run. 15 minutes play remaining before lunch. Today is beautiful.
You can do that stats after your lunch.
Okay, you like to give me assignments, Mr. Yard. I wonder if I ever had thoughts of becoming a horse rating commentator. I don't think I'll ever make that grade, but I wonder how it would be. Last deliveries played down to mid-on. I'm told that you now have even a bigger role at the Garrison, that you work the PS system or something like that.
I've been doubling in that role for the last, I would say, 6-7 months.
The last 6-7 months?
6-7 months, yeah. I've been working alongside the stewards.
So you give the starters weights, the jockeys weights, and
the necessary information.
Necessary information. Yeah. And what about sometimes joining with the commentaries with our friend? What's his name again?
Dr. Dean Springer.
Dean Springer, and there are no more turns. Andrew, I'm tired. Come and take over, please.
Well, it's an interesting role. You know, for me, radio is about education. And if you're going to be on, you have to have information to give to the public. And hence the reason why I like to pull information out of you, Keith, because I know you have all the necessary stats, and stats are critical to most arguments. And that's why we have settled an argument, to have the statistics available to you.
Yeah, the only thing is that he's got to repeat Dr. Springer a little bit better. And there are no more terms. I love that so much. Oh my golly. Is he a real doctor?
Yes, he's a veterinary doctor.
Oh, he's okay.
Yeah, so Andrew, so in case you are walking.
Hence his involvement with horses. All right.
We're going to have a bowling change at the Joe Garda end.
Is that Thomas?
Yes, Thomas is back,
He seems
Andrew.
to be main bowls. He comes up now and bowls to Reefer. Reefer allows the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. So we've got, what, 15 minutes or so to go before the break. How would you assess the morning's play, gentlemen? Barbados started at 27 without loss. They're now 96 for 2.
For me, I think it's an opportunity for the Leewards to get into the game. I think they're just waiting for things to happen rather than forcing the issue. So they're just allowing Barbados to take back the initiative with this partnership here between Reefer and Carter, two
Thomas
left-handers.
starts, then stops. And we'll go back to his mark. We look at his figures in a minute, young Thomas. Not so young, really. 8 overs and 1 ball. 3 maidens, 1 for 13. Comes in again to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is forward and drives firmly up the pitch. The bowler parries the ball away. It was going up to mid-off, but he just parries it down towards mid-on. There's no run.
I have a question for you, Andrew.
Okay. Just your assessment of the day's play, then the question will come. I hope it's not about horse racing.
I agree. I think rather than waiting for things to happen, they're not making things happen.
Oh, I see. You're right. Thomas, brisk medium pacer, strong man, comes in from round the wicket to bowl to left-handed Reefer. Reefer is driving out to cover. There's no run for him. The ball is pitched up. Went for that drive and out to cover. James came across to pick it up. There are 2 slips of gully. There's a man in the cover boundary, interesting field. There's an extra cover mid-off, mid-on. There's a man at forward square and a man down on the backward square boundary. So what do we have? 96 for 2. Bright sunshine at the region's mecca. Here is a Thomas from the northern end, bowls to Reefer. Reefer is getting the ball pitched up and will get a single. Playing it wide a bit on, may even get more here because the fielder at mid-on does not pick it up. Goes behind him, and he's able to come back for that second run. The ball that was pitched up, and it was Terence Ward who didn't pick it up at mid-on, went behind him, and Reefer's back for the second. There was a sound coming into our microphones. He didn't time it well. It was full. Got it from the bottom of the bat, was able to come back for that second run. He's been very solid, and he now goes up to, I make him 23. Carter's 19, 98 for 2. Thomas again comes in to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer is getting a wide ball outside the off stump, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. It's up to 98 for 2. What's your question?
My question for you, Andrew, in the development of the cricket, especially in the 4-day version, is this not a backward step in having Devon Thomas years in the November of his career playing as a frontline bowler?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, when I saw him bowl, he's stiffish. I agree with you, really. Well. Is it that they're short of a ball or something? He comes in again, bowls to Reefer. Reefer gets a short ball, stabs it out of his chest down towards gully. That was a sharpish, but he's sharpish.
He's sharpish.
Yeah.
I'm not questioning his place in this team.
Yes.
I'm just saying as a frontline bowler, because his bowler is a frontline bowler.
Yeah, he is indeed, yes.
And in my view, in the development of West Indies career, he wouldn't be looked at as a bowler.
Yeah, I agree.
He's played as a keeper. He's played as a batsman. And now he's playing as a bowler.
He is indeed.
So I'm thinking in the development of the player, there must be some youngster
I would think
who could
so
have
as
been
well.
afforded this opportunity here.
I agree with that. Well, he's in the side. He's a senior member of the side now. 98 for 2, Barbados losing the wickets of Mosley, caught by Powell off Archibald for 13, and then captain, after being dropped the ball before, played a horrible shot. In fact, it's one of the worst shots I've ever seen Craig Brathwaite play.
Was it a rush of blood?
I don't know what happened to him. I'll ask Keith Holder, who's very close to the cricketers. I may even go across and talk to the Honourable Desmond Haynes. Do you think I can do that? Now, if I speak to Mr. Haynes, then you become Prime Minister of Barbados, displacing Auntie Mia.
That would make prime time, Andrew.
I would think so as well. Yeah. Well, Desi Haynes. It's going to be, looks like it's going to be Cornwall to come from the southern in and bowls. Coming forward is Carter, little man. pushes in front of him, a valuable member of the Barbados team, an important cog in their wheel for several years now, Carter. Here is Cornwall, comes in to bowl to him, and to this delivery, he's off the back foot and pulls it in the air, safe out to my wicket. He'll head out to the boundary, will get there as well as going for 4. Short ball and put away by Carter, well played, and one away to bring up the 100 for Barbados.
Yes, beautiful shot there by Carter. I was asking for that, and he's the type of player that he's not just going to stick around and poke and prod. We've seen him to be in the aggressive mode. He's dropped some 23 off 39 deliveries as the Barbados 100 come up off 102 off 49 overs and 2 deliveries, 12 fours and 1 6. 3 or 3 deliveries.
Yeah, the thing about Carter is that once he's at the crease, he score quickly. He's that kind of a player.
But he just needs to carry on. This must be the
We've seen that before. Here is a ball which is on the line of the middle stump, a much better delivery from Cornwall, the big man. He comes forward with bat as broad as St. Andrew. I think he's a Bell Plain man, if my memory serves me right. Hello to all of our friends in Bell Plain. 102 for 3. Carter settles and waits. He's the pride and joy of Bell Plain. He waits, and to this delivery, it's one in the middle stump, and Carter comes forward and just guides it expertly down to that gully area. There's no run from that was pulled down. Flat as a Antiguan pancake there. That was very flat indeed, coming from our good friend there, Mr. Cornwall. He turns down, comes in to bowl to Carter, and Carter has got a shot when it hits it out towards mid-wicket. Will get too comfortably here as Thomas has to move from backward square out towards that mid-wicket area. It was a bad delivery. Carter didn't put it away. It was short enough. He really should have gotten 4 there, and he got it out towards mid-wicket for 2. 104 for 2. It means that with Carter's arrival, the scoring rate has improved
significantly.
Yeah, it has. In fact, Carter's 25 from 42 balls, 3 fours and a 6. Reefer has been very solid, 23 from 71 balls, 102 minutes at the crease. He struck 2 fours. 2 left-handers at the crease as we head towards lunch on day 2. 104 for 2 Barbados. They are comfortable, no doubt, with that short delivery. It now transfers that pressure back onto the field inside because there's a concession. That silly point has been pulled away. So the silly point goes out to mid-wicket. Here's Cornwall in bowls to Carter. Carter is hit the ball in the air. It's going to be caught. Oh my golly, what a way to go. Carter looking to turn the ball away into the onside. It went in the air out towards the cover area. That's the softest missile as Carter bangs the bat onto the pad, and just before the break, the Leeward's getting an important wicket of Jonathan Carter. Listen to this. Barbados 104 for 3.
And I will say at this stage now they're neck and neck. For me, that's a repeat of the shot that he got dropped with. He just stayed there and went right across the ball for no apparent reason. The ball was within the arc. That he just trust the right foot, because he's a left-hander, trust the right foot to the pitch of the ball and extend your arm to the ball.
So the issue for me is so close to lunch. What's the psychology behind that?
The thinking. I agree with you 100%. And if you go back to the over before where Ward was bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end or the southern end of the ground, you would have noticed that after the straight drive was played down to the boundary, the very next delivery, the long off was sent out just because of a straight drive. Now they've made the switch to Cornwall, and he comes back to the conventional mid-off and mid-on. And then, for no apparent reason, as you said, with lunch approaching, he just goes across the ball. He just didn't seem to have no intent on what he really wanted to do.
But for me, what it shows is that the Lawrence team is still in the game. You know, you think Barbados are going forward, but then they just get kept back, partly because of their own doing.
I'll put it this way. Barbados are keeping the Leewards in the game. Because they have an advantage, Andrew, where they can press the Leewards and put them behind the 8 ball significantly.
Yeah,
but they're just allowing them to fall
back. And the 2 wickets that have gone, Brathwaite and Carter, soft dismissals.
Very soft.
Very soft.
The opener as well, Shane Mosey, just stay there and steer the ball to slip position.
But Mosey's got a problem with balls outside the off stump. He's got to solve that. And if you go to the high level, they're going to work him out. He's an onside bully. We've seen in the local cricket. But anything just on about an off stump, he struggles, Mose. He's got to work that out. 104 for 3. So,
just
pep in the step of the Hurricanes as Thomas comes in and bowls. Reefer allows the ball to go outside the off stump, showing his value in his wicket. He's on 23. How long has he been in the crease now, Miss Bell? He's been there now for 104 minutes. He's faced 71 balls. He struck 2 fours, 104 for 3. Would you say it's even Stevens or slight edge to Barbados? Start with you, Lyndon. What do you think? Talk to me.
I'll go even Stevens.
Even Stevens. All right. and your horse racing commentator. Here is Thomas. Bowls wide the off stump, full, juicy, and that Julie mango that we normally get in Barbados around August or September. And in fact, I know you like your good old Bajan mangoes. Those that sometimes can stick into your teeth, but they're very sweet.
I know you're big on captaincy, Andrew.
I thought you said I was big on mangoes.
Hamilton haven't maintained 2 slips for the better part of the day. How do you rate this captaincy?
Yeah. I mean, Barbados have not gotten away. You know, it's. Let's get back to that after this delivery. As Thomas is in, bowls lifting the outside the off. There's a bit of pace in the pitch as well. It's a typical Kensington second day pitch. We've seen fantastic performances by bowlers on the second day. It gets a bit quicker. It's a good pitch. And, you got to give Prof Edwards some credit. He's had some stick. In the first T20, Harmison and company, and even Mike Gattin, the former captain, well, as we would say in Barbados, wash him and cuss, as they would say. And that's the Barbadian parlance. Here's the delivery, which is outside the... The shot should be called a wide. That's almost off the pitch. And umpire Blaze, that should be called a wide. That was taken almost between first and second slip. Very well, the off-stump reefer doesn't have to play. Yes, and the pitches in the T20s were pretty good. We had some good scores. Wonderful last match the West Indies won. And I would suggest that this is a pretty good pitch. But in this business of commentary, people sometimes don't listen to what you say. Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. As Thomas was bowl well, bowls to reefer, reefers forward and pushes up the pitch and walks away down towards that square leg area. We are, in terms of time, just about 3 minutes away from lunch. And I would think that the Barbados Pride wouldn't want to lose another wicket. On the other hand, the Hurricanes would love to pick a pepper, as they say. That's a term that we use here in Barbados, pick a pepper. Here we go. Thomas comes up. He's in and bowls. Outside the off stump, that's wide and fighting indiscretion. And he says, no, I wouldn't go after that. Like the cat will try to go after that cheese in the trap. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So end the over. Graves hasn't scored, it hasn't had the opportunity to score. Reefer 23. Barbados 104 for 3, the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, I mean, I think Barbados are still in relative control, but I won't say they've taken the game away from
okay.
Lawrence.
They're comfortable, if not, in the position of comfort, if not one of command. They're comfortable, they're in control, but they're not in a commanding position. Because I tell you, if a wicket falls now.
Well, there's still scope for improvement in terms of some areas of how they've played.
I agree, And I think when Brathwaite looks at his dismissal, and I'm sure that our good friend Mr. David Green, who's been given that big contract to do the streaming, he's got almost, if you're watching television and you can see the ball going to the boundary, he's done a wonderful job here. We got the scorecard up. Well done, Mr. Green. And on the scale of 1 to 10, I don't give marks very easily. I think he's pretty close to 10 out of 10, unlike Desmond Haynes in 1990. I'm not afraid of Desmond. Come on, he's a man like myself. What are you worried about?
So you say it's a good pitch, but the batters haven't got over 50 yet.
No, okay. Here we go. As Cornwall comes up now, he's in and bowls, and here's the delivery outside the off stump. Did he steer that? Did he edge it? Goes down towards the third man here for 1. Graves gets off the mark, a ball pitched up, and the man from St. James North, I'm told. Is he from Rocklund area? Where is he from, Keith Old? You tend to know everybody's business. Where's Mr. Graves from? I know his father was a pretty good cricketer playing for, was it Yorkshire? Yes, good cricketer. I think he's a better batsman than his father. I'm sure his father would disagree with that. Is it Herman Graves? Is that? Oh, Anthony Herman. Oh, give him his title. Here he is on the back foot. So ball outside the off stump. Anthony Herman Graves. And far from Barbados under 19 cricketer. Yes, wonderful. What year would that have been, Keith? What year would that have been? 1972. Here's a ball pitched out on a drive off the edge. Down to third man, he didn't see where the ball had gone, but it had the legs to get to the boundary. The race is going to be tight. Oh, it goes for 4. There was a desperate dive at the minute to try to pick it up, and the Carty couldn't pick it up. It was outside the off stump, went off the edge, a meaty edge, a beefy edge, and it had the legs to get to the boundary, as there was Carty sprawled in to catch it, and it went over that big fat rope, which is so big. Encircling the ground 110 for 3.
Well, I'm sure that Cornwall will like the exchanges here, because you said he's had 2 victories here over young Justin Graves with what I call 2 educated edges.
The drift to that one, he was playing for turn. It's almost like Morris Foster, who they said bowled through a pipe. 110 for 3.
I think
Here's-
Graves just wants to survive,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's,
yeah.
that's the
Well,
objective.
this could be the last one before the break. Cornwall is in the both of he's coming forward. Lovely little bit of cricket. That's pushing into the offside under cover. So father would have played on the 19 back in 19 what again? 1974, 75. Did he get runs though? He played with Calvin Hope. Was Calvin Hope the captain? Both CP, but wonderful. Here is a delivery on the line of the bill stump, and Graves is forward, pushes down to cover. There's no run. The Honourable Desmond Haynes, Leo Haynes was in that side, nicknamed Joe Louis. Okay, oh, wonderful man, good cricketer, wonderful cricketer he is, Desmond Haynes. And let's hope that he becomes a very good lead selector as well. The ball is on the line of that leg stump, turned away, down towards forward short leg. Umpire Brathwaite comes up, removes the bail. So at lunch on day 2 of the battle between the Pride and the Hurricanes, the game is interestingly positioned with the Barbados team not being able to get away, losing 3 wickets. They've progressed to 110 for 3 with Mosley caught by Paul off Archibald 13. Brathwaite, he was gone, caught by Hamilton, a naughty shot from Brathwaite for 29. Carter was caught by Hodge off the bowling of Cornwall for 25 just before the break. Unbowled at the crease is Rifa on 23 from 77 balls. That wouldn't bother him by any stretch of the imagination. 111 minutes. He struck 2 fours, batted number 3 in his new position, and with him is Graves, who has got 6 from 6 balls. 110 for 3. Graves 6. Rifa is on 23. I'll invite the thoughts of the 2 honourable gentlemen in a minute, but let me give you the bowling figures. Let's start with Archibald. 10 overs, 5 minutes, 1 for 19. Henry, 9 overs, 2 minutes, none for 14. Thomas, 10 overs, 4 minutes, 1 for 15. Cornwall, 13 overs, 5 minutes, 1 for 28. Louis, 7 overs, 2 minutes, none for 14. And Ward, the off-spin, who came into the attack rather late, 3 overs, no minutes, none for 13. Lyndon Yard.
Well, a morning that Barbados would enjoy, despite the fact that they would have lost some 3 wickets through injudicious batting, basically. But other than that, it was a good morning for them. The Leewards, they would believe that they could have done a lot better. The captain, I like the way he maneuvered his bowlers. He switched around his bowlers, despite the fact that the body language was always suggesting they were just waiting for things to happen rather than applying pressure, basically, and forcing the batsman to look for scoring shots. Sometimes I found that the scoring became too easy. A lot of half volleys, a lot of wide short balls, which the batsman capitalized on. I think that young Raymond, if I can call him young, he has a valuable experience in years in the regional level. Raymond Rifa has batted exceptionally well at the number 3 position, just anchoring the innings. He looked solid as a rock, and this allowed for Jonathan Carter to bat freely until the end. He threw his hand away, and then before him, the opening pair of Mosley and Brathwaite. I thought they started well. They got, I think, 2 boundaries within the first 2 overs. Then they settled down, but in the end, both ended up. Mosley got a good delivery, not a perfect delivery, but a good delivery. And as a top-class batsman playing at this level, you want to see your batsman leaving those balls. It's slanted across your body. He's not starting on the stump, he's starting outside the stump. And he just gave catching practice to the second slip. Craig Brathwaite, there simply can be no excuse. If you're the #1 test opener, you're the #1 opener in the Caribbean, at this level, you have to dominate. He's gone off the ball significantly at this level, even at this level, because he is the kind of batsman, he's very steady in his approach. He's a difficult batsman to dislodge. He's a batsman that maybe you see the schoolboy wouldn't want to come and watch him because he don't hit boundaries. But in this setup, where you have 3 days ahead of you, you can grind the Leewards into the ground. And after being dropped, he plays what we call a cow swipe.
Yep.
Head to mid-wicket, back to mid-off, and left leg to mid-on. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
You know, and that just opened up the floodgates for which the Leewards failed to capitalize at that point. You know, but I'm saying that Barbados will be slightly ahead. I'm sure the coaching staff is going to admonish the way the 3 batters got out, and the Leewards, they can believe now they're going to have to come back and get further into the game, make inroads, make things happen.
I think so. Yeah.
So for me, I'll say Barbados 5, Leewards 4.5.
Ooh, is that close?
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost like in horse racing terms, with a furlong and a half to go. Some wants to be 3 lengths clear and King Rome, but you were saying it's tight. So Barbados 5, the Leewards 4.5. Is that close?
4.5.
Oh my golly.
We've utilized 52 overs.
Yes,
over
110
110 runs. We started at 27
without
loss.
loss, yes.
You know, so you only need chasing down a target of 173. But the way the cricket is, sometimes stats, numbers can be misleading.
Yeah, that's true. Very,
They can
very
be
true.
misleading, and that's the case here.
Yeah, okay.
Where you see 52 overs, 104 runs, 107 runs,
Right.
and it doesn't really reflect what has happened out in the middle.
Wonderful.
And-
Leading by 62. Well, a comment from you before we go to lunch. Compliments of the BCA.
I think the session itself was probably even Stevens. for
Even
me.
Stevens. I agree with that assessment.
But actually, the prevailing situation for the game, Barbados are still very much in front. I think the 2 wickets were fortuitous, for Lee. They didn't earn them; they were given those 2 wickets
Right.
because of probably poor shot selections or lack of concentration on the part of certainly Braithwaite in that respect. But you mentioned earlier that second day the bowlers tend to do well in this wicket. I think they need a magic spell in the second half, in the second session, if Leewards are going to get back into the game. If not, you could see by the overs left until the new ball that actually Barbados will be far, far ahead in the game.
Right. Okay. Interesting comments coming from you. Thank you, gentlemen. Go off and have your lunch. So I'll do that as well. The news is that the Leewards 172 for 9 declared, to which Barbados replied with 110 for 3. 110 for 3. Getting very important wickets of Mosley, Brathwaite and Carter just before the close. And that certainly, I believe, will inspire them to think that if you itch for success, then keep on scratching. Join us in about 35 minutes when we come back with the action live from the Regions Mecca.
This photo was taken in Trinidad 2014, where the West Indies under-19 participated in the Regional Super 50. At that time, it was something really exciting for me to play in that tournament. It was my first time playing in the Super 50. At the time, it was Maya, Shandapal, Shamar Springer. I think at the time we had Amir Django as well. It was basically a group that's been training together for a number of years leading up to the World Cup. Unfortunately, in a training session after the first game, I had a slight side strain that didn't really allow me to play the rest matches, but through rain, there wasn't really much matches being played after that. Australia came to Antigua for a training camp before the series against West Indies, and I got a chance to bowl to quite a few guys that are really special players, but he's one of them that I always looked up to as a player. So it was really, a good opportunity for me to get a chance to bowl at him and see where I was at as a player at that time. My West Indian heroes growing up were people like Kimar Roach, obviously my coach and mentor, Winston Benjamin. So, those guys were basically the 2 I looked up to. This was 2016 when we were heading to the World Cup. We had a series before the World Cup, leading up to the World Cup. We played against Bangladesh in 3 ODIs. Slightly different haircut, a lot more hair at the time. Again, a lot of excitement just being able to go to Bangladesh and represent the West Indies. At the time, we didn't really see it as a job or a career. It was just about having fun and representing the West Indies. This was a long time ago. It's one of my first tattoos. It's my mom's name. I got that just after finishing high school. It's just been there for a while. It's something really significant to me.
Clean him up. That's the response from Alzari Joseph. That's the reason he's been given the new ball.
She was always encouraging. She always wanted me to go out and do my best and most importantly enjoy it. She always told me that, at the end of the day, it's what makes me happy. So she wanted me to go out and have fun. Something she always tried to instill in us was discipline and respect. Make sure you're disciplined, always on time, always dressed well, and also respect everyone around you. This is the big man now, not so little anymore. That's my son, Jezari. His mother at the time told me she was pregnant. It was really an exciting moment for me. And then to see him come and have the kind of personality he has now, it's so much different from when he was a baby. Looking down on him and seeing myself and just being able to watch him grow as a young man. Still a young man, well, still kind of a baby. Has to be a big brother now, but still want to be the baby.
Balzari Joseph is not impressed. Brilliant bowling, top class execution.
Last night I had a conversation with him and he let me know he saw me on TV and he was trying to call me but he couldn't get me because I didn't have my phone. But it's really proud, you know, being a parent. It gets tough, you know, being away from them for such a long period of time, but it's, you know, what we have to do as parents. This was, you know, just during the pandemic where there was no cricket being played, and then we got the chance to go to the UK to play England in some test matches. Obviously excited to be back out playing cricket again after such a long break. I saw it as another opportunity to, you know, go back out and show my skill and put up my best foot forward. First experience in a bubble, you know, a lot different. You have to stay inside, you have to eat inside, you can't go out to get dinner. You can't go out just, you know, to get a different, you know, change of scenery. All in all, it's what needed to be done in the time. For me, I'd like to become one of the best fast bowlers in world cricket, not just the Caribbean, but world cricket on a whole. So for me, it's just about improving game by game, month by month, year by year, to becoming, you know, like I said, the best fast bowler in the world. I got the opportunity to go to the UK and represent Worcester in some 4-day games. It was really good fun. Met some really great guys that we still have connections to this day. So for me, I think that was another important step in my career as a cricketer. You know, going into those conditions, it was pretty cold. It even got down to like 4 degrees at one point. So it's challenging, but I really had a good time. Being in those conditions for the first time, I wouldn't say alone, but being the only West Indian there amongst English players, getting the chance to go and, you know, show what I can do in the county level. I got some really good advice and good work done with Alan Richardson and Alex Gidman at New Road. Those guys played a really big part in my development as a player, as a bowler, as a batter. When I got there, I was just basically a seam-up bowler, but Alex and Alan introduced me to, I think they call it like the wobble seam delivery, where, you know, you just tilt it a little bit and release it normally and it'll do a little bit off the seam rather than through the air. So I think that's something that I have developed, you know, greatly, and I'm still working on it, but it's addition to my game.
Aggression shown, good short ball, good direction.
When I got back from the UK, there was a South Africa series and there was a camp leading up to that, and for me it was just about what I learned in the UK. It was, you know, flatter wickets, so I had to be able to bowl that just a bit fuller length to get what I wanted out of it. So coming back here, I realized that it's something that could be used here in the Caribbean as well. Yeah, this is a very special picture. We just had my daughter a couple of months ago, so it was our first Christmas really together as a family. So, you know, it's something really special, you know, to be at home with your family, especially after being away for so long. It's a bit of a struggle now, because if you give the little one too much attention now, the older one decides, no, it's my turn now. But it's really good to, you know, be at home with the full family. She's really supportive. I don't think I could ask for anything better. She does basically most of the work with the kids. She's like Superwoman. She's basically the backbone of our family. So, you know, she plays a really big role in keeping us together. The good thing about that is she doesn't really know much about cricket, so there's not much cricket talk going on. Yeah, I think that's, you know, it's really important that I have her around.
This one is pulled away into the boundary, one bounce. So short, a little bit wayward here from Hakeem Jordan. Chandra Paul Hemorrhage quickly onto that one. Big shot for LBW, angling back in. Over the top, this time from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. It falls safely and goes away to the boundary as well. This one again, over the top, played through the offside. Goes all the way for 6, a maximum here from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. The first of the innings and showing his intent early. Cut away through the offside. Wit on offer. from Hakeem Jordan, and Chandra Paul Hemorrhage, well, he's not going to let that go without punishing it. Over the top this time from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. One bounce into the boundary. This time it goes over the top, so that changes now. Lofted and should be taken. Gets a wicket. And his unique celebration is on show. So the breakthrough comes for the Barbados Pride, and they will be pleased.
In the air, well taken. Good catch. Chima Holder again, this time at mid-on.
Brilliant. Wow. That was a spectacular catch. Was a bad delivery. And it was taken. Loud appeal, he shuffled across and given. For a moment you felt that it might have been a little bit of doubt in the mind of the umpire, Joel Wilson. But when you looked at it again, it was quite adjacent. Obviously, once again, over the offside, goes all the way for 6 from Shemron Hetmyer. Carry on from strength to strength. A catch taken in extra cover. Ashley Nurse, the umpire, will just want to check this one. Patrick Gustad indicating that he's not too sure. Diving away to his right.
That's out. That's clearly out. Clearly taken by Ashley Nurse.
For the Guyana Jaguars, confirmation there. Shamar Holder, after having taken 2 catches, now with a wicket of his own. And Akshaya Prasad, the batsman, dismissed. Up again. Field under. Does it have legs? Yes, it does. You betcha. Oh. And once again, another big shot here from Shemron Hetmyer. Another 6. Consecutive 6s now. And there it is. 50 for Shemron Hetmyer. His 8th list A 50. 600s to go with that. And what an entertaining knock it has been. Counter-attacking. Starts short. And when Hetmyer is in this type of mood, he doesn't miss out. Gone. Just as we were talking about how important it is for him to provide support for Shimron Hetmyer, he gets a leading edge, and it's a soft dismissal. There's value in pitching the ball up again. Bottom edge. How lucky he was on that occasion. Goes down the ground. That's aggression. That's power from the young man. This one is up in the air. Ashley Nurse under it. And he's taken it. The important wicket of Shemron Hetmyer falls to Captain Jason Holder. And what a wonderful wicket this is for the Barbados Pride, and he enjoys it.
Well, this one all the way for 6.
This one is played through offside down to 3rd man. And this is an annoying boundary here for Jason Holder. And this one is up in the air. The fielder circles under it. Not needed. Shamar Brooks complete an easy catch. But what was he thinking there, Kevin Sinclair?
Powerfully struck down the ground. He was searching for the Yorker. Goes again. Over the top. He will get another boundary. So aggression being shown here by Shepherd. 2 boundaries to end the over. Nicked it and gone. The umpire doesn't have to show him the dreaded finger. But the move has worked for Jason Holder and the Barbados Pride. Wicket number 9.
Losing their 9th wicket.
Protection in the deep. Justin Graves cleans it up. 54, Romario Shepherd. And really a wonderful effort here. Rear guard effort from the Guyanese all-rounder. What a delivery. Is he gone? Yes, he's gone. And just as I was saying, will he regret that decision? I'm sure he does now. But a brilliant delivery from Jason Holder. Just getting the outside edge, and you can see the disappointment from Romario Shepherd. Just thinking and reflecting about that decision to take the single of the previous delivery. First over down, maiden over up front for the Guyana Jaguars. Stroked away through the offside. Wonderful shot here from McCaskey. Given the width, given the length, and given the treatment.
As we were saying before, it's a good cricket wicket, and that one he just waited on it and found the gap.
Score comparison there. Difference, the worms, the blue and the black. But those wickets, that was a major concern all the way through. Barbados Pride knows that if they can string together a good partnership, especially early on, that really sets up the platform for a good run chase.
Goes for the big shot, but finds the fielder in the deep. The pressure has gotten to Graves.
Certainly, it has been very, very good bowling by all the Guyana bowlers. They're choking the Pride. They can't get a chance to score. And the pressure ended up being too much for Justin Graves. Slapped it to mid-wicket. Shimonette Meyer, comfortable catch. And of course, the celebration, also familiar. Up and over. You wouldn't even try that down in Ganga, would you?
I won't. I'll save myself from the embarrassment. Graves goes for 8. It's 21 for 1. That's a nice boundary, a welcome boundary, you would say.
Close one, no. Would have taken the direct hit. But the flow was way wide of the keeper. 15 overs gone, 42 for 1.
Some aggression here from Niall Smith.
Good aggression by young Smith.
18 overs gone, 47 for 1. And the umpires, well, they're responding to this drizzle that is getting a little bit heavier as we speak. Lights taking effect. There's a strong wind as well. So we're hoping that that weather will blow over.
And the good news, the rains have abated. We're just about to resume live action again at Jaguars. Would have gotten dismissed for 235 and 41.4 overs. And before the interruption, the Pride, they made their way to 47 for the loss of 1 wicket. Not sure if that carried. Passad, it seems to be the fielder. Just have dropped short.
Looked to have dropped just short of Prasad.
Clean him up. What a delivery from Niall Smith. Bang on target. And the off stump, well, it's been shattered.
Barbados Pride losing their 2nd wicket.
Really good delivery here from Niall Smith.
He was bowled
on the
by
stumps.
Neil Smith.
Might have just kept a little bit low, but Shamar Brooks in an effort to get that scoreboard ticking over, but he perishes. 56 for 2. Edged away, down to the boundary. Now 4 more. Fortuitous boundary here for Jonathan Carter as he gets his account off. End of 20 overs, 60 for 2. Big shot for Evelyn is given him. Another wicket here for the Guyana Jaguars. That man, Leon John, Romario Shepherd, beg your pardon. Isn't he having a good game?
Half century of the bat, and now he has a wicket for the Guyana Jaguars. Look at this delivery.
LBW of the bowling of Romario Shepherd.
Trapped in front, Zachary McCaskey. And his painstaking stay comes to an end.
Barbados pride, 60 for 3.
McCaskey going for 25 from 60 deliveries.
And the new batsman is
Probably in a bit of trouble here, Samuel.
The new batsman for Barbados
60 for 3. Good shot here from Jonathan Carter. Wouldn't get all the way to the boundary, but good running again. 3 the result. I wouldn't mind that too much as a bowler. Walked across his stumps. If he missed, might have been interesting. So not a bad delivery from Niall Smith, but well played from Jonathan Carter.
Very well played by Jonathan Carter. Very good running by these two.
Pulled away with authority from Ruston Chase. Goes all the way for 6. Short delivery and making the most of it, Ruston Chase.
Savagely pulled in front of square by Ruston Chase. He's very good off the back foot. And if Romario Shepherd is going to bowl short, he'll need to get it a bit higher than that.
Yes, an easy pace wicket here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. No troubles there for Ruston Chase. Well negotiated.
Good effort there, Samuel.
Clean him up. Look at it again. Look at the celebration, guys. And he was well advised not to do it this time. It's a little bit slippery out there. So good decision from the young man. Smart. But what a delivery to get rid of the experienced Ruston Chase. A bit of turn. Well pitched up through that bat and pad region. Totally confused the experienced Ruston Chase. He departs for 9, 73 for 4. This time he's gone, just holding on the pitch, and Jason Holder threw that shot too early. So if the first time it was a bump ball, this time it was a clean catch and a wicket in the first over for Gudakesh Moti.
Jason Holder would be very disappointed. His team needed him to forge a partnership there with Jonathan Carter. Let's look at this. Short delivery. Holding in the pitch, and Jason Holder way too early into the shot. Well taken by Moti.
Not good signs here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Ground staff protecting the pitch. There is a shower happening at the moment, so we'll have another delay
once again
as we resume this contest. I'm told by the umpires that we've lost 3 overs, so the target now will be 232 for the Barbados Pride. Eventually he takes the sweep out. That's a shot that is synonymous with Jonathan Carter. He scored a lot of runs in regional cricket playing that shot, the paddle sweep, the slug sweep.
Yeah, just lap behind square there for 1. it was bound to come. Probably his favorite shot, Jonathan Carter.
Very much risk-free as well in the conditions. And again, very disappointing, as you can see from the images. The rains are here. Players taking cover. And we'll have another interruption, the third in this match. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua. A few moments ago, the umpires had a conversation with both captains. They shook hands, and the umpires felt that play could no longer continue.
Shakira, I just want to find out a little bit more about your journey in the sport of cricket. If you could kindly share how you got involved in the game of cricket and how has that journey been for you?
I grew up in a neighborhood filled with boys. So if I wanted to play anything, I had to play whatever the boys were playing. So I played cricket when I was young, I played football, anything the boys were doing. But my uncle was very heavily involved in cricket. He played club cricket, and I remember always going to his games. And I just grew a love for cricket from a very young age. Ended up playing in primary school. I played secondary school under Roddy Eswick, actually. We played about 2 games. We had a girls team, and we were only able to play about 2 games, but I was still able to train with him and never looked back from there.
You mentioned your uncle, you mentioned Roddy Eswick. Who would you say was your inspiration at that time when you just started this great game of cricket?
I'd have to say my uncle. He did encourage me. He always took me to his games. And yeah, like I said, that's where I really grew my love for the game. There was also a guy in my neighborhood who helped me a lot. He perhaps taught me how to bowl. So I owe a lot to him as well.
Now, beyond the formative years, you debuted for the West Indies in 2008. How was that experience achieving and accomplishing your childhood dream of playing for the West Indies?
Oh, I was very excited. I never actually thought there was a chance of me playing for West Indies. But then we had to form a Barbados team simply to allow Pamela Levine to be able to qualify to play for West Indies. I think that was sometime back in 2005 for that World Cup. And when I got the call in 2008, I remember how excited I was, and I was a huge fan of Dwayne Bravo. I wrote 47 on everything. I have 47 on all of my shirts. When I got my shirts, before I got the playing jersey, I wrote 47 on all of my training clothes, and inside we had hoping that I would become 47. Unfortunately, I got number 4. I mean, I've grown to love the number 4 now, and perhaps that's why I like Shea Hope so much. But yeah, I remember how excited I was back then. I was only 16.
Well, Dwayne will be happy, even Shea Hope will be happy that you took some element of their numbers into your own game. In terms of great memories on the field of play, you had 5 for 15 against New Zealand. Care to share your top 3 memories, whether it's performances or experiences on the field of play?
Personally, that was perhaps my greatest achievement. Obviously, New Zealand, one of the top ranked teams. And in that 5-wicket haul, I got some of their top batters. I remember I was only getting about 2 wickets a game, and someone spoke to me and said people don't remember 2 wickets. And I remember going into the game quite upset because I thought I had defended a total, I think I defended about 7 in an over to help the team win the game, the previous game. And it still seemed as though that wasn't enough, and I went into that game pretty upset, but it worked for me, and I was really happy to get 5 wickets against the top team. I also got 4 wickets on that first tour, 4 wickets in the game against Ireland. It was just Holland, but I was really excited because it was my first tour for West Indies, and that's another really good achievement. And of course, that 2016 World Cup, which we won. That was perhaps the highlight of my career, even though I was injured and I wasn't able to play. Just being a part of that squad and seeing how much the girls really give in that World Cup, it meant so much for us to finally win a World Championship.
You mentioned that World Cup, which is probably the highest point that the women's game has achieved so far. Care to tell me a little bit about how you view the women's game in your journey, and we'll talk about beyond later on.
We have grown. I remember when we first started, it wasn't the slight bit professional. Many of the girls didn't know about proper training. Many of the girls weren't exposed to coaches. They didn't have access to coaches or proper facilities. Since then, I can safely say that at least in Barbados for sure, we have access to Kensington Oval and we can work with the coaches there. I'm sure the same thing happens around the other Caribbean countries. So it has grown, and we've had a lot more camps since that 2016 World Cup. But I still think the rest of the world has kind of gone ahead from us, especially since that 2016 World Cup. We would have known that lots of people would have expected so much more from us. And since that, we've only been able to make the semi-final in 2018 here in the Caribbean, but we haven't been consistent. So a lot still has to be done, but I suppose it has a lot to do with the resources that Cricket West Indies has.
Right, you've spoken and touched on some of the things that are required for West Indies women's cricket to sustain the dizzy heights that we saw in 2016. If you were in charge, what would you do looking beyond March 2021 for the game in the Caribbean?
Well, I was fortunate to actually coach when I was in Barbados, and I was a part of our national sports council there. And before I finished, I actually suggested that perhaps they could start a softball women's tournament. I think that's the way to get girls comfortable playing the sport. I've seen how it's worked in Trinidad again. I'm sorry I have to use Trinidad all the time.
And you're advocating that regionally?
Regionally, yes. It has worked for Trinidad, but obviously we need to see the development in other countries. So I'm thinking perhaps we can try that and find a way to get it in schools. I know some teams have advocated for at least one female player on the male teams, but perhaps we have to go beyond that. It's the only way we're going to get better.
Let's shift a little bit of focus back to you personally. You started in the commentary box in that CG Insurance Super 50 competition 2021, and it has rolled over into the international series with the West Indies and Sri Lanka. How has that experience been for you?
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I obviously completed a course where you were one of my instructors along with Alan Wilkins, and that helped me a lot. I've always been one to be looking at my career after cricket. I've been plagued by injury a lot, so I have no idea when my career is going to suddenly end. So in planning for that, I was always open to any opportunity to perhaps continue to be involved in women's cricket. Like I said, I've coached before, but the commentary stint, it was really enjoyable, especially working alongside you, Samuel, and Ian Bishop. I've looked up to him for a very long time. And I was actually very nervous when I saw him in the gym a day. I remember walking up to the gym and seeing someone on the cycle, and I was really hoping it was Roddy. When I got in and saw it was Bish. I was like, oh my gosh. I felt like a groupie. But yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, and just on that same, experience that you've had in commentary, is the game different from sitting in a commentary box as against being out there on the field?
For one, it allows me to be more analytical, but it also helps me to understand the commentator's point of view. I know quite often as players, when we hear what commentators are saying, we always think they're being so critical of what we're doing and not really understanding that they're perhaps lending suggestions. So it has given me a different point of view, and I think perhaps it could help my game.
So Shakira, just closing thoughts. You've just seen the men's team win in the T20 International Series and in the 50 overs series against Sri Lanka. How would you describe what you've seen from the men's team?
Firstly, I'm just really happy that the West Indies was able to win a series. They won, obviously had to fight in that T20 series, but I thought they did well to hold their nerve. I also look forward to that test series. It will be interesting with the change of captaincy. But I think in recent years, we've been building a really good test team, so I really hope that they can go on and do well against the Sri Lankans.
session on day 2 of this first-class game between Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. At lunch, responding to a first innings total of 172 for 9 declared, Barbados Pride 110 for 3 from 52 overs. Raymond Reefer is on 23. Justin Graves has 6. And it's going to be Colin Archibald, the left-arm pacer, bowling the first delivery. And he's out caught at the wicket. There's an appeal and Reefer walks. What a dramatic start after lunch. The very first delivery. Archibald operating from the Joel Garner end. Reefer pushed at it and a regulation catch to Jamar Hamilton. And suddenly Barbados Pride finding themselves on 110 for 4. Reefer caught Hamilton, bowled Archibald for 23. Here is Roland Butcher.
Yeah, good afternoon, Keith, and a good delivery by Archibald. First of this, the very first ball straight after the luncheon interval, and Reefer going across the left-handed batsman, just perhaps didn't get far enough forward, just got half forward, got an outside edge, went quite low to wicketkeeper Hamilton, who took the catch. Celebration for the Leewards, and Raymond Reefer, after fighting it out before the luncheon interval, goes the first delivery after lunch, and Barbados having lost their first wicket, and the opportunity now for Shane Dowrich to come to the crease, and Barbados have now got 2 new batsmen at the crease. Graves is on 6, and obviously Dowrich is now to start his innings, so a very important and critical part of the game now, Keith, although where you've got 2 batsmen who've got to start all over again, and the Leewards have done a pretty good job so far, just picking up those wickets at the right time for them, not the right time for Barbados. But Archibald, who's perhaps been one of the better fast bowlers in the Leeward side, picking up that wicket.
So Dowrich returning to the first-class arena since December of 2020, when he left the tour of New Zealand, having injured his finger while keeping in the first innings, and then of a couple family, well, let's say a family concern. So this is going to be a vital innings as he looks to force his way back into the West Indies team, with the series against England set for next month. There are 3 tests, the second to be played here at Kensington Oval. Here, with 2 slips in the gully, he faced his first delivery and looking to force it out through the covers, and immediately sets off for the run and gets home in the end quite comfortably. So he's off the mark immediately, as Carty had to run from cover to his right to do the fielding. It's now 111 for 4, and Nelson on the scoreboard rolling.
Yes, and Dowrich should be very happy to get off the mark of that first delivery. And he's got a lot of batting to do, because the energy levels of the Leewards are certainly going to be up in this short period.
Archibald in bright sunny conditions at Kensington outside of the off stump, and Graves lets it go to Hamilton. So this game is delicately poised. The Leeward Islands made 172 for 9 declared. Barbados started today on 27 without loss from 22 overs. Slow going by Craig Braffett, the captain, who was then 11, and Shane Mosley 8. And Mosley was first to go. Caught at second slip by Powell off Archibald for 13. That was 36 for 1 in the 26th over. And then Braffett, after he was dropped, was dismissed. Here is Archibald in, bowls short, and Graves pushes it square on the offside, fielded by Carty, and there is no run. Braffett caught at the wicket by Hamilton, playing on stroke to stroke after he was dropped off the previous delivery by the substitute Kofi James. And the second wicket falling at 61, 37 overs and 3 balls. Jonathan Carter, he survived an early chance as well, and then gifted his wicket. Terrible stroke, caught at extra cover by Hodge off the off spinner Cornwall for 27. Archibald is into Graves and outside of the off stump, a bit too wide. No stroke from Graves as it goes through to Hamilton. Carter's dismissal for 25 caught Hodge at extra cover of Cornwall, making it 104 for 3. 50 overs had been sent down. And at lunch it was 110 for 3 from 52 overs with Reefer on 23 and Graves 6. And in the very first ball after the break, Reefer caught at the wicket by Hamilton. 110 for 4, 52 overs and 1 ball. Graves taps away there. 2 slips of gully cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square and a fine leg. Again, it's wide of off stump and no stroke. So the first over after lunch has been completed. Success for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes with Reefer going for 23. And it's 111 for 4, 6 to Graves, and Dulwich has won.
Yeah, and a setback for Barbados. Raymond Reefer, who fought hard before the luncheon interval, survived till lunch. Obviously, he would have been looking forward to coming back this period after lunch, where the pitch would have dried even further in this brilliant sunshine, and rearing bowlers he would have hoped to carry on. And this game of cricket can be a cruel game at times, and the first delivery just got a little outside edge, taken by Hamilton, and end of his innings. And all of a sudden, Barbados very much with a fight on their hands.
Well, in the other 2 games, rain had stopped play at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, but the Windward Islands continuing to frustrate Guyana. At lunch, there were 337 for 9 from 104 overs. Preston Maxwell 84 and Sherman Lewis 31, having come together ever since in the 73rd over with the score on 215. So that's a record in regional first class cricket for the last wicket. 2 slips in a gully here at Kensington Oval, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a short leg, rather square, and a fine leg. 111 for 4, and this one is pitched short. A no ball call by umpire Braffett as Louis picks it up from the Malcolm Marshall end at the south. It's now 112 for 4. And in the other game, also in Trinidad at lunch at the Brian Lara Academy, at the break, 129 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago against Jamaica, who made 141. They have now moved on to 131 for 5. Louis down the leg side. Doric shaped to flick, misses, and taken by Hamilton. How have you found the pitch here today, Roland?
I think the pitch, it's been quite easy, Keith. I'm not sure that the batsmen have been on top at all, because the attitude of the Barbados batsman was more to dig in. Started with Craig, and the others have similarly followed, but nobody really has been fluent at all so far.
Short, and Dulwich goes across his stumps and drives Jeremiah Louis up to mid-off. There's no run. Quite a number of listeners to the regional cricket and those Bajan Yankees. Let's hail up Wayne Daniel, not the former Middlesex, Barbados and West Indies fast bowler, but Wayne Daniel, who hails from Thornbury Hill in Christchurch and has visited whenever possible, comes to Kensington Oval, goes into the media centre to watch the cricket. Dulwich punches it off the back foot between extra cover and mid-off, heading out towards the boundary, and they will come back for the second run. So he goes on now to 3, and Barbados spread up to 114 for 4 with Graves on 6. So good afternoon to you, Wayne Daniel, not the original Dumby. I realize that you started to get a bit nervous, wondering where would Wayne be at this time. Your former mate at Middlesex, Roland.
Well, I can tell you where he'll be. He'll be in Britain. He doesn't leave Britain at all. Anytime he leaves is to go and...
You mean that surrounding district?
Yeah, get some lottery tickets.
Yes, he's much closer to that part of 6 Roads and close to Curtains, etc. I know what you mean. Dorish pushes it back down the pitch on the offside. Can you at any time encourage him to come and watch some cricket here?
Well, I have tried to, but I think Wayne is more frightened of the COVID than anyone else in Barbados.
Are you saying that generally he's a frightened man?
Well, yes, but he just would not leave home. I've tried to get him out several times. Even Angus Fraser was here a few weeks ago. We tried to get Wayne out.
What?
Some other guys were here, tried to get him out. Mike Gatton is coming in next month.
Yeah, Mike has been talking very much about his anxiety. A fine drive here by Dulwich. There was Camper single, it goes up to mid-off, and some overthrows, terrible work. And 1-2 fielders looking to finally back up. And they will actually come back now for the third run, benefiting from 2 overthrows. And runs are extremely vital, and you just don't want to be giving them away at this stage of the game. And Django with some loose work up at mid-off after doing the fielding, just throwing the ball at the non-striker's end. So Dulwich moves up now to 6, the same score for Graves, who comes on strike, 170 for 4. So yeah, so tell us about those efforts by yourself and Angus Fraser and Mike Gatton to come down with a crew for the 3-match test series.
Yeah, they're coming, and again, we're trying to get Wayne out.
Louis brings a defensive stroke on the front foot, head well over the ball. Graves pushes it up to mid-off, fielded by Django. There is no run, 117 for 4 at the end of the over. Louis' 8th, 2 maidens, none for 20.
Yeah, I mean, we have a ex-Middlesex players chat of which Wayne is in, you know, and the boys are always telling Wayne when they're going to be here and get together, and Wayne we just can't get him out.
Oh. I have to send him a message though. Wayne, if you're listening, good afternoon. I wonder if he still gets to that particular supermarket there in 6 Roads.
Oh yeah.
He gets there for sure.
Well,
COVID wouldn't stop him from going there.
No, he goes there. That's the only place he goes to get his tickets. He gets his tickets and then back home.
What a character, Wayne. The old Zephyr. What did you call him at Middlesex?
The diamond. He was more precious than gold. The diamond. He was given that name by Mike Smith.
Okay.
He said he was a precious diamond.
A precious diamond. He was an express fast bowler from Ronald Tree Cup days on the 15 playing for Princess Margaret. There was a combination of Seth and Z down the leg side, shaping to turn in a very strong Princess Margaret on the 15 side. Thelston Payne and Stephen Lord and Saltbag Jordan, Claremont, Saltbag Jordan. They had a very good team. You know, all Andrew Mason used to do at that time is to walk around the ground and try to be a commentator, but he couldn't come close to getting into the 15. And that was a period in the early 70s, I dare say. So we called the name Wayne Daniel, the original one, the Diamond, from Britain and St. Philip, former Barbados, Middlesex and West Indies fast bowler. Here is a fast bowler, Archibald, left arm, bowl short and cut positively over point. Dulwich means business from early. Wants to prove a point and into the boundary, his first, into double figures as well. 10 from 9 deliveries with 1-4. It's 121 for 4 Barbados Pride. Responding to first in his total of 172 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands. Here is Wayne Daniel, the original, his former Middlesex club mate, Roland Butcher, who would have enjoyed that stroke when he played in his debut test here at Kensington Oval way back in 1981 as the first black man to represent England.
Yeah, too short and too wide. It's not a bad ploy to bowl short at Shane Dowridge, but it's got to be more at his body. And, you know, I think a man at a leg slip position also would be a good option.
Archibald in again from the Joel Garner end, and Dowridge back and strokes it quite crisply down to mid-off and cannot score. 121 for 4. So Wayne Daniel, the namesake from Thornbury Hills, asking that we record the fact that there are a number of Bajan Yankees, Atlanta, Georgia crew. They're listening to the ball-by-ball commentaries. Thank you very much, Wayne and company. And he says especially Michael, in brackets, John Wayne Knight. So hello to the secondary Wayne Daniel of North cricketing fame from Thornbury Hill, Christchurch, and Michael John Wayne Knight. Picked short by Archibald and tucked behind square by Dulwich. For a single, he goes to 12. Graves has 6, 122 for 4. I like the approach here of Dulwich in sharp contrast to what we saw from some of the earlier batsmen led by the captain Craig Brafford and Shane Mosey. from last evening, not going down the line of being critical of their approach, but going at a target of 179 first to seek first in his lead, you still have to have that positive intent, Roland.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think many of the Barbados batsmen really have come out with that sort of intent. I think it's more on survival.
Archibald is into Graves and he's forward and pushes it into the covers. There is no run. As a matter of fact, as far as that is concerned, Mike Worrell, who played some cricket in England in the early 80s and then came back to Barbados, eventually made the West Indies B team to Zimbabwe back in 1983, played for Barbados at the first class level. And he sent me a message saying, "Hello Keith, I'm on vacation now and starved for some exciting, quote-unquote, red ball cricket. But I am being discouraged by the fact that you cannot bat for the times that the Barbados batsmen are occupying the crease and not scoring runs." So there are those who are either listening or following on the stream, and they don't feel encouraged by the approach, as this one is turned by Graves out to forward square, ends the over for Archibald and Barbados Pride 122 for 4. So there are those who, with the contacts, Roland, will express their feelings, and we share them with the public, nothing to hide, and make comparisons. We are here watching it and describing it, but those who are either listening or following it on YouTube with Cricket West Indies having set up excellent links where you can follow all 3 games. So now, yes, can you just magnify it a bit? I don't wear glasses like you, Andrew. You know what I mean? When you bring these little small words for me to read out, I think you're testing my eyes. It may be better if you forward me that message, Andrew, instead of me. That is about a 0.12% type that he has there, Roland.
No, but Keith, with Braille, you use your hands. You don't.
Oh, Braille. Yeah. Well, after a couple overs, Rakeem Cornwall returns to the attack. And let's look now at lunch. Mr. Louis had figures of 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. So just that solitary over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs, and Cornwall will replace him at the Malcolm Marshall end. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 28. Slip on a short leg, a bit square for Cornwall. His first delivery, back goes Dowrich and turns it through backward square for a single. The messages continue to come in. I'm still looking for that forward. Dowrich goes on to 12, 123 for 4. Karen Holder, good afternoon, cousin. Karen Springer, she is now, the wife of Hendy. And let me see what she's saying. This one is defended by Graves. And Hamilton, the keeper, picks up. There is no run. Graves is on 6, Dowrich 12, 123 for 4. So, yes, Karen, as far as I know, and I can say that with certainty, is a first cousin of Shane Dowrich. As they would say, there are 2 mothers' children, 2 sisters. To be more precise, Karen's mum and Shane's mum are sisters. So, I would just say good afternoon to you, dear cousin. And we hope that your cousin, Mr. Shane Dowrich, who's just gone back and cut behind point, can get some runs. He's anxious. He's the vice captain of this team. He wants to prove a point. The lead selector, the most honorable Desmond Haynes, has been here from early morning, as was the case yesterday. And he'll have a keen interest, no doubt, Roland, on how Dowrich progresses to see if he can get some runs and just tell the West Indies selectors, I am back. And 3 years ago when England came, as this next delivery from Cornwall, he pushes it up to the short middle and there is no run. He made a wonderful century. His captain then, Jason Holder, got a double century. And that was a tremendous test match in terms of West Indies crushing England right here at Kensington Oval. I'm certain you recall that quite vividly, Roland.
Yeah, certainly did. It was the last time that you could say that West Indies were dominant in the series in Test cricket, home soil, and that partnership between Holder and Dowrich here, with double century and a century, was vital in the series. I think Shane Durridge really would want to reclaim that sort of form that he had a few years ago to try and fight his way back into the West Indies team.
Archibald with 2 slips and a gully is in outside of the off stump, and no stroke from Graves. It goes through to Hamilton, 124 for 4. But let me go back to what you were saying about a couple of your Middlesex teammates in the chat that you have. Mike Gatton has been given a reminder that he's coming down. If I go back to your time rolling back in 1981, this is now 2022, what's the camaraderie like and continues to be with a couple of your Middlesex club mates who then played at the highest level? After this next delivery from Archibald, a drive and caught that first slip by Cornwall. Oh, a loose stroke. He must be bitterly disappointed. Justin Graves not moving his feet and driving at a half volley more or less from Archibald, the left arm pace, and an easy catch. The big racking Cornwall at first slip. Graves goes for 7, and Barbados Pride now in trouble, losing their 5th wicket with the score 124, replying to 172 for 9 declared. Here's Roland Butcher.
Yes, and Archibald teased Graves with a full-length delivery after a barrage of short deliveries. This one thrown up outside the off stump, full. And Graves drawn into the drive. Got a thick edge, the ball went a nice height, quick to the safe hands of Cornwall. He is a pretty good catcher in the slips. Doesn't drop many for a big man. But as you saw the ball going towards him, you could see that he was totally in control of that catch. Took it quite neatly to his right, quite easily as well. But Barbados now finds themselves in a little bit of bother. They've now lost their 5th wicket, the score 124. And Shamar Springer now coming to the crease. So really Barbados has still got a lot of work to do, Keith. They're not getting ahead of this game at the moment, and I think the Leewards will be quite happy with the way that they fought back.
Yes. And to my question about the camaraderie, you know what I mean, reminiscing, etc., with some of your Middlesex guys who played for you.
Listen, we're all still very good friends, all the guys that I play with. So the likes of Mike Gatton, John Embry, Paul Downton, Simon Hughes. I mean, I was on Simon Hughes' show last week. His show he's got in the UK, the analyst. Vincent van der Bijl, Wayne Daniel is in that. Norman Cowens, Mike Selvey. We're all in the same chat, and it's a daily. We chat daily. So we were good friends while we were playing, and it's continued after.
Okay, 2 slips and a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Cock-a-hoop, Leeward Islands. First delivery, Springer gets outside of the off stump from Archibald, and he lets it go, and then a mid-on forward screen, a fine leg to complete the field. One doesn't want to harp and keep reflecting, because you pick out an 11 rolling, you pick an 11, but there has been some discussion about the makeup of this Barbados side with the number of all-rounders in relation to playing an extra specialist bat. One would suggest that Shamar Springer coming out at number 7, you look at those to follow the seamers in Shamar, Holder, Hardin, Simmons, and then Jomel working the left arm spin, who bats right-handed, who fancies himself with the bat. But after this pair, if the Leewards can pick up another wicket here quickly, I think you would want to give them the edge to say, yes, we are on top. Because on paper, you look at a team, yes, Barbados, they may have the reserves set back with a couple problems vis-a-vis COVID, but Jonathan Drakes, who was in the original 13, is yet to play a first class game. So too the fast bowling all-rounder Akeem Jordan, and I think the one who would have advanced his cause and would have been picked, and then he was picked, but he too came down with COVID, and Zachary McCaskey, who got 113 not out in the last trial match at Devils Road, as Springer is on top of this one and plays it down to mid-off. There's no run. I think questions have been raised over the temperament of Springer. This is 6 years since he was one of the stars for West Indies, the champion team at the World Cup in Bangladesh. But in terms of his cricket progressing since then, a couple of question marks have been raised.
Well, I think, to be fair to Shamar Springer, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities. I mean, you can't do much without opportunities. So
Yeah.
he hasn't really had the opportunity in that time. It's been unfortunate.
Archibald is in, and he lets it go outside of the off stump with 2 slips and a gully waiting. The successful over has been completed. Archibald now with figures looking quite nice for him. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 25. Barbados Pride 124 for 5. Dowrich 12. Springer no score. Craig Braffett 29. Shane Mosley 13. Raymond Reefer 23. Jonathan Carter 25 and Justin Graves 7. Yes, you can continue with your point about the lack of opportunities available for Shamar Springer.
Yeah, since that under-19 World Cup final, really, he's had very limited opportunities to play for Barbados or to impress. I think what is important now is that he's got an opportunity now. And, you know, when you do get the opportunities, you've got to take them. So this is his opportunity.
Cornwall bowls to Dowrich, and Dowrich defends it down to short leg. There is no run as Django runs back to do the fielding. There's a solitary slip he has in Powell. Tall, hands on knees, and Dowrich head over the ball, plays Cornwall the off spinner back down the pitch on the offside. There is no run picked up by the bowler. Point, cover, mid-off. He has a long on right on the boundary. Then there's a short mid-on, straightish mid-wicket and deep backward square. Back goes Dowrich and turns it into the body, comes off the knee of Django at short leg and goes down behind square. Archibald runs in from that deep backward square position and they take a single. Dowrich now on to 13, 125 for 5. Cornwall gets through his overs quickly as Springer takes guard, and Roland will get a chance to elaborate on the point he was making about Springer and opportunities. Here's a big opportunity now to pull Barbados out of a hole, and he's back as this one turns in and plays it up to extra cover. There's no run. So Barbados Pride 125 for 5. Cornwall short, and Springer goes back and slices it down behind point. They've gone for 1, and he will turn and come back for the second as on the pivot, Carty gets onto the ball and returns it to the keeper. Springer gets off the mark for a couple. He's on 2 from 6 deliveries, 127 for 5. The Leeward Islands made 172 for 9 declared. This is the second session on day 2 of this opening round game here at Kensington Oval. A long forward is Springer. He's a tall, slim guy, and he plays it back on the pitch on the offside. The end of Cornwall's 15th over, 5 maidens, 1 for 33. Let's hear from Roland Butcher.
Yeah, Keith, and yes, he has got the opportunity now. Obviously, Barbados in a little bit of bother, but he's got a chance to show that he's a man for the crisis, that the situation doesn't bother him. He's batting with an experienced player who's got test hundreds, so really he can be comfortable in his mind that, you know, all he's got to do is just concentrate on what he has to do, and Shane Dowrich will assist him and guide him along the way. And so this really is a good opportunity for him. You can't do anything about the past. The last 4 years or so really has not been great for him, but he's in now. So make sure that you do something that when they come to pick the next team, your name is very much high on the list.
Archibald is into Dowrich short, and he's back and slaps it square on the offside, and there is no run. And Carty in that position seemed to have struck his left hand quite painfully. He's now holding it between his legs and showing a bit of concern. 2 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg just slightly forward of umpire Gregory Braffett, and the fine leg. Here's Archibald, left arm fast over the wicket from the Joel Garner end, and neatly turned down to fine leg by Dowrich for a single. So 14 he has, 128 for 5. Archibald is in his 14th over, 6 maidens, 3 for 25.
Yeah, returns pretty good by the left armour. I think his ball was pretty good control, and obviously the wicket column looks good. I mean, I guess in your 14th over on pitch, really that it's not really assisting you that much. I think he can be fairly pleased with his performance so far, and I think his team should also be.
Here's Archibald about halfway there, about to pass umpire blades now outside of the off stump. No stroke from Springer, 127 for 5. Did I get you to comment on the makeup of the side? It's already there, you know, it's in terms of the batting lineup.
Yeah, I think on the face of it, I guess when you look at the team, you may wonder whether you know, you would have been better suited with an out-and-out batsman. I mean, that would have been an option. You've got a lot of medium-pace bowlers, so you know, an out-and-out batsman would have been a good option.
Outside of your stump, Archibald, no stroke from Springer. You see, when we talk about batsmen, I got as far as Zach McCaskey. A couple other names have been debated, and the one which comes readily to mind is Demetrius Richards. This guy got a century and a couple half centuries. But they say he's a breath of fresh air, uncapped.
That may be true, Keith, but there's one before him, Tevin Walker. Don't forget, Tevin Walker has been one of our more consistent scorers in our domestic cricket for the last couple of years.
That is correct. More on that in a minute. Here's Archibald, bowls short, and Springer plays it down to extra cover and cannot score. Yeah, fielded by Django. Tevin Walcott, naturally, when he's been picked, it has been for his keeping first, if they batting as a plus. But
he has played as
a couple of times as a specialist batsman. Yeah.
Because that's a role he can play. You know, and obviously with Durridge back now, and if Durridge doesn't go back to the test team, his opportunities may be limited, so he may have to bat.
Archibald is in outside of the off stump. Springer lets it go to Hamilton. The over has ended, and Colin Archibald now 14 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 25. It's 127 for 5. Here's my friend, your first cousin, Andrew. I've done half an hour since the break, so oh yeah, he's there in the back. Perhaps it's time for a double change with Andrew and Lyndon. I'll try to assist him by doing one more over since Cornwall is bowling. Tells me he's getting ready. Lyndon is already ready. He is always the consummate professional, helped by the fact that he's a horse racing commentator, and he gets to the Garrison 2 hours before post time.
He's not he is the horse racing commentator.
Okay, he is the one. First delivery from Cornwall is pushed up on the offside, and there is no run. You can relax. When you always complete it, there will be a double change roll. And stay here for the next 5 balls, please. Let's do it clean. The way how Wayne Dumby Daniel want it done. This one is turned. Pick short down behind square. Archibald is the fielder, and Durridge picks up a single to move on to 15. Springer 2, 129 for 5. I dare say at this stage, I'm going to give the edge to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They made 172 for 9 declared. Pick short and back goes Springer and forced it between the point and cover. They've taken one. Springer's looking for a second, which really isn't on, and he has to retreat. Goes up now to 3, 130 for 5 as he went off the back foot and forced it out through the covers. And Cornwall has a slip and a short leg point. Extra cover mid-off. Terrence Ward at mid-off doing a couple bulls warming up. Long one is out on the boundary. Durridge is forward and whips it down to the straightish short mid-wicket in Thomas. There is no run. Then he has a man behind square. Thomas is actually behind square, and mid-wicket on the boundary. Oh, close one. Going back to force it, not taken cleanly by Hamilton. 130 for 5. This is the 60th over of the innings. 1 delivery left, and Cornwall in the 16th over, 5 maidens, 1 for 35. Durridge going down the pitch and doing a bit of gardening. Diminutive player he is. experience, and he's forward and defends. Squared up a bit, plays it down to the point, and there is no run. The fielder over at point is Carty. So, in response to our first innings total of 172 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Barbados Pride from an overnight 27 without loss are 130 for 5. Shane Dowrich 15, Shamar Springer 3. Another quick word from Roland Butcher, and then there will be a double change with Andrew Mason coming in, and he will be helped by Lyndon Yard.
Yeah, another tight over by Cornwall. He gets through his overs very, very quickly. As I said, the economy of effort in his action. Runs from very short, just wheels his arm over. So he gets through, perhaps gets through his overs quicker than any other spinner playing the game. And Andrew Mason, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you. Here's Archibald. Comes up now, bowls to Springer. Springer gets one outside the off stump. And the right-hander, tall and slimly built, comes across the line, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So Springer is on 3. Dowrich has gone to 15 quickly. And Barbados find themselves in a spot above it, 130 for 5, with just now Lyndon Yard, the bowlers to come. So this is an important partnership here.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Andrew. Good afternoon to listeners. And there's a key partnership here, especially for Springer, who would want to get a good score and kind of cement his place in the side.
He's on 3, and Archibald, who's looked good, comes in and bowls to him outside the off stump. Teasing Springer with that ball that was angled outside the off stump, going for that big drive. He says no, and it goes by to be taken by Hamilton. But what a change in the game with Carter dismissed just before the break, and so far after the break, 2 wickets going down. The game looks different now, doesn't it?
I'll tell you what, Andrew, deja vu, day 1, day 2. The Leeward Islands lost a wicket on the stroke of lunch.
Right.
Carter went before the stroke of lunch.
Right.
Immediately after lunch, Powell went. Immediately after lunch, Reefer went.
Yeah. I think you should buy some lotto tickets then. All right. I think it's over $1 million now as Archibald comes in, bowls to Springer. Springer's driving at the ball outside the off stump full, and the ball goes past his bat, full, taken by the keeper. The left-arm bowler operating from the northern end, angling the ball across the right hand. He looks good, Archibald. As I told you, I saw him could have been 2-3 years ago at Warner Park in Sugar City. Hello to all of our friends there. Love to go to Port Zante when I'm in St. Kitts, and he looked good and can give the ball a whack too. Looks fit, and I think is one that you can work with. He's not express pace, but he bowls good length and line. He's a good cricketer, and looks like a cricketer as well as he starts his run. Comes in from the northern end to bowl to Springer, and Springer is on the back foot to bowl on the off stump. Plays it square in the offside down to backward point for Carty to come forward to collect it. It's 130 for the loss of 5. Springer is on 3. Dowrich is on 15. Lyndon Yard.
Yes, good movement by Captain Hamilton to the rotation of his bowlers. He started with Archibald from the Malcolm Marshall end on the southern end of the ground. He switched him to the north with Joe Garner end. As I said, the rotation of the bowlers critical, and we've seen Cornwall from both ends. So he's not prepared to let the batsman get comfortable against the bowler from one.
I like to assess captains. I think tactically he's not a bad captain. I've seen him before. Here's Archibald, comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and full and wide, and Springer's saying no.
Let me be devil's advocate, Andrew. What do you mean by not a bad captain? I've never heard you use that term for Leon Johnson.
A pigeon flies away up towards New Orleans. Of course, New Orleans in Barbados, not the States, yes. We've got New Orleans next door, of course, Pickwick Gap, as we look out from this wonderful facility. We see the Central Bank. Well, can you see CBC, good old CBC? Can you see CBC from here?
Not from here.
No, and we can't see the St. George Valley, Keith. As Archibald comes in short and pulled away through the wicket. Lovely shot. Played by Springer. One will come back for the second. And a little bit of the Carlisle best in that shot as he just lifting that leg and tapping it nicely through mid-wicket for 2. So he now goes, good old Carlisle. You remember that 164 against England? Was that 1990, I think? Wonderful knock from him. Springer's 5, Dowridge 15. It's 132 for 5, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and the game nicely positioned now with Barbados. I think that they will be ruining the fact that they didn't take advantage of the early morning session. This session here between lunch and tea is going to be very critical. As a matter of fact, this is the session that undermined the Leewards yesterday.
Right.
And they were stifled by some penetrative, good testing bowling where they were. The Barbados side, Craig Braffett, the captain, just simply dried up their scoring opportunities.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And as a result of that, they more or less gave their wickets away.
Yeah, and in fact, he did it expertly with two of his experienced bowlers. He had Carter coming into the attack. Let's look at the figures of Carter, who's an underrated cricketer. 6 overs, 2 minutes, and he picked up 2 for 9. And also, I thought the performance of Justin Graves. Yes, 9 overs, 5 minutes, and he picked up a wicket for 21. Great economy from Justin Graves. I thought it was a good move to get him in. They drive the runs up, and then you know what happens. The lapse in concentration. And wickets fell like ripe mangoes. 132 for 5. Another change. He's ringing the change. Is that Louis coming back into the attack?
It looks to be.
Yes. First met him in St. Kitts. Father's from Dominica. Commentated as well. Here's the ball pitched to the off stump, and Dowridge is always so elegant. He's one of my favorite batsmen to watch, really. Comes forward and pushes down towards the cover area. Hello to all of our listeners wherever you are on Platinum there in Antigua, ABS Radio. Thank you very much indeed. I think, was it ZJB? They were with us yesterday from Montserrat. Hello to the Honourable Basil Morgan, who loved Kensington Oval. He said his good pal is Philo Wallace. I'm sure he's listening to the broadcast. 132 for 5. Here's Lewis. He comes in again to bowl to Dowridge, and Dowridge is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. That was pitched up, not all that wide, but just there, that chord of uncertainty. And Dowridge says, no, I won't be tempted. And the little man comes across the line, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper, watched by the Honourable Lead Selector Desmond Haynes, who's in that. Did you see the chair he's sitting in? It seems as if it's specially made for him. He's in a little corner by himself, and he only talks to Keith Holder. Doesn't talk to me.
Exclusive?
Exclusive, yes. Live and exclusive. Keith Holder's chomping away the lunch provided by the BCA. 132 for 5. Here is Louis. Comes up, he's in, and bowls. Dowridge allows the ball to go outside the off stump. He's testing his patience here. Dowridge walks away down towards square leg. Let's see what happens. This next ball, I think, is going to be even wider. And Dowridge has to be careful. 132 for 5. Lyndon.
I like the look of the little man from the time I saw him playing his first international game. He's a player that is easy on the eye.
Yeah, he is.
But I think what happens is when he gets ruffled, he goes into another gear. So I think that what Louis might want to do is adjust his line and more get Dowridge into playing rather than allow him to
He's on 15, waits on Louis, comes up again. He's in and bowls to Dowridge, and Dowridge is getting the ball full. It's the bottom of the bat, doesn't put it away, taps it rather gently down towards mid-on. There's no run. The Leewards are very much in this battle against the Pride. Just about, how do you read it now? 132 for 5 in pursuit of 170. Is it even, Stevens? Advantage Barbados? What's your thinking, Lyndon?
Yes,
tell me.
Barbados had a slight advantage going in.
Only slight.
Only slight. But with those 2 wickets that they lost after the result,
right,
I think the Leewards are just about tie with them.
Here is Louis, comes in, bowls a ball which is outside the off stump, too wide, and Dowridge says no, goes by to be taken by the keeper. How many balls, Miss Bell? I think we got 1 left in the over. I shall endeavour to run through the details for you. And Miss Bell has gone across to have a word with Keith Holder, her very good friend. Wonder what they're talking about. Maybe they're talking about me, you know, they always talk about me. But in every criticism, there's always a mild form of envy.
That's a
132 for 5.
That's a quote of the afternoon.
In every criticism, there's always a mild form of envy. 132 for 5. Write it down, my friend. Fair criticism is the kiss of death in the courtship of achievement. Tell that to Woody Richards. Here's the delivery, which is turned away neatly down towards fine leg by my good friend Dowridge. A lovely little shot. Wristily playing the ball down to a fine leg. Long leg comes across to the right to pick it up. Dowridge gets a single and pinches the strike. So, at the end of the over, Dowridge goes to 16, Springers on 5. 133 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
Again, and what we've seen today, Andrew, is that the batsmen have looked very comfortable. Most of the batsmen have looked very comfortable. The wicket has played good. The bounce has been consistent. But what we haven't seen is that the batsmen have not gone on. As a matter of fact, halfway into day 2, and we've only had 1 half-century in the game.
It's an interesting point you're making, and I'm sure that Carlisle Best, who's a student in the game, would want to look toward a batsman at the top can get the ball off the square.
Yeah.
If you understand. Because when you look at it, you know, Mosley is trying to still find his feet. We know that Brathwaite is the type of a cricketer who is going to work the ball around. Then there's Reefo, who's that kind of a batsman as well. Carter's the only one that perhaps will come and, you know, and of course the others. So it's an interesting Barbados construct where when you look at the first 6 or so, the only one that will score quickly, one will say is Carter.
It's Carter.
You agree with that?
Most definitely. But in that case, and they're going to score quickly, you have Craig batting.
Yes.
The others are going to have to dig in and make their wicket be valuable.
I agree with that. This is why I still think that Josh De Silva should be in an ODI squad. I've said it for a long time because I think what we need is someone to go at the top. A couple of years ago when he played and won for the under-23s, here's a delivery which is on the line of the middle stump as Cornwall continues. Coming forward as Doward plays the ball to the pitch, there's no run. I think he's a kind of cricketer, from what I've seen, to play in the ODIs, bat at the top, bat around him, get to 60 or 70, and that could give you 270, 280 that you can defend. Here's a delivery which is given lots of air by Cornwall, the big man, and pushed away down to short mid wicket. The fielder in that position, like say Louis, let's look at the field. There's a slip, there's a forward shot, like a backward point, there's a short extra cover, mid-off, there's a long on, whitish, there's a mid-wicket. Here is Dowridge forward, pushes to mid-wicket, ball in the leg stump. To continue the field, there's a man at square leg backward and a man on the mid-wicket boundary. So rather interesting field. They know Doward, he loves that swing away on the onside. So they've got a man down by the Greenwich and Haynes stand. So
forward short leg.
Yep, and there's also a forward short leg. Here is Cornwall, comes in, bows to Dowridge. Dowridge is off the back foot, forces the ball away, down to that short mid-wicket. So there's a long on whitish, and there's a mid-wicket straight. Interesting field here. And Hamilton, who knows the game, seems to be a student of the game, the keeper.
He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, he knows that his team is in this. 133 from 5. Cornwall comes up, he's in bowls, and he's on the back foot. A quicker delivery, good variety there, had to hurry that back defensive shot. The ball came away down to that mid-wicket area for Louis to pick it up to end the over. So at the end of it, Dowridge is kept on 16, Springer's 5. And Barbados starting the day at 27 without loss, then by lunch 100 and 10 for 3. They've gone to 133 for 5, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And we've been blessed with sunshine all day. Beautiful day for cricket. The outfield, lush green, and a wicket that has a bit of green in it, but it's played a lot better on the second day than it did do on the first day.
Yep.
What bothers me here, Andrew, is that the batsmen are yet to capitalize. It is the kind of wicket that at least somebody ought to have gotten a 90 or close to 100.
Yeah.
And we've got 150. I keep lamenting that 150 in the game thus far.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's allowed, despite not losing wicket, I'll get back to that after this delivery. Louis comes up now. He's in and bowls to Springer. And Springer is coming onto the front foot, ball in the off stump. Good length, pushes up towards mid-on. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. And sometimes you can invite pressure. You know, despite the fact that you may be 60 without loss, but you're not dominating, and then all of a sudden, spinner comes in inside out onto the pad. The captain takes the square leg to forward short, in the city point comes in, and you saw that this morning. And Barbados have not been able to bat with any tremendous freedom, and they've lost wickets, and they've been some victims of their own indiscretion as well. Here's Louis from the southern end, comes in, bowls to Springer. Springer on the back foot, a short of a length, and no ball is called by umpire Brathwaite, the man from St. Philip's South, and he signals a no ball. Very stylish man is umpire Brathwaite. Have you ever met umpire Brathwaite? Very stylish.
He even talks easily.
Oh, he talks easily.
Easy on
and he sends some posts. He seems to be a big Christian as well. Yes, he's very religious, apparently.
I think you can ask.
What about the other umpire? Have you ever spoken to him?
Jonathan Blades?
Yeah, umpire Blades.
A cool guy.
Very cool. Doesn't talk a lot.
Not a lot.
Sometimes in local cricket, you try to ease the conversation. He says yes, no, and that's it.
He selects his conversation.
Yeah, great economy of words as well. Here is Louis, comes in and bowls outside the off stump, full and wide, and fighting that drive, and Springer knows that his side and it's bother. And he doesn't go after that cheese like the rat. And he says no. And allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. But this is good bowling. Just testing the batsman's resolve, his patience. It may run out. You never know. He looks to the skies. Lovely weather in Bridgetown as they look on the far side of the ground. The Barbados flag and the West Indies flag dancing rather merrily in the wind. Here we go. as it's Louis. All arms and legs comes up. He's in and bowls. Outside the off-stump, that's even wider. And it goes by to be taken by the keeper. And immediately, Jamar Hamilton runs up the pitch to have a word with Louis. What do you think he's going to tell Louis?
Well, I was hoping you would want to tell him you needed to attack the stumps.
Attack the stumps,
because bowling the ball to the keeper is really not ideal. And I think this is really Barbados' side is basically allow the Leewards to get back into the game.
Right.
They've not pressed on the gas.
They haven't pressed on the gas.
Wait on the bad balls.
Okay.
And the islands have adopted this policy of just bowling outside of the stumps rather than making the batsman play. So you got to take the initiative. You are slightly ahead of the game. You can grind them into the ground.
Right.
You know, but if you're just going to soak up balls, allow them to bowl the ball wide, not saying to chase the balls.
Right.
But you got to look for scoring opportunity. Rotation of a strike is
very
key
important. Right.
Rather than one batsman facing 4 balls per over.
It's interesting construct well because when you look at the Barbados team, it's not a team of dominating batsmen. You know, when you look at it, we look at it in a minute. As Louis comes in and bowls, pitched up, a little bit of outswing. Now that's very well bowled indeed. You could see that ball started. We got a good view. No, we're not right to be over the keeper. We may be over second slip. That ball, you could see it started on the line of the middle stump, and by the time he played, it was on his off stump.
And I think that Dawich...
He looked a little square as well.
Yeah, he was squared up. Dawich came down to have a word with him because noticeably, Andrew, the ball was pitched up and he played from inside the crease.
He played from inside the crease.
He didn't get in the stride because 3 balls prior, he was wide of the stumps. Right. He didn't have to play. Right. Then the next ball was wider. He didn't have to play, and now catches him.
I think Hamilton told him to bowl at the stumps. He's in and bowls outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Maybe not on that occasion, following his captain's instructions. But I think there's a clear plan here.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely. I would personally like to see this young man Springer get a good knock here.
Yeah.
A good score because he's a what I call a fringe player. He doesn't have a guarantee.
He
doesn't have a guaranteed play.
No.
There's been some words for him from a long time. He didn't get a player looking last year. And you got to grab the opportunity.
Grab the opportunity.
Put a score there on the board so that when there's a player up for grabs, your name remains in the
I agree with that. So, of course, he knows that he's got to battle away. Barbados have found themselves in a spot about there. 134 for 5. Here is Louis. Comes in, bowls to Springer. Springer is turning the ball away neatly through mid-wicket for 1. That's all they'll be. And he's happy to see the length and line just in about that leg stump. He just worked it neatly to the onside to pick up a single as Django went after it. So we come to the end of another over. How many overs have we had now? Susan, 64 overs gone. The rate is 2.11 Barbados, so 135 for 5, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And remember, this is in response to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who made 172 for 9 innings closed. Andrew, you like that term, innings closed? Because they use the term declared.
Yes, innings closed.
But it was a situation where there was no other batsman to bat.
Okay, so it's innings closed.
So I like this term, innings closed.
Okay, fair enough.
You can put the declaration fine, but if I'm going to read a scorecard, Susan Bell's scorecard says 170
innings closed.
I believe the captain declared the innings.
Okay.
But a situation where you had a situation that the number 11 batsman was not available to bat.
Okay, so therefore it's innings closed. Okay, but the captain could have declared too.
He had no choice.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, he could say, look, I declare. So what do you do in that situation then, Keith? I mean, suppose the captain says, look, I declare. You just say innings closed as well?
Well, if he says he's declared, then what's the player?
Is it 172 for 9 declared or innings closed?
Innings closed.
Here is Cornwall, whose innings is not closed. He's looking to get back into the West Indies side, being watched by the Honourable Desmond Leo Haynes, the man from, is it Haynesville? No, it's Holders-Hill. Holders-Hill, man, a wonderful part of Barbados has produced some wonderful cricketers as well. Here's Cornwall, comes up now, he's in, and bowls short off the back foot and helped really, poor delivery. And it goes down to mid-wicket. Very careful as he went back and just pulled it down to mid-wicket for 1. There's a fielder on the boundary. And with number 9 on his back, let me see who that fielder is.
Carty,
good old Carty from St. Martin. Hello to all of our friends in St. Martin. I hear my phone in the background going. Maybe Ezra Stewart is calling me. He's been sending me some very long WhatsApp messages as usual. Short of a length and played away. Down towards the boundary at backward square. Will it get to the boundary? It does. It's a poor delivery again. And on the back foot goes Dawich. And when you get those, that's meat and drink. And he helped it away for 4. Barbados go to 140 for the loss of 5. Well played, Dawich.
Yes, a poor delivery there from Raheem Cornwall. He usually is just spot on, just in front of the bat. He forces the batsman to play, but then he has these deliveries and he pulls the balls down and allows the batsman to score quite freely. He got away with the previous delivery because that ball that went down to the deep mid-wicket position for one really should have been put away.
It should have been put over the Windies instead. It was short. It was a rank long hop. He comes in again to bowl to Dowridge, and Dowridge is covering up a better length, and he pushes it into the offside. That's what you got to do. It goes out to cover. Just wait for those bad balls. They'll come, 140 for 5, so they trail by 32 now. Here is the big man. Here's Cornwall as he comes in to bowl to Dowridge, and Dowridge is forward. One given some air. Played down to long on for a single. There's a lovely sound coming into the CBC microphones as Thomas moves to his left down at long on to pick it up. And it's Dowridge jogging the single to go to 21. Springer's on 7. And as we end the over, at the end of it, 141 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
And this is a period where the Barbados team are asserting themselves back in the ascendancy, because the Leewards, maybe they'll probably go for a bowling change again because they need to make something happen. They've adopted the same approach after the interval. They have gotten 2 wickets, but I just like to see some more pressure being applied. I want to see the batsmen being made to work for their runs rather than just allow them to stay at the wicket. The policy, for what I'm seeing here, is to bowl 4 balls away to the off stump, 1 at the stump, and then there's 1 in the middle of the wicket. So its applied is not really forcing the batsman under any pressure whatsoever. Maybe the odd injudicious shot or rush of blood may come into play, and I think they're more relying on that, but I want to see them making them play. They have occupied the 2 slips for the day, which has been good. The captaincy has been reasonably good in terms of his rotation of the bowlers.
Well, it's going to be Louis to continue. He's up, and ball's pitched up and whipped away down towards the fielder on the boundary coming in from long leg. It was full, and Archibald comes off the boundary. The batsman being Dowridge might have been looking to get that more to backward square and gets a run for that. Looks a bit disappointed he wasn't able to accept his dessert, really. It was full, it was juicy. And Lyndon Yarrow, you would have maybe hit that into New Orleans.
Yeah, he came a little too far.
Oh, yes, he came too far inside the line. And now he rehearses the shot. He's a wonderful batsman to watch, Dowridge. 22 he's got. It's 142 for 5. The partnership has realised 18. Here's Louis. Comes into bowl to Springer. And Springer is getting a wide ball outside the off stump. Allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. I shall now endeavour to run through the Dales, the player for you. Let me tell you, Mosley caught Powell ball, Archibald 13. Brathwaite, he was out, caught by Hamilton, a loose shot by Brathwaite, a swipe from Brathwaite. We don't often see that, 29. Carter caught Hodgeball, Cornwall 25. Reefer, first ball after the break, caught Hamilton to keep off Archibald for 23. And then a loose shot, a drive by Graves, caught it slip by Cornwall off Archibald for 7. Louis comes in to bowl to Springer. Springer is forward, ball in the off stump, guides it down to backward point, and there is no run. Now, in terms of the bowling, let me give you the follow wickets. 1 for 36 Mosley, 2 for 61 Brathwaite, 3 for 104 Carter, 4 for 110 Reefer, and 5 for 124 Graves. The bowling, Archibald 15 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 28. One that you should keep your eyes on. I like Archibald. Henry, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. Devon Thomas with his very brisk medium pace, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 15. Cornwall, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 41. Louis, who's bowling now, 10 overs and 3 balls, 2 maidens, none for 24. And Ward, who hasn't bowled a lot, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Louis again comes in to bowl to Shamar Springer, the chest roll man. And this ball is on the leg stump, and the ball is turned off the hip down to long leg for 1. A bit of awkward shot, but a bit of bounce there. And the batsman will get that single. So he gets 1 to go up now to make him 8. It's 143 for 5. You remember the chest roll?
I will say he played that one off the chest, Andrew.
Yeah, he did, yes. Awkwardly as well. Lifted on him. And he's the chest rolled man.
There aren't a lot of batsmen that like the ball in that area.
No, they don't.
It's a very uncomfortable area.
West Indian batsmen are not as aggressive as they used to be. We don't see the Richards and the Calituran and the Fredericks, in terms of hooking and pulling. Very few West Indian batsmen do that, I find nowadays. 143 for 5.
I would say very few West Indies bowlers bowl short balls.
Yeah, that's true. Louis goes back to his mark. Experience that come from Dominique is I think born in St. Kitts, but I know he's got a strong Dominican connection. 143 for 5 as he comes in from the southern end, all arms and legs, comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and Dowridge, the little man, just walks across the crease, allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. Plays for YMPC, the same club, of course, of Joe Garner would have played for YMPC at one stage as well, did he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he played for YMPC. Did Collis King have a shot at YMPC as well?
He did.
And of course, Dwayne Rommel Smith, the man from Story Gap, who is still to tell his story.
Sherwin Campbell.
Sherwin Campbell, yeah. Yeah, Anderson Cummins. What's become of Anderson Cummins, Keith Holder? You know everybody's business. He's in Canada. He lives in Canada, making big money, I'm sure. Here's a ball outside the off stump, and Louis will want to make big money, but he's got to get into the West Indies team first.
Your good friend Max Walker.
Max Walker, yes. What's become of him?
You have to answer.
What's become of Max Walker, Keith? He used to patrol the gates at one time. He's still a room attendant? He's had that job for over 50 years now, I would imagine. Good old Maxie, those, Max Walker, that slinging action, like Max Walker, the former Australian fast bowler. So, gentlemen, we've come up to the first hour. Before you do an assessment, let me tell you that it's 143 for 5, Springer 8, Dowridge 22 for his assessment of the first hour after the break. At lunch, here's Lyndon Yard.
Once again, Andrew, in this session, I would say that the Leewards would have enjoyed themselves. The fact that they got 2 early wickets into this session keeps them into the game. Towards the latter part of the session, the latter part of the first hour, I'll say the last 45 minutes, let's say half an hour, they've really allowed the game to slip away from them somewhat, because having gotten those 2 wickets, I thought that they eased the pressure somewhat by going on the defensive. They maintained the 2 slips. At one stage, we saw the fielder at the point being positioned out on the boundary, and I thought that made it a lot easier for the batsman to score. And then the fact that they weren't asked to score because the batters in Dowridge and Springer have had a lot of deliveries to leave alone.
Okay, now let's look first of all at Springer. 8 runs, 31 balls, Dowridge 22, 43 balls, 2 fours.
What I'll say is that both batsmen have looked very easy on the eye.
Yeah.
There's nothing really to trouble them, but at the same time, from a bowling perspective, the bowlers aren't bowling enough balls in those areas that are going to force them to play.
Right. I agree with that.
Welcome back, Abdul.
Abdul, how are you, Abdul? Did you enjoy the lunch compliments of the BCA? It was lovely, eh?
It was fantastic.
Have you had flying fish since you've been here? Have you had cuckoo, flying, the national dish?
No, I haven't had that yet.
Okay, well, Keith Holder is going to take you. Are you going to be here on Saturday?
I might do.
Okay, fine. Keith is going to take you. Keith, where do you get that cuckoo and flying fish from? That gentleman that gives you extras? Keith, there's a gentleman. He told me about when we were down at the Nation covering the matches. And there's this gentleman that would give him extra food. Hence, Keith will go to the gentleman. Got to pay for the food, Keith. But it's our national dish. Cuckoo and flying fish.
Well, you know what they say, when in Rome, do what the Romans do.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. But you're enjoying Barbados, aren't you?
I am enjoying it like nothing I think has been before. It's
wonderful.
It's an amazing experience.
Yeah. I think what you should do is to buy a house on the West Coast. You can go to Sandy Lane. Rihanna's got a house that tells me, Keith Holder tells me it's over $1 million in worth. Or you can even go up just past Cost You Less. Yeah, they'll charge me for the commercial. Stand one or two of our cricketers up there.
You're making a big assumption on my disposable income.
I understand it is quite generous, I'm told. Yes, we got some lovely houses in Barbados. A wonderful country that's been very well managed, There have been periods when we've not been that well managed, but generally, I think since independence, Barbados has really been good in terms of the management of its economy. Things are rough now, and the job is left to Auntie Mia to pull it around. 143 for 5.
What is your impressions of play after lunch?
Because remember the
two
break.
Quick wickets to the Leewards.
Yeah,
kind of gifts as well.
It's taken the courses throughout the
Before
2
lunch.
days.
Yeah.
About. No one side has over-dominated.
Exactly.
But you get the feeling Barbados are still in front by a furlong.
By furlong? That's a lot.
I like that.
That's a lot.
Huh? I was using the race.
Yeah,
I like that.
What do you think Dean Springer would say? I think he'd say 4.5. Because you gentlemen, it's interesting to listen to horse racing. You always get to the point where you say a furlong and a half to go.
Furlong and a half to
yes,
go. That's
I
when
like
they're
that.
just about heading for home.
Just when they're heading for home, and there are no more turns. And there are no more turns.
That's his national anthem. There are no more turns.
No,
people fault him for it.
Yes.
However, he's correct.
Yeah.
When they swing for home, there's just no more turns. It's
no
one
more
line,
turns.
as he says now, there's one line between dash. What? A line between the dash for cash.
Okay. No, it's interesting. And your horse racing commented. You've been on for a long time. Of course, we've got Mr. Elvis Howard, who's just come into the box. Hello, Elvis, the chairman of the youth selectors. We're going to make that change soon. I think you've been in that job too long, Elvis. But you're doing a good job. We got a who's that gentleman in the box, you know? Oh, it's young Kevin Wickham. Oh, wonderful. Hello, Kevin. How are you, my friend? I spoke to you. You were on Mason. Should have been on Mason, I guess. But your coach came. Good to see him. I would have put him in the reserves, you know. Yes, I would have put him. Haven't made that 100. Yes, Keith. Haven't made that 100. I would have got him in the reserves. Yes. We got to look after this young man. He's talented. 143 for 5. So Kevin Wickham is going to be speaking to us. And of course, he's got his chairman of selectors. So it's a St. John man. In the box, Elvis Howard. So we're going to do that change now.
And your good friend Woody Richards.
Woody Richards, who was very upset with me about something, but Woody's always upset, yeah? I don't know why. It looks like Terrence Ward is finally going to bowl. He's in bowls outside the off stump. And Springer allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. There's a call for me. Maybe someone can answer the phone. Can you answer the phone for me there, sir? It could very well be someone calling to tell me that I'm talking foolishness. 143 for 5. Here's the delivery, which is outside the off stump. Off the back foot goes Springer, just taps the ball rather gently into the offside. Down to cover, there's no run. I don't mind, though, because despite the criticism of Jason Holt, he thinks that I'm his favorite commentator. So, hello, Jason. I'm sure you're listening. He likes when I say, oh, my golly. Hello, Jason. Wonderful man. And the phone has been going. Sure that David Green will tell me exactly who called. Sure that all of the cricketers there in India will be checking the West Indies YouTube channel. Thanks to all these gentlemen. Off the back for them, banged away through the offside. Will have the legs to get to the boundary. Dorridge, a busy player, gets one. Will he come back for the third? No, he won't. Maybe another day he might have done that with short ball by Ward and played away through the offside. Through cover for 2. Getting a little bit easier for Barbados there, 146 for 5. A very important partnership of now 22. And with that, Dowers goes to 24. Here's Ward, who bowls in his cap. Will continue to attack. And he's going to bowl to Dowridge. He's on from the northern end. And he's forward and drives out to cover. A bit full, and there's a cover deepish for 1. Eyes open very wide there, and was stroked away for a single down to cover deepish, and a single to Dowridge. He's a free scoring batsman. He now goes to 25. It's 147 for 5. Kevin Wickham, I think he's from Market Hill. Is that Market Hill? He's from Market Hill in St. George. So he's in St. George North. Should be taken care of by Tony Moore. Here's a drive, ball pitched up by Ward outside the off stump and stroked away down to cover for 1 to carry the score to 148 for 5. And Dowridge is on 25. Springer's gone to 10, so it'll get a little bit easier.
A product of the Grant Ellen School, Andrew?
Yeah, and you know, as I said, I would have certainly put him in my reserves. Yes, I would have put him in my reserves. Yes, I mean, 104. Got to get this young man in. I would have put him in the... And Keith Holt agrees with me, although he wouldn't say it on air. Here's the delivery. It's given some air, and he's down the pitch. The Ward is getting one, floated on the line of that leg stump, and Dowridge driving down to long on for 1. So what is it now? 149 for 5. Springer is on 10, and with him is Dowridge. He's gone to 26. 149 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and at the moment, 149 for 5. You'll see that Barbados are inching further ahead, Andrew, simply because the pressure's been eased off. We see Ward being switched from the Malcolm Marshall end to the Joe Garner end. And speaking about switch, we're going to make a switch because Keith and his guests are about
Kevin
to
Wickham.
arrive. Kevin Wickham.
He's got a good name.
Barbadian,
What if he's related to Peter
batsman,
Wickham?
who has a good story. Oh, Andrew. Oh, Andrew.
Okay.
You spilled the water.
I spilled some water, public juice, but everything will be fine. Is Kevin related to Peter Wickham. Do you know that? No, you hardly think so. Okay. All right. So it's 100. What is it? 149 for 5.
149 for 5. Keith Holder comes a calling, and he will have a special guest in the West Indies under 19 batsman Kevin Wickham, who got 100 against Zimbabwe. He also got 100 on debut against Empire at Bank Hall, and that was the way he announced himself. And a very, very bright prospect for the Barbados and West Indies for the future. And we're going to have a bowling change. It looks as though Devon Thomas is going to come back, and he's going to pick it up from the Malcolm Marshall end, replacing Jeremiah Louis with Barbados Pride. 149 for the loss of 5. This is in response to the Leeward Island Hurricanes total of 172 for 9 innings close. Here is Thomas' first delivery, and onto the back foot goes Dulwich, as I welcome back Keith Holder. And that's the next voice you will hear, and he'll be joined by his guest Kevin Wickham. Keith?
Well, thank you very much, Lyndon, and that was a no ball as well. So it takes the score to 150, bring up the Barbados Pride score 150 for 5. Now, Lyndon, I'll tell you what, I actually have, quote unquote, 3 guests before you do your substantive bit. Kevin Wickham, the chairman of the Barbados Youth Selection Panel in Elvis Howard, and Woody Richard, who would promise to come ever since this morning to talk about that record last wicket partnership by the Windward Islands against. Woody says he just needs 2 minutes. And then, Kevin, you can settle yourself.
91 minutes.
So 150 for 5. This is the 11th over by Thomas. 4 maidens, 1 for 16. A busy afternoon here in the commentary box. And Woody is well masked up. Short delivery. Injudicious stroke being played by Dulwich. He was outside of the off stump. He looked for the pull. Miss, and it went through to Hamilton. He is on 26. This is a vital knock, not only for himself, but for the sake of Barbados Pride, responding to a first in his total of 172 for 9 declared. Springer has kept company. On 10, he's been in for 48 minutes. Springer, 69 minutes. Dulwich, 150 for 5. And here is the medium pace of Thomas outside of the off stump. 2 slips and a gully waiting. No stroke from Dulwich, taken by Hamilton. So Craig Braffett 29, Shane Mosley 13, Raymond Reefer 23, Jonathan Carter 25, and Justin Graves 7. Archibald 15 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 28. Henry 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. Thomas in his 11th over, 4 maidens, 1 for 16. And this one screws Dulwich up, and he will get a boundary down between the second slip and gully to third man as the ball bubbles over the rope in front of the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. Dulwich moves to 30 with his third boundary, 51 balls. Barbados Pride 154 for 5. They came together, Dulwich and Springer at 124. Good afternoon to you, Adriel, Woody, Richard. How are you in 2022, Woody?
I'm doing pretty well there, Keith. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to listeners wherever you are. I know you're also on the stream for Cricket West Indies.
Yes, well, I've been calling your name all morning and afternoon because...
I've been busy, Keith. I've been busy.
You've been busy, yeah. You're the stats expert. People talking about stats men over the years, but you're the silent one. And a drive down through mid-off. Lovely shot by Dulwich. Went to the right of mid-off and into the boundary. He's picked the gap between the Coppin, Cozy and Short Media Center and the Hewitt and Ennis stand.
You got to say Gregory Braffett signaled that for in grand style.
Yeah, we've been saying that he has a lot of flair and style and fashion, whatever pretty words you want to put there, Woody. 158 for 5.
I've got a question before we get to these stats.
That's no problem, and I want to say when this over is completed that I'm really happy to see the spirit that you are in, Woody, and I will explain why. As Thomas bowls to Dulwich and he goes back and defends it a couple feet on the pitch square, and there's no run. The over has been completed with Dulwich 34, Springer 5, Barbados Pride, Springer 10, Barbados Pride 158 for 5. Would they know it has been a difficult last few weeks for you? You lost your beloved wife, Yolande, in the Yuletide month there of December. And I'm glad, as a religious man, that you've been able to, as they say, toughen up. And with 2 young children, 2 teenagers, I know it must be a challenge, but where there's a will, there's a way.
Yes, Keith, and you know that all too well, and so I'm grateful as well for the words or kind words of so many from near and far. Even had a few West Indies legends reach out and even offer me condolences and sympathies. People like Mikey Holden, Colin Croft, who's my good friend, and others have reached out. The most honourable Desmond Haynes, all of them have certainly helped me to get through a tough period.
So Ward, the off spinner, forces the defensive stroke from Springer and he pushes it down on the onside. And young Mr. Kevin Wickham, good afternoon to you, young man.
Good afternoon to you too.
Good. What lovely voice. So you're following the protocols, and like Woody, you are well mastered. I wish that Andrew Mason would return to see how protocols must be done during commentaries once your voice is that audible as the second delivery off the back foot is forced into the covers and a single taking him on the 11 Springer 159 for 5. Yes, Woody?
I have a silly question for you, but it's not really silly. What do you think about Shane Dorrich maybe moving up the batting order in light of the lack of batting choices, maybe the number 3? Could answer that.
Back he goes and turns it very fine off the off spinner Ward, heading out towards the boundary, but be pulled back just inside as they go through for 2 comfortable runs. And Dorrich 36, 161 for 5. Barbados pride with him is Springer on 11. It's a good question because I was having discussions by way of WhatsApp with Jamal Smith and about 10-15 minutes ago, and then another former Barbados player in relation to scores and the question of who should or should not be in a Barbados setup. And discussions for later as Dorrich drives down to long on for a single, and with that single he now goes on to 37, 162 for 5. Let me look at Susan's monitor. A partnership of 38. They're scoring at 2.36 runs and over. Yeah, with his experience, I dare say, Woody, driven into the turf, spectators catch Springer using his feet back to Ward. There is no run. You know this guy Terence Ward very well. Why do you think he continues to bowl in a cap, Woody?
I have no idea. The only person I know who does that really consistently is Haley Matthews.
Barbados and West Indies women's player turned down behind square, and there is no run, 162 for 5. So let's talk about the records, Woody. You've said that you only have a couple minutes to spare before we get into Kevin.
Yes.
That last wicket partnership.
Between Chandapal and Shivnarine Chandapal and Brandon Best. It was against Barbados, and it was here at Kensington Oval in a match played between the 9th and 12th of March in 2012. Guyana won that match by 66 runs. Barbados made 317 in the first innings, half centuries for Brathwaite, Omar, Phillips, Carter, and Shane Dorrich, as coincidence would have it. And then Guyana, in response, made 441. At one stage, they were 329 for 6. And then Brandon Best and Chandapal put on 115 for that last wicket. And they were all out for 441. And then Barbados in the second innings, really, well, a sorry tale. They were all out for 58, with Narsingh Deonarine, of all people, taking 7 for 26 from 12 overs.
Down the leg side, Thomas bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end to Dorrich. He shaped the turn, and it went through to Hamilton. And the reason why we've invited Adriel Woody Richard to talk about that, the Windward Islands 339 all out after being 215 for 9 against Guyana here at Kensington Oval. Again down the leg side, again Dorrich shaping the turn, again he misses, taken by Hamilton, 162 for 5. So the record, Woody, then has been broken by the pair of Preston McSween with 86 off 103 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes. And Sherman Lewis not out 31 from 111 balls, 3 boundaries, and that total of 339 at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. Here's Thomas again into Dulwich, short, and he pulls. He likes to pull Dulwich out through mid-wicket. Heading out towards the boundary, touch and go, and gets there now. So Dulwich, with his 5th boundary, moves into the 40s on 41 from 58 balls. Springer has 11. Barbados Pride looking to continue this partnership for the 6th wicket, now worth 42. 166 for 5, responding to a first innings total of 172 for 9 declared.
Going back to that game and you were talking about the record, Keith. That was
yes.
Shirley Clark was starting with a bang.
Shirley Clark, who's now the
head coach of the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
And the father of
Kyle Mears.
Okay.
He starts with a bang. And he's also a Carlton man as well.
Yes. Short ball and pulled again by Dulwich. Much square on this occasion, more through forward square. And the ball is trickling to the boundary. And one of the members on the electronic scorecard shows that he has footballing skills in a green shirt. That's the wear they have. And he kicks it back into the field of play. And Dulwich, with 2 consecutive boundaries, goes to 45, 170 for 5. You like that shot again, Woody? I know, Woody, apart from being a long-standing journalist, you like to coach this Barbados team. Why do you like to do that, Woody?
Because, Keith, we've all come along. We've seen good cricket.
Yes.
And what I do not like to see is foolish cricket being played. That's the honest truth. So I know you've got Kevin here with us, Kevin Wickham.
Yes, well, I don't want you to leave just yet, Woody, because I know you say you had 2 minutes, but I want to use your journalistic skills to help my cause talking to this teenage bloke from St. George.
Yeah, but just by the way, I'm glad you described me as long-standing because yesterday, Lance Whitaker wanted to put the label of veteran on me. And I told him, well, yes, I may be pushing close, to 30 years in this business.
Here's Thomas. And this one comes off the inner portion, looking to flick it. He's going to challenge for the 2nd run. And Springer gets home at the non-strikers, and I was looking at Dulwich's end, and they pick up a couple. So 172 for 5, Dulwich 47. But if you understand, yes, they're level. I understand that Andrew was pointing that out. Yeah. You see, the over has come to a close. So you believe that veterans should now be reserved for only a guy like myself, and perhaps to a lesser extent Andrew. He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, both you are Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I just want you to qualify that.
Yeah, veterans.
But you are a veteran in terms of the number of years around with it. How many years now when you came over from Commermere and you went into Queen's Park and said, I'll take it for the commentaries?
I think that's about, since 1988, that's about 34 years ago or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, well, join me for a few minutes in terms of having the presence of Kevin Wickham, and then we'll have Elvis Howard, the chairman of the Barbados Youth Selection Panel.
Oh, a man who pushing should be on the senior Barbados panel. How can you have a man be so successful at the junior level?
Okay, Woody. Okay, Woody. Let the blood churn up. Speak. Talk your talk, Woody. Let the blood churn up.
My Elvis Howard should have been elevated every side. All due respects to all the other gentlemen who'll be there, but you can't have someone who's had such great success identifying talent at the young level. He has an eye for it.
Okay, using his feet and driving a lovely shot down the ground on the own side. Really played with timing. They tapped the bats, and growing in confidence is Springer, who now with his first boundary goes up to 15. It also brings up the 50-run partnership, now worth 52. And Barbados Pride go ahead of the Leeward Islands by 4 runs on first innings at 176 for 5. Yes, Woody?
I'm very happy to see this young man in this team. I know that the discussion yesterday centered around all the Pacers, but I'm happy to see him in the squad.
Back he goes
in the 11 too.
Toward and plays out to mid-wicket. But you called me, Woody, on the eve of this game, and the way you started to lecture, if Springer didn't play, I was intending to bring a couple cardiologists around the place for you.
No, I got a lot of time for him, Keith. I mean, you got this young talent. We'll talk about it.
Here's Ward in again to Springer. Springer is forward and drives it down to the straightish mid-wicket. Again, there is no run with the fielding done by Louis. 176 for 5. And Ward, the off spinner in his 6th over, yet to bowl a maiden none for 27. Back goes Springer, wrapped on the pad, trying to turn it through the onside. Cornwall at slip raises his arms and then quickly drops them. 176 for 5. You're talking to Adriel Woody Richard, and we also have as our special guest Kevin Wickham, the young, talented Barbados and West Indies under 19 team batsman who played in the just concluded ICC Youth World Cup here in the Caribbean, as Springer defends it out on the offside, and there is no run. So after this delivery, I think he's receiving a lot of messages at the moment, and he's well attired in the blue and gold, the Barbados pride colors. Kevin Wickham, driven again down to that short, straightish mid-wicket by Springer, fielded by Louis, the end of the over, 176 for 5. So Kevin, good afternoon to you. Nice to have you here. Thanks up front to your chairman of the Barbados Youth Selection Panel, Elvis Howard. How does it feel to be back home after an exciting under-19 tournament?
Good. For me, I feel great to be back home in the environment where you can move around much better and be more free up, being in a bubble all the time.
How much of a challenge was that bubble for the under-19 Youth World Cup?
Well, it wasn't a big challenge, being just that certain men got COVID, so it was a little, at our time it was a little challenging, being but you want to catch COVID, so here men catch COVID in a bubble, you don't want to be moving around in the hotel like that all the time, so
yes,
it started to get difficult in the back end.
Okay, first delivery from Thomas is defended back down the pitch by Dulwich, and there's no run. I recall when Dexter Toppin, Coach Dex, you know what I mean?
The pro.
Yes, he contacted me and said after this delivery, Dulwich is forward and pushes it on your own side, there is no run, that you were on your way because you got a belated call-up and you were all excited about it. And then you delivered a couple half centuries and a century, albeit in the plate. So let's get to what took place in the middle after this delivery. Get your thoughts together and tell us how you would describe your batting form with the statistics that have been put forward. Dulwich looking for the pull, a bit ambitious outside of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Yes, Kevin, tell us about the century first of all. What was that feeling like, the surface, the sort of strokes you played?
Well, for me, it was a good batting surface. The pitch was flat. It wasn't giving them for the bowlers, so it's just about putting it on my head and batting what you know and playing the ball on its merit. And for me, that worked well. Ended up scoring 104. So for me, it's a great feeling.
And the couple half centuries after this next delivery from Thomas, and back goes Dulwich, plays it out to extra cover, there is no run. He's on 47, Dulwich, Springer 15. They've added 52 and Barbados Pride 176 for 5, 4 runs ahead on first innings. A slip and a gully a bit fine. Then there's the cover, 2 extra covers. Sounds a bit strange, but that's reality. Mid-off, mid-on, forward square and a fine leg. Yeah. Dulwich is forward and strokes it to the first of the 2 extra covers. And there is no run, 176 for 5. What about the 2 half centuries then, Kevin, when you started out?
Well, for me, it just like, as I said just now, it's just me batting and putting it on my head, knowing that the team needs me after a couple of fast wickets falling. So for me, I was just saying, like, bat what you know, and the results were sure.
Outside of the off stump from Thomas, 2 wide to play. The over is completed. Dulwich on strike, 47, 15, Springer 176 for 5. Woody, you can help the cause here, please, before Elvis comes in.
Yeah, Kevin, you would have basically just hopped off the plane and straight into action. How difficult was it to basically kind of adjust in such a short turnaround time that you would have had, just going straight out and playing?
Well, for me, I had 7 days to quarantine, so for me it was just like when I go out today, try to adapt to the conditions fast and as quick as possible. So for me, like, training with the guys, I already know majority of them. Then we just came from a camp in Antigua, so I was around the guys a lot, so it wasn't nothing new for me to gel with them. Well, I know majority of guys well, and the guys know me as fun. I just get a lot of spirit and joy to the team, so it wasn't nothing hard for me to do. So like for me, it's just getting there, meeting the team, gelling, and we go from there.
Here's the off spinner Terrence Ward, and Springer coming down the track and doesn't get bat on the ball, not taken cleanly by Hamilton, 176 for 5. You're talking with Kevin Wickham, the West Indies on the 19 team batsman who had an excellent series in the just concluded Youth World Cup here in the Caribbean. Short and pulled, given the treatment down to the backward square boundary, oozing with confidence is the all-rounder Shamar Springer. With his second boundary, goes on to 19 off 46 balls. Shane Dowrich has 47 from 67 deliveries with 6 boundaries and a partnership of 56. It's 180 for 5. Of course,
Keith, just to let you know that this part of the reason why I was suggesting to you that Shamar has never really looked out of place at this level, and I just think that he, this way I think that what the system that we have in place where players can play for different territories, some of the territories have certainly been a bit wrong-headed with it.
Short from Ward, and back he goes and cuts it down behind point. Will come back quite comfortably for the second run to move into the 20s on 21. A stand of 58, 182 for 5. Your point is taken, Woody. Before I lose my thought here, Kevin, you first announced yourself at the highest level of BCA competition by way of the elite division back in 2014, when on debut you made a century against the famous Empire Club and at Bank Hall. When you reflect on that innings, do you think that there was instant pressure on you to have made 100 at the highest level of domestic cricket here in Barbados?
Well, for me, when I got the call, I was supposed to play first division at Lodge, and then on my way to the game at first division to Lodge, I get another call saying that you have to turn around and go to Empire.
Whoa, here is Ward. The previous delivery was defended back down. I don't know if Elvis Howard had anything to do with that, but he will tell us when he come on soon in place of Woody driven down to mid-off. Yes, Woody, have your say.
He already had the thing of being an emergency man.
Exactly. We call it in dramatic fashion.
That's right. So that definitely would not have been any kind of traumatic experience for Kevin.
The only thing that the second occasion, instead of driving, he had to catch a plane and hurry up to the Grantley Adams International Airport.
That's right.
And yet again, he delivered.
That's right.
So, Woody, that's a little story in itself.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Last delivery is pushed on the offside. Yes, but I know you have just a couple more minutes, so if you have a couple more questions to ask Kevin.
I think Kevin did incredibly well for himself.
Okay.
He's announced himself well, and what we just want to see is that players like himself just try to get better. He's got the opportunity of some Barbados and West Indies players. He's around the Barbados Pride camp. He has much knowledge. He's got access to people like the Mano walking in, Roland Butcher, and others like Desmond Hayes. Get the knowledge and make yourself into the best that you can be. That's all I can hope. I can pray for him. And
well said, Woody. And you're a real Barbados man because you're wearing a BCA cap. How old is that cap now, Woody?
Pretty old.
Yeah, it's starting to look dingy, Woody. You have to get a new one.
I've already asked the manager, my good friend, to supply me with one.
That's an unofficial Barbados cap being worn by Woody Richard.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Woody, thanks for your time.
Yes.
Elvis, can you kindly come in as a proud Barbados youth chairman of selectors? Barbados Pride, 183 for 5. Slipping a gully outside of the off stump to Springer. Thomas, the medium pacer, trying to tempt him. He doesn't play. Springer is on 22. Dowrich is on 47. And we will be joined in a minute by Elvis Howard. We have a very professional, technical guru in Michael Sobers Esquire, and he's going to get all of the necessary stuff in terms of sanitizing the headsets, so to avoid the likelihood of what is floating around outside of the off stump. Thomas, the springy doesn't play, taken by Hamilton, 183 for 5. Having lost Craig Braffett for 29, Mosley 13, Reefer 23, Carter 25, and Graves 6. The last wicket fell at 124, and it meant that Barbados Pride basically lost 3 quick wickets in succession in the 50th, the 53rd, and the 57th overs. Short delivery again and played out to the short extra cover. There is no run. 183 for 5. This is the 74th over of the Barbados response to 172 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes after they were sent in yesterday. Thanks very much, Michael. Excellent work. And a pitch short, neatly tucked down to fine leg and into the boundary it goes. Good batting by Springer. That continues. Now his 3rd boundary in quick succession. He moves to 26. Dulwich has 47, a partnership of 63, pulling Barbados Pride around from 124 for 5 in the 57th over to now 187 without further loss in the 74th over. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Elvis Howard.
Good afternoon to you, Keith, and good afternoon to our listeners.
Yes, and let me tell listeners that Elvis too is masked up and continuing the trend here in the commentary box. Proud man in terms of the work he has done as chairman of the Barbados Youth Selection Panel. Must be a challenge going around Barbados. He's a country boy from St. John, outside of the off stump, and Thomas is annoyed with himself for bowling that delivery. And well, Andrew wants to bring politics as usual. That's a good name he just called. Charles Griffith, just to qualify that we are talking about the Member of Parliament and the new Sports Minister, Member of Parliament for St. John, Elvis Horace's Rooks Parish.
Yes, Keith,
he's moved now to St. Philip. Yes, you'll speak just now, Elvis. I know how proud you are. Just 1 ball left after this. That's the end of the over. 187 for 5. Let's hear from you, Elvis the Pelvis.
Keith, on the subject of Charles Griffith, just want to publicly say congrats to Charles Griffith, the Member of Parliament for my beloved St. John, and it's good to see that the Prime Minister have entrusted him with a very special ministry in the Ministry of Sports, Youth and Community Empowerment, and I think that he will do well.
Yeah. Kevin, you've now reached the age of being able to vote. You are in St. George North, is it?
Yes, please.
St. George North, and you are a resident of Market Hill, a product of Brantley Adams Memorial. Bel Air, okay, yeah.
Really Bel Air.
Yeah. How far is that from the St. George Valley? Andrew Mason still doesn't know where the St. George Valley is, so he wouldn't put you under that sort of pressure. Elvis, you must be very proud of this young man.
Yeah, Keith, obviously we're happy to see the progress that, say, on behalf of the youth selection, inter-selection panel, we're happy to see the...
Cornwall bowls down the leg side, and an attempted sweep misses Dulwich on 47 with Springer 26, 187 for 5. Barbados Pride ahead on first innings after the Leeward Islands declared on 172 for 9. Defended out on the onside, and there is no run. 187 for 5. Cornwall in his 19th over 6 maidens, 1 for 41. Cornwall bowling from the Joel Garner end. The big off spinner with a slip on the short leg, and Dulwich goes back and plays it defensively up on the onside and cannot score. And then he also has the cover point extra cover mid off. Long on is on the boundary as well as mid wicket, and he has a short wide mid on. Dulwich is forward and skillfully turns it through backward square. They will come back comfortably for the second run as Louis now on to the ball and his return goes into Hamilton. So Dulwich moves to within 1 run of a half century on his return to first class cricket since the first week of December 2020 when he left the West Indies tour of New Zealand, having injured his finger in the opening test. And back he goes, and that's his 50. No. Turning it behind the square and has to stay put with 1 ball left in Cornwall's 19th over. Barbados Pride now consolidating 189 for 5. Every run is going to be vital on first innings as they look to get a substantial lead. This game has had its twists and turns, and Dulwich defensively plays it into the covers, and there is no run at the end of the over. Let's go back to Elvis Howard, who's here with his young outstanding batsman who we spotted, Kevin Wickham. Delvis.
Yes, Keith, I just want to say probably on behalf of the youth selection panel of the Barbados Cricket Association, congrats to Kevin for his outstanding performance at the Just on the 19 World Cup. 243 runs from 4 innings with 1 not out, an outstanding average of 81. I think having come in as a COVID replacement, he did justice to his ability. It's just disappointing that the West Indies team did not do better than they've done, having lost at the quarterfinal in the last stage. But I think Kevin gave a good account of himself, having come in as a replacement.
Yes. Yes, you were saying, you were making the point that having come in as a replacement.
Coming as a replacement and finishing with 243 runs and an outstanding average of 81, 2 half centuries, and then that century. But overall, I think it was a disappointing performance for the West Indies team.
From a youth selection panel and with no local cricket in the last season, how do you intend to try to help his cause? I know the new lead selector of Cricket West Indies, who was watching this match, the Most Honourable Desmond Haynes, in a recent interview done by Zoom, in which I tuned into a couple of Saturdays ago. Here is Thomas the Springer. Short delivery, it comes off the inner portion of the bat as he tries to force it out on the onside, goes down to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 189 for 5. He recalled that when he was on the 19 cricketer for Barbados, he was brought around the dressing room. How much are you going to try to push that cause mooted by the most excellent Desmond Haynes, to have Kevin Wickham at least being here at Kensington Oval and being around the West Indies dressing room? I say try to help the cause. I'm not saying that Elvis Howard's call will work, but I'm certain that the words coming from Desi, if I can call him that for short, you would want to see that happen when the second test is here starting on the 16th of March, Elvis.
Well, Keith, it could not have come from a better person, esteemed gentleman Desmond Haynes, but I think it has to be a policy decision. I don't see anything wrong with it, because apart from Kevin, we also have 4 other guys who made the West Indies on the 19th side part of Barbados, and you see Kevin well suited up. He will just come back from Carlton practicing with the reserve Barbados team. So,
thanks for that information. Yes. Springer pushes it in the gap through mid-wicket. They've gone for 1. Dulwich raises his right arm like a traffic cop on Broad Street back in the era of the 70s. And says, hold it, sir. Let me have the strike, because there are 2 balls left in Thomas's over. And I'm on 49. I want to get my half century before the tea interval, which comes up in roughly 20 minutes. Andrew Mason will take over, because it would be remiss of me, since he met officially Kevin Wickham for the first time today. He said he spotted him before, but he never knew what he looked like, and he looked so excited that I wouldn't want to take away anything from Andrew Mason, and he'll have a chance to push in a few questions, and I'm glad that those questions are devoid of any interruptions, and especially having the presence of the chairman of selectors who will keep to direct. Because this is not Mason and guest, this is live commentaries, and we want live. 190 for 5. A slip in the gully. Dulwich on 49 faces Thomas and drives it up on the offside towards mid-off. There is no run. 190 for 5. So at the end of the over, we'll give way to Andrew, who will take you to tea in the company of the outstanding young West Indies batsman Kevin Wickham, who comes from the central parish of St. George. And Andrew, I will make it clear that I don't want any political questions whatsoever when you come on to speak to this young man. Let's stick to the cricket. I know you like to talk politics, with all due respect. The last delivery is played on the offside. Thank you very much, Mr. Wickham. Remain firm. Elvis, please guide Mr. Mason. It's 190 for 5. Another word from Elvis and then Andrew.
Yes, good to see that in respect of this game, the partnership started to develop by Shane Dulwich, who's showing good character coming back after missing cricket for a couple of years, coming away from New Zealand with that injury and out of the fold for a long time, but he's come back and he's showing good character. He's on 49, Springer is 27, and they're trying to revive a Barbados innings that was floundered. And when sort of, as Andrew was saying, all sorts of contortions at one stage, having lost some quick wickets after the luncheon interval, and questions being asked in terms of the approach of Barbados' batsmen towards the rather miserly total of 172 by the Leewards.
Well, the partnership is worth 66. It's 190 for 5, and big Cornwall to continue, the man from Antigua and Barbuda. And we're just approaching luncheon date as he comes in to bowl to Springer forward. One on the off stump just blocks it right up the pitch. And Jamal Hamilton knows a bit of a worried man now because he hasn't had success in a while. Picks it up, has a word with Cornwall. 190 for 5. Young Kevin Wickham. Wonderful performance from him there on the 19 tournament. And we want to wish him well. Here we go. Here's Cornwall with number 93 on his back. Comes in and bowls. A ball which is short on the back, but turns the ball away neat into the onside. A tumbling save by the fielder down at mid-wicket, having to move across to his right. That's Carty. Had that gone past him, we would have gotten a single. It would have meant that Louis would have to come off the mid-wicket boundary, but he made the save. 190 for 5. Springer's batted very well here as Cornwall is in and bowls him. He's onto the front foot, opens the face of the bat and runs it square in the offside down to backward point. There is no run. So, Elvis, what's next for young Kevin? What's next for him?
I think, as you said, he's now training as part of the Barbados Pride side. So,
and you said there was a training session at Carlton?
Yes, the reserves.
Seems as if Keith Holder didn't know that. He seemed a bit surprised when you said that. Here is a ball short of a length. On the back foot goes Springer. And Woody Richards is happy to have him in the side. Pushes down to long on for 1. He's really batted well. Lots of talent. Hasn't had the opportunity. It's not easy to make a Barbados team. He's in 28. It's gone to 191 for 5 as T beckons.
Yes, and I can tell you that Springer is a player that we had identified years ago. We got some stick for it. I remember he being picked for the Barbados on the 19th side as a 15-year-old at that Commonwealth side.
Yes.
But obviously, a lot of injuries over the years have really thwarted his development.
Right.
There's no doubt about his ability. It's good to see that he's back.
Wonderful. Here's Cornwall. Comes up, he's in and bowls. Short and pulled away down to short, fine leg. I'm sure that Dowridge would have been really happy to have gotten a burn. It was a rank long hop from Cornwall. Looks tired. And it was a long hop, but he didn't put it away. So, the end of the over. We've had 77 overs bowled. Springer is on 28. Dowridge 49. 191 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington. Elvis Howard is alongside Kevin Wickham. Of course, said good to have young Kevin. Kevin, you must be feeling quite well. That 100 that you made in Trinidad. But when you look at the runs that you made, you reckon that was the best of the lot? The 104 you made? Oh, one of the 50s. What you thought?
Well, I think one of the 50s, but the 100 was good.
It was good. As you got closer and closer to the 100, were you a little nervous or not really? Were you?
No, just after I passed 50, I thought I slowed down my batting.
Right, you did, huh? What number did you bat at?
I really started to feel the pressure, number 3.
Oh, number 3. Wonderful indeed. So you batted number 3. And is that your favorite position? You like batting at 3?
No. 4.
Which you prefer 4? Okay, wonderful. And take us back to that 100. The very first match that you played, I think it was at Bank Hall, you made 100. You must have been quite happy with that 100. That really announced your arrival when you made that 100. Beautiful.
Well,
yes, it did.
Yeah, before Kevin comes in there's a story between that, because I remember that when he spoke to his coach, and all praise to Sherwin Green.
Sherwin Green, who was on Mason and Guest. Don't forget that, huh? The #1 cricket program in the world.
We were
That's what Keith Holder tells everyone.
We were in dire straits that morning because Javonte DePisa, who was picked in that original side.
Oh, well, we got is that Carty coming into the attack? That's the ball outside the off stump. First, yeah, it looks like Carty. So they're trying to buy a wicket outside the off stump. Yes.
Right. So on the morning, the then chairman, the then manager of the Barbados youth side, Livy Coppin, contacted me in reference to trying to find a person to replace Javonte DePisa, and it so happened that Kevin has all the cricket in low division has started, so all the fellas were naturally playing for the school, so we had a search room. So a call went out and we managed to get Kevin, who had just come back into the island, wasn't playing at all.
Well, okay, that's wonderful.
The rest is history.
Here's Carty, comes in, bowls outside on the off stump, just blocked into the offside by Springer. There's a kite. it's not quite Easter's yet, but I have a lovely kite there. It's going to go down towards the port now. I hope it doesn't land on the outfield. But it's wonderful. It's going across now, of course, right over the Grenadine stand. No, it's still with us, really. It's going to land on the ground. Do you think it's going to stop cricket, Elvis? Have you seen that kite? Elvis, no. The pelvis.
Where is it? Where's it going?
Oh, put your glasses on. Get Keith Holder's glasses. There's a kite. Here is Card. He comes up now in bow. So Springer. Springer gets one outside the off stump, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. 191 for 5. With Springer on, what's he now, 29, and Dowridge is on 49. So you got him into the side. You went to Bank Hall and made 100.
Yeah, and I also was unfortunate to be on the side where when he played against my school early in the season. I saw him made 100, one of the best schoolboy 100 I mean, because normally you don't get schoolboys making 100 sack of innings in big games, and Grantley Adams.
Short ball by Carty, pulled away through my wicket by Springer for 1. They'll get a comfortable second, and well, it means that the score goes to 193 for 5. Springer trying to announce himself, trying to keep his place in the side. 30. Dowridge 49. They've added 69 precious runs when Barbados were under pressure. Continue, Elvis Howard, with that lovely story.
They were given about 200 odd to win, and the loss started there at 3 wickets down with 30. Some lost the wicket very early on a rain-affected pitch. They hang around, and he got 100.
Got 100.
Got 103 not and took his side to victory. I thought that was a very good
tremendous. Carty comes in bowls short off the back foot and just steered away nicely into the offside. Down to backward point. The fielder has to come across to pick it up. Moving from that position of cover. So another run. The intelligent bat in there from Dowridge and Springer as we head towards tea on day 2. Barbados with the initiative now. They're 194 for 5. With the bowlers to come. These two have stood tall, recognizing the problems of the Barbados side, and they've done well. It's been about a washpan of common sense in my view here. Here's Card as he comes in again to bowl to Dowridge, and Dowridge gets the ball short off the back foot, punches out to cover, and he gets to 50. Welcome return to our good friend Shane Dowridge. Praise that, Brett, my brother, he does. The acknowledgement of the crowd here, watched by the lead selector, the Honourable Desmond Haynes. He gets to his 50, 110 minutes, wonderful batting from him. And in terms of the rest of the stats, let's look at it. 79 balls, 6 fours. Well done to Shane Dowridge.
Yes, a fine innings from Shane Dowridge coming over his side at a bit of spot of bother, and he's really weathered the storm, gone on to reach 50. And I said, Andrew, I know he's one of your favourite batsmen. He's really good.
It's my favourite batsman to watch. Very pleasing in the eyes.
Yeah, if you see that the way he approaches innings, Andrew, you'll figure that he's batting on a different pitch as opposed to the previous batsman, because he's been very, very fluent from the very first ball when he got off the mark for single, and he's looked well so far. Let's hope that he can carry on to get 3 figures.
Well, Barry Wilkinson is just the right. Well, but he shouldn't come early because he's a reserve like Ronaldo. Because in the last game against Burnley, Ronaldo came off the bench. So Barry's come off the bench and he's immediately gone for his food. Had some banana bread saved by Miss Corbin, and now he's eating, what's that? It looks like some tuna and some lamb. Yes, and he's also got some vegetables. And he's on a diet. Can you imagine that? So, 196 for 5. Kevin Wickham is with us. Kevin, we'll talk to you in a minute again. Here's a ball which is on the line of the legs. Some turned away as Cornwall is in and bowls to that Springer turned down to mid wicket. There's no run. What about the conditions in Trinidad? But the places that you play, the pitches were good for batting generally?
Yeah.
Or you had to really struggle a bit?
No, Queen's Park was good. I just thought that our batsmen didn't
apply themselves, yeah.
And apply themselves to the crease, so that was a downfall in that game for us.
Right.
But then Diego Martin, I thought that.
How was that?
The best wickets I ever played upon.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's very nice for batting.
Wonderful.
Much for bowlers in terms of spin.
Right.
So yeah.
So you enjoy the conditions in Trinidad, and that 100, the pitch was pretty good when you got the 100, Kevin?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. Yes, please, he says. Here we go. Cornwall is in and bowls, and down the pitch when he gets there, rips the ball away up to mid-wicket. That's Dowridge. Better watch that, Mr. Dowridge. You were far away from 100. That was a bit of a naughty shot there, but gets away with it. Down to mid-wicket for 1. To go now to 52, 198 for 5. The 200 beckons. So you didn't make the team originally, but you got in. Some played with COVID. I'm sure you grabbed the opportunity. Here's Cornwall, comes in and bowls. Ball given lots of air, and Springer comes forward and pushes out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Good cricket. 198 for 5. Springer is on 30 and Dowridge is on 52. So Kevin, in terms of the bowling of the under-19, we'll get back to you in a minute, as this delivery is short off the back foot, looking to cut the ball away. That was a naughty shot. He could have nipped that to the keeper. Just before the break, it was outside the offside. His eyes opened very wide. He thought he had a boundary and flirted with danger, and it went very close to the outside edge. Well. So, the end of the over, Springer is on 32. Dowridge on 52, 198 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
Andrew, probably a good time for Kevin to tell you about his misfortune, because I think during the training session here with the cap, he got his leg broken.
Yes, he got his leg broken, yes. But when was that, Kevin, you got your leg broken?
Right here at Kensington over.
What happened though?
Well, I was running for the ball and it slide.
Oh.
And this bite stick, so
oh dear.
I fall over, so you bone ring.
Lots of pain then, I would imagine.
Yes, please.
How long were you out for?
5 to 6 months.
So many months. Okay, but you're okay now. No injury. You're fully fit, right?
Yes.
Training hard.
Yes, sir.
Do you get up early in the morning like myself and Keith Olin, go for a little early morning jog, or not really?
Not lately.
Well, Keith needs it, because I've known Keith Olin for quite a long time, and the first time I've seen him with a punch.
Well, I put in a lot of work, man.
Yeah, you put in a lot of work. So you're fit?
Part pitch group. Instead of youngsters from up with me, Kamar yourself.
Oh, Kamari's from up with you. That's in Bel Air.
Yeah, part pitch group. So
wonderful.
Those guys helped me really well. I would like to thank them.
Wonderful.
The guys put in a lot of work with me.
Right, wonderful.
Helped me really
wonderful.
well.
So the people in Bel Air, of course, will be very proud of you.
Of course.
I would imagine, yes. Elvis, do you know where Bel Air is?
Of course I do.
You sure about that? Of course. Keith doesn't know where Bel Air is at all. All Keith knows is Crab Hill. 199 for 5. So, Kevin, I thought you were actually, Keith told me that you were from Market Hill. Are they close? Market Hill is close?
Yes,
okay.
All interlocked, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Well, okay.
A lot of support from my coach, Sharon Green.
Wonderful man.
Mark Soto Spears.
Mark Soto Spears as well.
I would like to thank them.
Beautiful.
For support.
Wonderful. Well, I know the owner, and I'm certainly going to give him a call and thank him for his support. He's a wonderful man. I still want to sell him some insurance that he's resistant. I may get Keith to use some influence to get him to buy some insurance, 199 for 5. But because Mark's Auto Spares is in Bel Air, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I should know that, because when you go up the hill, you turn left, you go to Applewhit's plantation, where Ezra Stewart gets his potatoes. 199 for 5. A lovely plane is glided into the Grantley Adams. What plane is that there, Elvis? Do you know? Is it British Airways? Here's a short ball off the back, but punched away into the offside for 1. Good cricket. This is very good cricket. And a ball that was pushed into the offside for 1, as that was on the top of the off stump, bowled by Thomas, pushed away for 1 to carry the score to 200. So the 200 has come up on the board for Barbados. Wonderful effort. And this has been a very interesting game, because Barbados were on a spotted ball that had lost the wicket just after the break, but these two have, with a truckload of common sense, and that's what you need in cricket. They've carried Barbados to 200 and looking to get an important lead here. What's the lead now, Miss Bell? The lead is 28. Here's a delivery, which is down the leg side, past the keeper. The fine leg has to come across to the right. Will it get to the boundary? No, they'll get a second. Let's watch the return. Thomas was outside the leg, so let's look at umpire Brathwaite very stylishly tapping the leg. That left leg, which is in the air, and 2 leg buys, 202 for 5. So you got your foot broken, and you weren't disheartened, 5 months out and you're back, and looking, of course, to play not only for Barbados. I'm sure you're looking to get into the West Indies side. That is, of course, a long way off, but you never know with some good performances, and we really want to wish you well. Here's Carty in bowls, outside the off the back foot. He's such an attractive player to watch. Down towards the third man area. 1 will get a second. It's getting easier for Barbados. All you've got to do is, good old Carlisle Best will tell you, occupy the crease. And once you do that, it's going to get easier. It was outside the off stump, steered away down to third man with an open play by Dowridge for 2. And looking to get back into the West Indies side. Not a prodigal son by any stretch of the imagination. Had 1 or 2 challenges. He's on 55. 204 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes,
Elvis.
Dowridge continues to bat well in partnership with all-rounders from Mars, Springer, Dowridge, 55, Springer, 33. I think, Andrew, this partnership is going to be crucial crucial towards the outcome of this game because naturally Barbados would want to back the Leeward Islands out of this game. They want to extend that first innings lead. So far, the lead some 28 runs, but they want to go way beyond 21.
Yes. Well, what kind of lead do you think Barbados should be looking for, Elvis? Can you tell me?
Ideally, 150. And as the game go on, you would expect the pitch to get lower and lower and the ball to turn. I think Jormel Warkin, who's done exceedingly well against the Leeward Islands over the last couple of years, he could be a key figure in the second innings of this game.
Yeah, a key figure. Here's Cornwall as he comes up now. He's in and bowls, and this is one given lots of air. And Springer, who's really impressed me with his batting, just comes forward and just blocks out of the wicket. There's no run. What time is it now? Let me look at that very expensive cell phone I bought recently online. Couldn't buy it in Barbados. Things are so expensive in this country, my golly. Keith Holder tells me that he bought a phone online recently for $500 US. When he went to buy it in Barbados, it was costing $1,500. 204 for loss and 5. Very expensive country is this wonderful country of ours, but the quality, of course, is very good, isn't it? Here's Cornwall again, coming from Antigua, as he's in now to bowl to Springer, and Springer is off the back foot, plays it square in the offside down to backward point. There's no run. So the score continues to be good for these two, a partnership of now 80, 204 for 5. This has been a very interesting game so far. Here's Cornwall, the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, number 93 on his back as he continues now on his way to bowl to Springer. Springer's forward, reaches forward and just blocks it square in the offside down to backward point. 204 for 5. I shall endeavor to run through the details for you. Sometimes commentators are criticized for not doing the basics, not giving you all the facts and figures. I shall do that in a minute. So here we go. This should be the last over before tea, Miss Bell? Should be? Should be the last over before tea? Miss Bell says yes. Little Susan Bell, who's been around for quite a long time. Outside the off stump, Cornwall bowls, and Springer just watches it go by to be taken by the keeper. How many balls left now, Miss Bell? One left? One left, so this should be the last. Barry Wilkinson had his lunch, and he took only a minute and a half to do it. Oh, my golly. Here we go. Cornwall is in and bowls, and coming forward and just turning the ball away down towards short fine leg is Springer. The umpire blades, comes across. Let's see what he'll do. He removes the bail. So at tea, on the second day of the battle between the Hurricane and the Pride, what a game it has been. Starting the day at 27 loss. Barbados went to lunch at 110 for 3. They lost the very important wicket of Reefer just after the break, and then they were in a position of discomfort, 124 for 5. But Dowridge back in the Barbados side, looking to get into the West Indies side, and watched by the Honourable Desmond Haynes is batted with a calm assurance. He's on 55. He's found a good first officer in Springer. They've gelled admirably, and Barbados find themselves in the positions, not necessarily of command, but of comfort. They're 204 for 5 with a lead of 32.
Yes, I think it was a good performance there by Dowridge and Springer towards the last hour before the tea, after Barbados had lost those quick wickets in just after the lunch interval. It means now that they've given themselves a cushion there of about 28 runs. But they said not out of the woods yet, they want to continue and stretch this lead way past the 100 mark. It's going to be important that these two stay together for a long time. Still lots of time left in the game. In fact, there's now basically 2 days and a session left. And we all know the proverbial thing with regional cricket that matches don't go into 4 days. And
that's very true. I'm sure Barbados wouldn't want this to go into 4 days. I see our good friend Mr. Stephen Leslie in pink today. I think he was in red yesterday, which is his color. Of course, the colors of the BLP. He's with us. He's in pink today. But they say good men, real men wear pink.
Yeah, earlier before I leave you, I just want to say earlier Keith was speaking about the power of radio. I just have to
the power of radio.
Yes, big up to the Grantley Adams secondary school old scholars who also support Kevin. And
wonderful.
Kyle Corbin with his business, Corbin's Maintenance Limited.
Corbin's, wonderful. Yes, wonderful.
So if you're looking for someone to clean up around your
my place,
house there in Claremont,
But what about my house in Serenity Hills? Did you know I have a house there as well?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't know too much about. Keith didn't tell you? Oh my God, you can't live at one house, can you? All right. Wonderful indeed. All right. Gentlemen, I think it's time for a break, but I shall do the honors of doing the basics. Let me read the scorecard for you. Mosley caught Paul by Archibald 13. Brathwaite, he was caught by Hamilton off Thomas for 29. Carter caught Hodge ball by Cornwall 25. Reefer, he was caught Hamilton ball by Archibald for 23, and Graves, the last man gone, caught by Cornwall off the bowling of Archibald for 7. On Bowd, in a very important partnership, steadying the rocking ship, it's Dowridge on 55. With him, his first off was a Springer. He's on 33 in an unbroken stand of 80. For wicket number 6, Barbados are 204 for 5, a slender but important lead of 32. The bowling figures for you. Archibald, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 28. Henry, 9 overs, 2 maidens, done for 14. Thomas, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 39. Cornwall, 22 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 47. Louis, 11 overs, 2 maidens, done for 35. Ward, 7 overs, no maidens, done for 34. And Casey Carter, he bowled 2 overs, no maidens, done for 8. So the scores then, in summary, it's 172 for 9 innings close to the Hurricanes. In response, Barbados at tea on the second day find themselves 204 for 5 with Springer on 33. Dowridge is on 15. We're going to take a break for about 15 minutes. Join us when we come back with the action live from Kensington Oval.
Brav, thanks for joining us. Lovely to chat with you as always. First of all, settle into Antigua nicely?
Yeah, finally I'm here. It's been a while since I come to Antigua. I mean, it's always good to come here. Every island actually, but you know, Antigua is always nice.
You're here mentoring some of the young players from all the regions. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, thanks to CWI for giving me the opportunity to be involved in West Indies cricket again. West Indies cricket is very close to my heart. It's important for seniors like myself, for us to give back our knowledge and pass on our experience to the younger players. The more we can do that, is the better. But yeah, it's good to be around and being able to talk to different teams in the different islands.
Take you back to 2002, 2003 when you started your List A career. Would you have thought you would have got to the heights you soared to, World Cup winner, etc., etc.?
No, I never envisioned it. Obviously, I keep saying if someone said that to me 20 years ago, this is what your career going to look like, I would say no chance. You know, Brian Lara is my hero, and I remember saying to my parents that I wanted to be the next Lara. I never thought that would have been possible because, you know, one, I'm a right-hander. But yeah, cricket is every kid's dream in the Caribbean. It's the only team that unify us as a people, as a Caribbean people. So to represent the West Indies team is when you feel like, yeah, you really make it as a professional cricketer. And then I'm happy with my achievements. Obviously, there can be times where I think that I could have achieved more. And then it could have been on the flip side where it could have been worse. So I'm happy.
What about playing for TNT? We see the guys on the beach here. They seem like the best bunch of friends. Is there a real unity within TNT cricket going back to when you were playing?
Someone who has to take a lot of credit for this bunch of guys is Darren Ganga. He was our senior player. He was our captain. He laid a foundation that no matter who come and take over and represent Trinidad and Tobago, there's a certain structure and a certain standard you have to follow. So there's no jealousy, there's no envy. All about trying to win cricket games for our country, and we pride ourselves on being the best white ball cricketing team in the region, and you know that's our motive.
Super 50, there's some really good young talent coming through. Has anyone particularly impressed you?
The Caribbean never lack talent. You know, we all have talent, everyone have talent. But it's your attitude to enhance that talent is what will make the difference. And as a player myself, I believe that to be a cricketer is one thing, but you have to have that self-pride.
So as a mentor, is it more what you do off the park with the players as opposed to preparation and, you know, the mindset as opposed to technical?
Yeah, because players at a first-class level, they don't want to interfere with the game too much, especially the technique. But I'm a strong believer in a mind game. If you can understand the game, read the game, it will also help you technically.
Pollard and Dwayne Bravo.
Yeah, Dwayne Bravo here, giving his guidance on some of the young bowlers coming through, which will be wonderful.
For me, I just want to speak to bowlers, get to find out about their thinking, how they go about when they're under pressure, hear what they've come up with, and then maybe I could add some stuff. But technical-wise, I can't tell someone whether to bowl side down or get. I'm not going to do that. But just more talk about the game, think the game. If you analyze the game, when you're not playing, you try to watch the game. So those things is all part of learning and developing.
Brilliant. Ross, you're a top man. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Alzari Joseph. Let's take a look at my Instagram. This photo was taken in Trinidad 2014, where the West Indies under-19 participated in the regional Super 50. At that time, it was, something really exciting for me to play in that tournament. It was my first time playing in the Super 50. At the time, it was Maya, Shandapal, Shamar Springer. I think at the time we had Amir Django as well. It was basically a group that's been training together for a number of years leading up to the World Cup. Unfortunately, in a training session after the first game, I had a slight side strain that didn't really allow me to play the rest matches, but through rain there wasn't really much matches being played after that. Australia came to Antigua for a training camp before the series against West Indies, and I got a chance to bowl to quite a few guys that are really special players, but he's one of them that I always looked up to as a player. So it was really, a good opportunity for me to get a chance to bowl at him and see where I was at as a player at that time. My West Indian heroes growing up were people like Kimar Roach, obviously my coach and mentor, Winston Benjamin. So, those guys were basically the two I looked up to. This was 2016 when we were heading to the World Cup. We had a series before the World Cup, leading up to the World Cup. We played against Bangladesh in 3 ODIs. Slightly different haircut, a lot more hair at the time. Again, a lot of excitement, just being able to go to Bangladesh and represent the West Indies. At the time, we didn't really see it as a job or a career. It was just about having fun and representing the West Indies. This was a long time ago. This is one of my first tattoos. It's my mom's name. I got that just after finishing high school. It's just been there for a while. It's something really significant to me.
Clean him up. That's the response from Alzari Joseph. That's the reason he's been given the new ball.
She was always encouraging. She always wanted me to go out and do my best and most importantly enjoy it. She always told me that, at the end of the day, it's what makes me happy. So she wanted me to go out and have fun. Something she always tried to instill in us was discipline and respect. Make sure you're disciplined, always on time, always dressed well, and also respect everyone around you. This is the big man now, not so little anymore. That's my son, Jezari. His mother at the time told me she was pregnant. It was really an exciting moment for me. And then to see him come and have the kind of personality he has now, it's so much different from when he was a baby. Looking down on him and seeing myself and just being able to watch him grow as a young man, still a young man, well, still kind of a baby. Has to be a big brother now, but still want to be the baby.
Alzari Joseph is not impressed. Brilliant bowling, top class execution.
Last night I had a conversation with him and he let me know he saw me on TV and he was trying to call me, but he couldn't get me because I didn't have my phone. But it's really proud, being a parent. It gets tough, being away from them for such a long period of time, but it's, what we have to do as parents. This was, just during the pandemic where there was no cricket being played, and then we got the chance to go to the UK to play England in some test matches. Obviously excited to be back out playing cricket again after such a long break. I saw it as another opportunity to, go back out and show my skill and put up my best foot forward. First experience in a bubble, a lot different. You have to stay inside, you have to eat inside, you can't go out to get dinner. You can't go out just, to get a different, a change of scenery. All in all, it's what needed to be done in the time. For me, I'd like to become one of the best fast bowlers in world cricket, not just the Caribbean, but world cricket on a whole. So for me, it's just about improving game by game, month by month, year by year, to becoming, like I said, the best fast bowler in the world. I got the opportunity to go to the UK and represent Worcester in some 4-day games. It was really good fun. Met some really great guys that we still have connections to this day. So for me, I think that was another important step in my career as a cricketer. Going into those conditions, it was pretty cold. It even got down to like 4 degrees at one point. So it's challenging, but I really had a good time. Being in those conditions for the first time, I wouldn't say alone, but being the only West Indian there amongst English players, getting the chance to go and, show what I can do in the county level. I got some really good advice and good work done with Alan Richardson and Alex Gidman at New Road. Those guys played a really big part in my development as a player, as a bowler, as a batter. When I got there, I was just basically a seam-up bowler, but Alex and Alan introduced me to, I think they call it like the wobble seam delivery, where you just tilt it a little bit and release it normally, and it'll do a little bit off the seam rather than through the air. So I think that's something that I have developed greatly, and I'm still working on it, but it's addition to my game.
Aggression shown, good short ball, good direction.
When I got back from the UK, there was a South Africa series and there was a camp leading up to that, and for me it was just about what I learned in the UK. It was, flatter wickets, so I had to be able to bowl that just a bit fuller length to get what I wanted out of it. So coming back here, I realized that it's something that could be used here in the Caribbean as well. This is a very special picture. We just had my daughter a couple of months ago, so it was our first Christmas really together as a family. So it's something really special, to be at home with your family, especially after being away for so long. It's a bit of a struggle now, because if you give the little one too much attention now, the older one decides, no, it's my turn now. But it's really good to be at home with the full family. She's really supportive. I don't think I could ask for anything better. She does basically most of the work with the kids. She's like Superwoman. She's basically the backbone of our family. So, she plays a really big role in keeping us together. The good thing about that is she doesn't really know much about cricket, so there's not much cricket talk going on. Yeah, I think that's, it's really important that I have her around.
in response to the Leeward Island Hurricanes 171 for 9 declared. Shane Dowrich is looking very classy on 55, and with him is Shamar Springer, who is on 33. I'm Barry Wilkinson. For the first time today, I want to thank Andrew and, of course, Keith, Lyndon, and Roland for holding it down as we have a resumption. Lyndon Yard is with me. Lyndon, very good conditions at Kensington Oval, beautiful weather. The pitch looks full of runs, and the cricket has not been a bad standard because we've seen a good partnership of 80 between these two after the Leeward Islands has threatened to perhaps cut through the middle of this batting.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Barry, and good afternoon to listeners. And indeed, a partnership of 80, which is a match-high partnership on either side of the fence, and a session where a period of play, the final period of play, where Barbados can press home the advantage with a lead of 32. I'm sure they could apply further pressure to the Leewards. So, the first ball after lunch, and Dowrich gets a wide delivery. He actually flashes at it, and it's called the wide there by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. That was a real wide, calling Archibald left arm fast bowler. But I think that might have just been a bit of nervous energy after the tea break. Well, I think that Dowrich saw an opportunity, a freebie really, a scoring opportunity to extend his arms, and it was that wide, Barry, that not only was it called wide, but he just couldn't reach it with a full stretch back. So here comes Archibald, comes in now again and bowls to Dowrich, who's on 55, and Dowrich gets the delivery outside the line. The off stump leaves it alone, taken there by the keeper with 2 slips in the gully. There's a point on the boundary. There's a cover. There's a mid-on, very wide, and a straightish mid wicket. There's also a fine leg. Why do you think there's a point of the boundary? Because he likes to cut? Well, maybe that's the ploy. The policy is just to try and induce that shot and hope that he can pick up the fielder. He did go after the very first delivery, which was wide outside of the off stump, so I guess that's the reason why the fielder is in that position. I say he's on the boundary, but he's just 3/4 away, basically. 3/4 away. A touching distance as Archibald comes in and bowls to Dowrich, and Dowrich gets another wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, not tempted any, and taken by the keeper. What will be the ploy now of the Leeward Islands bowlers? Because this partnership has been threatening. 80 runs in this partnership, 81 now in this partnership, after Craig Brathwaite was caught by Hamilton off of Thomas for 29, Mosley was caught by Powell off of Archibald for 13, Reefer was caught by Hamilton off of Archibald for 23, and Carter was caught by Hodge off of Cornwall for 25, with Graves going caught Cornwall, bowled Archibald for 7. So Archibald has been the main man, 3 for 29, and 1 apiece to Rakeem Cornwall and Thomas. As this delivery is cut down to the man at that point boundary, would have been 4. In the end, it's just 1. So they're really bowling to their field, you have to say. So they were often running in terms of runs off the bat after tea. Dowrich moves to 56. It's now 206 for 5. Yes, a steady partnership developing here. I think the ploy here for the Leeward Islands Hurricane will be to dismantle this partnership here, because it's beginning to look very threatening, and they would need to stay in the game. They're not out of it at the moment, but Barbados inching further ahead in this partnership is looking very, very positive. Here comes Archibald now into bowl to Springer, and Springer gets a good delivery, short, lifting. One that he, perhaps if he nibbled at it, he might have edged. But in the end, he used his common sense and just let it go by to be taken there by the keeper, Hamilton. This has been good bowling. Are you impressed with Hamilton? Yeah, I've been impressed with Archibald. I've been impressed with the way the Pacers have bowled today. My one problem with them is that they're concentrating too wide of the off stump. They're not making the batsman play enough deliveries, and hence, despite the fact that you utilize that policy, Barbados are still 206 for the loss of 5. Indeed. So it means that the odd deliveries that they're bowling at the stump have been effective for Barbados. Here comes Archibald again over the wicket and bowls, and this delivery is down the leg side this time. He's had a very indifferent over. Started with a very wide of the off stump, and then some good deliveries on the line of the off stump, and that one spread down the leg side. I just can't help but say it, but he reminds me so much of Ian Bradshaw when he's about to deliver. Has that same kind of flip with the arm, and he looks a lot like Bradshaw in terms of his arm. Andrew Mason finally agrees with me on something. He's a bit more, perhaps a bit quicker than Ian Bradshaw. Yeah. He's definitely a lot quicker than Bradshaw. What I noticed, he doesn't move the ball the way Bradshaw moves the ball around. Here comes Archibald in again and bowls to Springer, and Springer gets a ball that's on the line of the off stump again, shoulders arms, taken by the keeper to end the over. We're Barbados Pride, we're 204 for 5 at the tea break. Have moved on to 206 without further loss.
Springer is on 33, and Dowrich is on 56. I remember when Ian Bradshaw was playing, of course, at Harrison College in the BET Under 15 tournament. Jeff Brooms was on radio during the commentary at BET when they were playing against, I think it was St. Leonard's, it could be. Can't remember the exact team they were playing against. And Jeff Brooms made the comment that Ian Bradshaw is the best left-handed all-rounder in the world for 15-year-old.
Well, I would have thought that the Honourable Jeffrey Brooms would have been around the world watching cricket, not only in Barbados at that stage. I remember back then when Bradshaw was playing, I think the key bowlers for Harrison College then was Hugh Sandiford, now the Reverend Hugh Sandiford.
Yeah.
And the premier batsman who I thought was exceptional was a guy called Teddy Williams.
Yeah, Teddy Williams, Leroy Coppin.
Yeah.
And then Raymond Griffith was also bowling. Yeah. He came up to be on the 19th batsman for Barbados.
Yeah.
But Raymond Griffith was a big swing bowler and big fast bowler at Harrison College.
Yeah.
Hello to Raymond. Of course, his brother turned out to be the real West Indies cricketer, Adrian, who now works, of course, in Dubai with the International Cricket Council. I actually just saw Jason King, who's on the BCA's board. He played in that team for a number of years.
Yeah.
And he also played on the 19 cricket. My first tour to St. Kitts and Nevis with the under 19s at the Nortel Youth Cricket. Jason was on that side. Raymond Griffith, Ian Bradshaw, Donovan Lopez.
So Harrison College has produced quite a few cricketers.
Oh, Harrison College has produced quite a few. A lot of them haven't gone on, but they were produced. So we're going to have a bowling change now. And this first delivery is cut away. Beautiful shot through cover point for 4. That was worth the $5 admission fee or more. It was a delightful shot there. Louis bowled short outside the line of the yaw stump. And there was Shane Dowrich cutting like if it was Jimmy Anderson delivering here some 3 years ago when he made 100 against England.
Oh, beautiful shot, beautiful shot. Short line inside the line of the off stump and majestically caress through the point region for 4. And he's the kind of player, Barry, you say value for your money. You pay admission, you just ask what's the cost, who's batting, and you just pay and come in. You know, beautiful shot. I said, he's silk on the eyes, and it's good to have him back in cricket. It's good that he started with a 50. He's been a polished innings, 60 off 88 deliveries. He's in sync, and 100 is beckoning.
Here comes Louis now as he passes the umpire and bowls to Dowrich. And Dowrich this time is playing with soft hands, down to third man. More runs here for him in Barbados. He gets one, he's going to come back for the second. They've implemented now a fielder on the point boundary who's chasing after it, but he can't stop the third run. 3 more runs there to Dowrich in Barbados, and he now goes quickly on to 63. It's 2:13 for 5, and I was going to make the point to you, Lyndon, that the captain must be sleeping because you have the point boundary instituted when the bowler is bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, and you have Louis who's bowling the same thing, and you don't have the man on the point boundary. That wouldn't have gone for 4 earlier had he been there at the beginning. He's now there.
While I'm going to give him some praise, I'm also going to take some stick to Hamilton after this delivery.
So here comes Louis, the medium pacer, steams in now and bowls to Springer, and Springer is driving back to the bowler who fields to his own bowling. There's no run.
The reason I'm saying that is because all day long he's employed the 2 slips. He's employed 2 slips all day long. I haven't seen the ball swung for the day, but I suspect that the policy here is to bowl the ball wide because consistently they've been bowling more wider of the off stump than forcing the batsman to play. And in fact, they haven't really brought the 2 slips into play. As a matter of fact, maybe 3 deliveries all day long has gone down to the slip region all along the carpet.
And I realize that the second new ball has indeed been taken. As Louis bowls, this delivery is short and pulled. That's going to go into the boundary for 4 through mid-wicket. It was not the conventional kind of pull shot that went through mid-wicket like a bullet, but he was able to get it past the fielder there at the wideish mid-wicket area. And once you're going to pass him, it's going to roll down the hill, and it did, into the boundary for 4. So Barbados are flowing after tea, with Springer now getting a boundary to go to 37. It's 2:17 for 5.
And he's looked good as well, and I think that he needs to get a good score. So if he can get a good score, he can keep his name in the hat when the selectors meet to select the team for the second team or throughout the continuance of this tournament.
Louis bowls again to Springer, and Springer this time gets the ball outside the line of the off-stump, leaves it alone, taken there by the keeper.
I'm a firm believer that he is one of the players, because Barbados setup of late is filled with lots of all-rounders who definitely needs to separate themselves because they are very samey in terms of the pace that they bowl at. So I'm thinking that if we have a lot of all-rounders at the same pace, their bowling aren't outstanding by any stretch of the imagination. So the outstanding thing for me has to be their batting. So you got to make your batting count, and this is a perfect opportunity for young Springer.
Louis comes in now and bowls to Springer, and Springer this time gets the ball down the leg side, turns it, glances it down to the fielder there, Archibald at fine leg. Is that a leg by, or is it off the bat? It's a leg by, but still another sundry added there to the Barbados coffers. 2:18 for 5 at the end of the over. Springer 37, Dowrich on 63, the latest score here at Kensington Oval.
Yes, a little bit of an indifferent over with the new ball for Jeremiah Louis, who didn't bat in the Leeward's total of 172 for 9 declared innings closed due to not feeling well. But more importantly, he was well enough to take the field this morning and bowl the very first over. He looked the part bowling the couple overs he bowled. The captain, Hamilton, has switched around his bowlers to no meaningful effect, because I think the 5 wickets that Barbados have surrendered, and they say that word openly, surrendered. The bowlers simply didn't have to work for their wickets. The ploy and the policy is mostly to bowl the ball outside the line of the off stump. So I'm seeing consistently 4 balls wide of the off stump, and then the odd ball at the stump within the range of the batting crease, and then 1 ball down inside the wicket. And because of indifferent batting, indifferent shot selection, the Barbados batsmen have allowed the Leewards to stay in the game.
Here comes Archibald now and bowls to Springer, and Springer this time is cutting at a ball beautifully. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. It was short outside the line of the off stump. He got up, kind of erect, and just slapped it just to the wide of the fielder there at cover, and a diving Louis tried to stop it, but when he missed it, you know it was going to pass him and go into the boundary. It did. 4 more runs now, Barbados are letting it rip. 2:22 for 5.
And an interesting shot there. I thought that the intent there was that ball to go a lot square, but I think he got it on the bottom portion of the bat, and then hence that carried the ball past the mid-off region. Diving effort there by Louis, and not being able to stop that one. And Barbados continue to press the advantage.
Here comes Archibald now and bowls, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump, taken there by the keeper. Archibald changing his arm, bowling around the wicket now, and that one was just on the line of the off stump, and Springer was not tempted any.
And partnership continued to strive on. Archibald has bowled 16.2 overs, no made, and he's picked up 3 for 34. So he's bowled within himself. He's looked the part, and 3 for 34 in a total of 222 for 5, with Dowrich on 63 from 89 deliveries and Springer 41 from 90.
I've heard Adrian Woody Richard talking about Shamar Springer. Wide delivery of the off stump, taken there by the keeper, is actually signal wide. And Woody was saying that he's a big fan of Shamar Springer, but he's not had a lot of opportunities since rolling his chest for 6 weeks in Bangladesh.
Well, to be fair to him, that was where he became famous, for the chest roll.
That's how he became famous, with that chest roll.
But he's had some opportunities. He also
only
played
7 first-class matches.
But when I say he had some opportunities, he also played for the Jamaica franchise in the T20 format with an opportunities. So I'm thinking you have to grab every available opportunity. You know, so until you cement a play in any franchise, it's always going to be difficult.
Here he comes in again now and bowls, and this time Springer gets another delivery wide of the off stump, taken by the keeper. It's also important to note, Odin Smith made his T20 debut in 2018. He's only played 5 T20s, his T20 debut. He's only played 5. But Odin Smith really took his cricket seriously from January 1st, 2021. And look where he is now in February 2022, on the verge of a big contract tomorrow at the IPL.
Well, that is good news for the young man, and it goes back to the same point I was making, Barry. You have to seize the opportunity when it becomes available to you. As
Archibald comes in and bowls, and this one is driven out to cover, can't score. You were saying?
So we can look at a guy like Kyle Mears. Kyle Mears would have had maybe 3-4 seasons with the Windward Islands in the T20 setup, where he was used as a bowling all-rounder in the shorter version of the game, the T20s. He sustained an injury, had an operation on his ankle, and then the chairman of the Barbados selectors in Henderson Broome saw the foresight to use him as a batsman batting down the middle order.
Yeah.
And then he pressed on and got himself a test selection.
Here he comes in again and bowls now, and this time Springer gets a delivery that's looking there for the drive, but he didn't time it at all, and in the end he was trying to perhaps force it in the offside, but he just got it back to the bowler, and there's no run. I must compliment the look of the Leeward Islands team in terms of we've often said over the years that the Leewards and the Windwards, to a lesser extent, have been weaker teams, but you look at them now, they have improved their cricket a lot, and there are actually players in this side who I think deserve a deeper look in for West Indies cricket. Archibald, nice to see young talent coming through as well. Bowls, and this delivery is wide of the off stump, taken there by the keeper. The end of the over, 223 for 5. Springer 41, Dowett 63. Years have gone by where the Leewards team used to be a team that had players that have been playing for 7 and 8 years, and 9, 10 years, that didn't have a chance of selection at a higher level. But I'm seeing in this side some players that I think are young talent that are coming to the fore, and I'm impressed by that. You have to give a lot of credit to Winston Benjamin, Andrew, and also to Kenny Flipper Benjamin. There are about 4 youth clubs in Antigua that have been producing some really good cricketers. Bethesda Cricket Club is in there. There's Liberta. Wilden Cornwall as well. Yeah, I must mention Wilden. Of course, his nephew is playing here today in Rakeem, Cornwall. But the youth program in Antigua is very good, and we actually have donated a lot of gear, cricket gear, through our sponsors in a grassroots program. And Bethesda Cricket Club, Liberta Cricket Club, they've gotten some gear to bring up their youth program, and it is a very vibrant youth program in Antigua. That's why we're seeing these youngsters coming through. So here comes Louis now and bowls to Dowrich, and Dowrich gets a delivery wide of the leg stump, taken there by the keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, it's my understanding that Keith Arthurton is having a club going, basically.
Andrew Emptage has a club in St. Kitts, Jamming, as they call it.
Jamming, yeah.
He has a cricket academy.
I think he's now signed to the government.
Yeah. And he also has a lot of youngsters. He's doing a good job. There's a coach as well. Keith Atherton works at the ground, Warner Park. As this delivery is a full delivery that's turned away nicely behind square. This is going to go close towards the boundary. Will it win the race? No, it wouldn't. Archibald picks it up just inside the boundary. But 2 more runs there to Shane Dowrich. They're clapping. I'm not quite sure what's the occasion, but there seems to be some special landmark. The 100 partnership. Thank you so much, Susan Bell. The 100 partnership is up. And Barbados now moving to 227 for 5. Dowrich 67. Springer 41, and the 100 partnership is up.
Yes, 11 fours in that 100 partnership. 114 minutes. And beautiful partnership between these two. And this must be worrying for Jamar Hamilton and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes as Barbados press the advantage to 25 for 5.
Here he comes in again now, Louis, and bowls to Dowrich, and Dowrich gets a wide delivery, extremely well taken down the leg side there. That would have gone for 4 byes. But Jamar Hamilton, equal to the task, and moving gingerly to his left, very athletically, and that stopped what could have been 4 byes. Your thoughts on Hamilton, because he's also someone who has been in and out of selection for West Indies duties.
He's had a good game behind the stumps as a keeper. He's also done well, in my opinion, as a captain with the resources he have available to him. Especially, I'm very impressed with his bowling switches and the changing up of the bowling. His batting is a different question.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time Dowrich is driving beautifully through Mudan for 4. That's perhaps a shot of the day. Sponsored by ESA Field White Rum. Must be, because that shot is one of authority, and if I do dare say so, pure elegance by Shane Dowrich.
Yes, Barry, simply put, stand and deliver. They be pitched up on the line of the leg stump, and he just walked into that delivery with a high left elbow, allow the ball to come onto the bat, and with a calculated ease, it sped across the outfield. Beautiful cricket shot, worth your money, and this has been a tremendous inning so far of 69 by the young man, and what a way to come back.
Yeah, 69 for Dowrich, 229 for 5. What attractive batting we're witnessing here. Here comes Louis in again and bowls to Dowrich with 2 slips in the gully, and Dowrich this time gets a full delivery. He's not tempted any. Shoulders arms taken there by the keeper.
And a good comeback delivery there from Louis, but you can't take nothing away from Dowrich. It's been a magnificent innings, full of flourish, full of style, very very easy on the eye. It's that kind of wicket, Barry, where you can trust the bounce. there's little movement that we've seen from the fast bowlers. So you just have to get in line, despite the fact that there's still some grass. It's a beautiful batting wicket on the second day, and Dulwich is in his all.
Here comes Louis in again and blows to Dulwich, and Dulwich gets an extremely wide delivery again at the off stump, taken there by the keeper to end the over, where Barbados Pride are 229 for 5, with Dulwich on 69, Springer on 41. Remember that the Leeward Islands made 171 for 9, so Barbados are indeed leading now by 57 runs, and this partnership continues to look very ominous for the Leewards.
And I think this is where the problem stems for the Leewards. They have to do what Barbados did yesterday when the Captain Hamilton and Thomas was going. You have to find a way to stem the flow of runs. You need to dry up the flow of runs here. And to do that, it means you need bowlers to bowl wicket to wicket, make the batsman play, reduce the scoring opportunities. And if that means, and I believe it's about time that the 2 slips come out, because the slips, has 2 slips, while they look pretty all day long, they have served no purpose. They had no one single catching opportunity, and that was taken in the the 3rd over the day when Mosley edged the pacer to Powell, who took a simple catch. But prior to that, the balls have just been wide of the off stump, so the 2 slips in position. To me, it is time to split them up. You need to conserve runs. Runs are beginning to leak, despite the fact that you are employing a system of 4 balls wide of the off stump and 1 at the stump. That 1 ball at the stump, more than often than not, is going for a boundary.
So it's going to be Archibald now to bowl to Springer, with lovely sunshine and great weather here at Kensington Oval. This delivery is down the leg side and turned behind square for a couple. Springer also beginning to not only look very assertive, but he also has played some attractive shots too.
I think what's been good about this partnership, Barry, has been the scoring of both batsmen. It isn't a partnership where Dulwich has only dominated, but the fact that Springer has able to rotate the strike, he's also been able to score boundaries, and has helped Barbados into this commanding position which they're getting themselves in.
Permit me to say a special good afternoon to someone I love dearly, Samuel Algernon Wilkinson, who's watching on the YouTube feed. As this delivery, Archibald, short outside the line of the off stump and taken there by the keeper. And thanks there to Corbins for ensuring that we have good tea as well. Andrew Mason facetiously asked if Samuel Algernon Wilkinson is my brother. He could be. He's young enough to be.
The last time I saw him, Barry, was on an election night on my TV.
What colour was he wearing?
Oh, Andrew. Oh, Barry.
Yeah, he still loves to cover elections. I hope God gives him life for the next one, which could come in 3 years. Here comes Archibald now and bowls to Springer, and Springer this time is driving pleasantly for easy single. Very well fielded there by Louis, running across from the mid-off, and there is just 1 run. So 231 now for 5, with Dulwich now on 69 and Springer on 43.
And the continuance of 2 slips and a gully. The point is on the boundary and has not really been pressed into action.
But he's now on the boundary, because before he was
3/4 way, yeah.
But he's now firmly entrenched on the boundary.
But he's only fielded 1 ball that period of time that he's been down there, Barry.
That's
so,
true.
So let's be fair.
But it depends on the line, the length that we're going to see from Archibald. But here comes Archibald again, the Ian Bradshaw lookalike. Delivers now to Dulwich, and Dulwich is driving. Doesn't time it at all, comes off the inner portion of the bat. And the fielder is the bowler who comes across the square and fields his own bowling.
No, simply Barry's now gone back around the wicket.
Yeah, he's got back around the wicket now. I think the captain must be a bit, say to him, look, what is the plan here to Dulwich? Are you trying to get him driving, or are you trying to get him cutting, or are you going to induce him into a false shot? Because he's been way too wayward with Dulwich is concerned. He's got 3 for 38 though, so he's bowled the best. Can't be too hard on him. Here he comes in again now as he passes umpire Bradford and bowls to Dulwich, and Dulwich this time gets an extremely wide delivery. That was so wide that the slip fielder was running for cover. It reminded me of Steve Harmison, first ball of the Ashes series in 2007, when he bowled the wide and it went to second slip.
And that was now his 3rd wide in 3 straight overs. In 3 straight overs, he's delivered a wide. And I think clearly the policy here, Barry, is to bowl wide. But the fielder on the point boundary has only fielded 1 delivery, and that was a pitched up delivery and not the short ball. So it clearly defeats the purpose of having that fielder down there and you need to find a way to get a wicket.
That's his third wide since the tea interval. Here he comes in again and bowls. So Dulwich was driving, square of the offside, straight to the field there on the point boundary for 1. And that single will take him to 70 now. Shane Dulwich has 3 test centuries. He's got 7 first-class centuries, 234 for 5. Springer's got 44. Springer's highest score at this level is 62, so he's got 2 half-centuries, Springer. Still a long way to go for this Barbados side because the game is still pretty young. Still a lot of cricket to be played. Leewards would need to now bat much better in their second innings. As Archibald comes in again on bowls to Springer, and Springer gets a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, taken there by the keeper. There's no run to end the over. Barbados Pride 234 for 5, Springer 44, Dulwich 70, more for Linden Yard, and then it's going to be Keith Holder for the first time after tea.
Yes, and the completion of the 86th over of the Barbados innings, with Archibald having sent down some 18 overs. He's picked up 3 for 40. He's been the best of the bowlers, having picked up 3 for 40 with 5 wickets down, 234 for 5. Dulwich, he has 70, visions of 100. He's faced some 97 deliveries. It's been a flawless innings. Springer on 44. He's mixed aggression with defense, and seemed to have taken up a new form of playing that delivery through, that short delivery through mid-wicket, where he's utilizing the bottom hand to flick the ball rather than having a full-blooded flow through the bat, pull through the bat with the left hand guiding it. And he has looked good, a little awkward with that little shot that he's played so far, but other than that, he's been in control. He's been very patient, very watchful. He has rotated the strike. What he's done well, he's not been stuck at one end where he's facing 4 and 5 deliveries. And he has been the perfect foil for Shane Dulwich. And the perfect foil for me is back, Keith Holder.
Thank you very much, Lyndon.
I haven't been on with you since morning, Keith.
Yes, well...
And you've had about 4 stints.
Circumstances. Let's use that word and leave it there. 2 slips and a gully. Really has been a lovely day. Driven uppishly just to the left hand of the bowler in Thomas, the medium pacer operating from the Joel Garner, and he's still flat out on the ground. Seemingly has hurt himself, and Dulwich immediately showing some concern. He dived at it and lost his footing, and seemingly has injured himself a bit. A couple of the Leeward's fielders now surrounding him as well, and the signal to the dressing room for the physio. But he's a tough customer, Devon Thomas, the former Leeward's
in horse
captain.
In horse racing, Keith, you call that soft tissue damage.
Okay, thanks very much.
So it's more a case of dented pride more than anything else.
Yes, and what would my friend describe it as?
I wouldn't want to give you that, Keith. Okay. I wouldn't want to give you that.
That's all right. I watched the last racing day on television on CBC Channel 118, I think it was.
Yeah, Channel 118.
Yes, okay. Here's Thomas into Dulwich. Dulwich forward and drives it out to extra cover. There is no run. He is on 70, Springer 44. They've added 110. Really pulling Barbados Pride around from 124 for 5 in the 57th over. This is now the 87th over, and that wicket fell off the second ball. The second ball of the 87th has just been bowled, just to put the comparison and to give the figures in relation to overs. Driven down to mid-on by Dulwich, there is no run. In relation to time, excuse me, with Springer at the crease for 126 minutes. That then represents the time that they have been together. Dulwich has been in for 147 minutes. 8 boundaries, 5 fours to Springer, and Thomas is in again over the wicket. Pitch on the pads and turn down to fine leg rather neatly, and they take a single. So Dulwich now goes on to 71. Springer is on 44, 235 for 5. Here's Linden Yard.
A question for you, Keith. At this stage, the continuance with the 2 slits, we haven't seen the ball swung today, but still 2 slits being maintained, and you're behind the 8 ball now.
It's an interesting question. The thing about it is that this is the second new ball which was taken immediately after tea with the score 204 for 5 from 81 overs. So I believe the thinking here of Hamilton, the skipper who's behind the stumps, is that it is still relatively hard and the chances are short, and pulled that with disdain over backward square, and umpire Blaze comes across to signal the maximum of 6. He went into the mud, so to speak, Devon Thomas, and that brings up his half century in telling style. Shamar Springer, exactly 50 off 99 balls in 127 minutes with 5 fours and 1 6, taking Barbados pride now on to 241 for 5 in a partnership of 117 with Dulwich, who is on 71.
Yes, a beautiful innings there by Springer. Congratulations to the young man. As you're saying, the second new ball here, you still have the 2 slips, but Devon Thomas has the second new ball, and I'm not so sure that I am reading this game properly if he has the second new ball in his hand.
Thomas again over the wicket, pitch short, and Springer pushes it for a single out towards the vacant mid-wicket area. There's a wide mid-on, and he now moves on to 51, 71 Dulwich, 242 for 5 at the end of the 87th over, the 6th with the second new ball, and a stand of 118. In the other 2 games at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, responding to a first innings total of 339 all out by the Windward Islands, Guyana 77 for 3 after 21 overs. Tejnarayan Chandapal, the son of Shiv, got 30. Chandrapal Hemraj 5. Shimron Hetmeyer 24. Leon Johnson, the captain, is on 16, and Vishal Singh is yet to score. You always say when you look at this Guyana lineup, Lyndon, a proliferation of left-handers. The first 5, Chandapal, Hemraj, Hetmeyer, Johnson, the captain, and Vishal Singh, all left-handers, and then to be broken by the fast bowling all-rounder Kimo Paul, who is due in next, and the others to come being Bramble, Permol, Moti, Smith, and Pestano. So that's the lineup, and just a reminder that it was a case of the Windward Islands batting on, and that last wicket partnership of 124 between Preston McSween 86 and Sherman Lewis 31 not out. A new record for the last wicket in regional first class cricket, and they surpassed the stand of 115 by Shivnarayan Chandapal and Brandon Best against Barbados at Kensington Oval back in 2012. And then Chandapal got 125 not out, and Best 33. In this instance, McSween at number 10 made 86 and Sherman Lewis 31 not out. For me, what is very significant that is Lyndon, they not only broke the record to establish this new stand after this delivery, 2 slips and a gully for the left arm pace Archibald outside of the off stump. Springer allows it to go through to Hamilton. But you're talking about numbers 10 and 11. Obviously, Shivnarayan Chandapal would have batted much higher up in the order along with the last man. But here was a case of numbers 10 and 11 and in this record stand of 124.
Hey, well, it does stand good for West Indies cricket selection for the selectors, and especially to see that you have a number 10 and 11 in a regional game, fashion a partnership of over 100. Usually you see that 10 and 11 are rabbits, so that's a good stead.
Archibald is wide of the off stump, no stroke from Springer, who immediately signals to the dressing room, touches his helmet, so you'll see what comes out in a moment.
And the Leeward continue this policy of bowling the ball wide the off stump. His first delivery was a little widish of the off stump and played down to Kofi James, the substitute who's on the field down at the backward point boundary. And Springer picked up 2 where you were looking for those scores from Trinidad in those games. But a good score there for the Windward Islands, and this is one of the teams over the years, Keith, that have not done well.
Yes, here is Archibald again into Springer, and Springer is forward and drives it out to mid-wicket for an easy single. Goes up now to 54, Dulwich on 71, a partnership of 121 for the 6th wicket. And the Barbados Pride 245 for 5. They lead on first innings by 73, having resumed today on 27 without loss. Craig Braffett was on 11 and Shane Mosley 8. Mosley was first to go, caught at second slip by Powell-off Archibald for 13. That was 36 for 1 from as many as 25 overs and 2 balls. And then Braffett, immediately after he was dropped, played a swipe, uncharacteristically so. Here is Archibald into Durridge and pitches short. Durridge solidly places it, pushes it down to Gully, and there is no run. Braffett caught at the wicket by Hamilton off Thomas for 29, 61 for 2. And then Jonathan Carter, who also survived an early chance, was caught at extra cover. Another terrible stroke. Hodge took the catch off Cornwall for 25. And at lunch, Barbados Pride were 110 for 3 from 52 overs with Raymond Reefer 23 and Justin Graves 6. And then in the very first ball after lunch, Reefer was caught at the wicket by Hamilton off Archibald, making it 110 for 4 from 52 overs and 1 ball. Archibald wide of off stump, no stroke from Durridge through to Hamilton as the over is completed. He now has 19 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 43. Barbados 245 for 5, Durridge 71 and Springer 54. And the dismissal of Carter quickly followed by Reefer, and then Graves was caught by Cornwall at first slip off Archibald for 7. It was 124 for 5, and questions were then raised about the makeup of the Barbados side, discussions in the commentary box, as well as messages being sent, and all of that discussion has been tempered since the stand has taken the score to 245 for 5, worth 121, Lyndon.
But I think the majority of the discussion necessarily would not had to have been about the order, but more about the manner of dismissals, because for me, those 5 wickets that the Leeward Islands got today, apart from the wicket of Shane Mosley, who you could, maybe you could still add that in as well, because it was a length delivery just on or about the line of something that a natural opener, the way he was leaving the ball alone, he could just stay inside the line and allow the ball to go through to the keeper. He sparred at it and gave catching practice down to the slip region, but the other forms of dismissal were simply not good at all.
Yes, well, Roland Butcher and myself, we were talking about alternatives in terms of likely replacements.
At this stage for next game, you're looking at?
Yes, let me use the plural, but Jamal Smith had a discussion with me on WhatsApp, and he mentioned the name of Kyle Hope. And that was an interesting one, because Kyle Hope is one of those who has been put into the draft, so to speak. And he's almost a forgotten man of late. Of course, he went and played for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force for a few seasons. The off spin of Terrence Ward in his 8th over, none for 34, pushed out to the short mid-wicket and fielded by Louis. There is no run. He's bowling over the wicket from the Joel Garner end, pitches short, and back goes Springer, turns it behind square. Again, no run, fielded by Archibald. And he has a slip. There's a deep cover, short extra cover, mid-off, long on and mid-wicket on the boundary. Orthodox mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and a backward square. In he goes again, still bowling in his cap, and back goes Springer, pushes it out to the extra cover, and cannot scores. Hodge moves to his right to do the fielding. So here goes Terrence Ward, the off spinner, over the wicket, short and back again, and punches it down to the extra cover. Is disappointed, Springer, that he didn't beat Hodge in that position by his reaction. Repeats the stroke, looking to place the ball either to the left or right of the fielder, and taps away again on 54 from 108 balls with 5 4s and 1 6. That 6 brought up his half century. This time, more of a flighty delivery, and he drives it down to the deep cover for a single. 55. Springer, Durridge 71, 246 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago, 171 for 5. Jamaica made 141 all out in their first innings, and a few scores after this delivery, which is the last of Ward's 8th over. And in he goes to Dulwich down the leg side, looking to turn it, missed by the keeper Hamilton, racing down towards the boundary. And the battle is lost as umpire Jonathan Blaze signals 4 runs. So Dulwich now moves up to 75, and it brings up to 250 for Barbados Pride. 250 on the board, 380 minutes, 89 overs, inclusive of 27 fours and 2 sixes. And quickly to get to the scorecard for Trinidad and Tobago, Keegan Simmons 11, Imran Khan 9, Joshua De Silva 37, Jason Mohammed 22, Yannick Correa is unbeaten on 43, Jed Gooley got 6, Isaiah Raja is unbeaten on 28, 173. For 5, Marquino Minley 17 overs, 2 middens, 2 for 45. Similar figures, identical for Nicholson Gordon. Derval Green 17 overs, 5 middens, 1 for 32. Alwyn Williams 2 overs, none for 9. Patrick Harty 6 overs, 1 midden, none for 10. And Jimmy Merchant 12 overs, 5 middens, none for 17. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, Keith, and as you were saying earlier, with reference to the Barbados selection side, let me go back to that shot first by Dulwich. A neat deflection, just helping it down past the keeper for 4. A deft touch, and that's being the hallmark of this innings. With the option thrown to you by Jamal Smith, and I wish him a speedy recovery on his testing positive. Get back to that after this delivery.
And he runs through the crease from that Malcolm Marshall end.
That is Thomas.
Yes.
So as I was saying to you, the suggestion by Jamal of Kyle Hope, I would want to get his scores from the 12th game, because remember, he has been around, and the mere fact that he did not make this 13 here.
Thomas wide of the off stump, no stroke from Springer, and it goes through to Hamilton.
I would want
250 for 5.
Sorry, I would want to get some scores from him from the 12 games that he would have played, because remember, he didn't make the 13 here, hence the fact that the very next game is next week against Jamaica. It's very unlikely that we'll have a change here unless the fellas who would have tested positive.
Short delivery, searching for the cut, doesn't time it well, Springer, and it bubbles down to the gully, fielded by Hodge. There is no run.
Right, and I was saying, and then it is very unlikely that they'll be cleared by then. I think it's 10 days away or something like that there, and the game starts within that period. So it's very unlikely that we'll have those fellas back, and hence the fact that Kyle didn't make the start in 13. While he's an option, I would tend to think that there have to be others ahead of him. For me, there would be 1 or 2 ahead of him.
Well,
namely Cheyenne Brathwaite.
I'll try to help your cause in a minute or so. And short delivery cut by Springer, but there's protection at the sweeper position, and just a single as he now goes on to 56, and Barbados Pride 251 for 5. Dulwich is on 75, the partnership worth 127.
Yes, easy pickings here for the Barbados side with the fielded down on the point boundary. And Kofi James, number 97 on his back, just standing in the shade, so he has the better part of the field to patrol. And the Leeward Island continues with Cornwall at first slip. Carty is at second slip.
Short delivery and pulled by Dulwich, coming off virtually the toe of the bat, and they fielded by the bowler back down the pitch. Thomas in his 17th over, 5 middens, 1 for 48.
Reminds me a lot of Jonathan Carter in terms that he's short, diminutive, a little nippy off the wicket. A handy cricketer since he's given up the gloves. Here he comes.
And this one is driven out to extra cover. Again, there is no run. 251 for 5. Barbados Pride. So,
knocked down by Archibald, who finds himself patrolling the covers.
Yes. And
one in your days, Keith, if you were to come from behind the stump, if you find yourself in the covers, or that would have been too much of a risk for the captain.
No, I always consider myself a safe fielder when I opted not to take the gloves while at first slip, but that would generally be the position. And there were occasions when I felt it more relaxing and looking on to see everything, I would pick up the mid-off position to direct the troops.
Would that include giving advice to the bowler?
Yes, but if you have a kind of chemistry, so to speak, and guys understood what I came up under some guys who played attacking, aggressive cricket, 3 slips, 2 gullies, leg gully, all that sort of stuff. And then if you have some wonderful seam bowlers and swing bowlers like Joseph Judge Coppin, who took all 10 in 1 innings, and a hat trick as well against St. Catherine, all 10 against Barclays at Churchill. You knew your players, and they knew what they had to do. It was not that difficult to lead the side. The comedian Trevor Eastman with his swing bowling and giving the batsmen a lot of talk, a couple of jokes in between to unsettle them. Using psychology.
Joseph Judge Coppin.
Joseph
Judge Coppin. Swing bowler.
Swing bowler.
For the Union and YMPC, he would have played at the Union as well.
Yeah, Adrian Injun Greenwich, Villat Barra.
Oh, Villat, the postman.
Yes,
good old Villat.
Yeah.
Not very quick, a little nippy.
Yeah, good batsman.
Outswinger.
Got 100 in the intermediate division.
Yeah.
Hendy Fields bonus leg breaks. Richard Hurdle with his off spin. And before that you had, I wasn't captain then, but guys like Matt Brown bowling express fast along with John Corbin with his left arm swing stuff. So good schoolboy cricketers. Yeah, and good competition.
So Barbados cricket, schoolboy cricket has always been strong.
Always been strong. We discussed yesterday the fact that from a first division perspective, in the dual drums about 6 years when Lodge College and Combermere were demoted before the combined schools played for the first time in 1978. The first delivery of Archibald's over from the northern end is guided down to second slip, and there's no run. But you've been
a double switch, basically.
Yeah, you've been asking me to do some work and looking at
Kyle Hope returns in the warm-up games.
Yeah, well, I wanted to start the exercise with the brain now getting on, and therefore there was that one-off series in the Legends Cup before it was aborted, cancelled because of COVID. Pitch short by Archibald and wristily played down to mid-wicket by Springer. There is no run. He's on 56, Durrich 75, 251 for 5. Linden.
Yeah, James just moving across to his left as the substitute field. He's had a lot of work to do today. He's at the mid-wicket position. The field, 2 slips, a gully. There's a backward point 3/4 of the way. There's a cover mid-off, shortest mid-on. And there's a fielder patrolling the fine leg boundary for Archibald, who's operating from the Joe Garner end. Here he comes, Keith.
He's in his 20th over the wicket, outside of the off stump. No stroke from Springer, goes through to Hamilton. Looking at the extras, Linden 23, 2 byes, 8 leg byes, 3 wides, and 10 no balls. I've taken a glance there just to get your take on the glove work of Hamilton, who now will come over to have a word with umpire Gregory Braffett from square leg. Mr. Braffett walks to him with his hands behind his back. And
I think he's bringing it up to speed that more than likely he is behind the clock where the overs are concerned.
Okay, so let's see. Last evening, 22 overs were bowled. This is now the 91st over. So you're going to make your subtraction, 91 from 22. Short and pull, wonderful shot down to the mid-wicket boundary. Oh, that was sweet. This guy's on top of his game now. I don't even want to say oozing with confidence, because when you're out there for quite some time, the ball seems to get bigger, and he's been in for 145 minutes. This is now a 6-4 to add to a 6, moving to 60 with Dorwich on 75. The partnership continues to build. 131 and Barbados Pride 255 for 5. Lead on first innings by 83.
It's a half tracker and asking to be punished, given hit with disdain in front of square and given a good look. Springer, and he capitalizes on that loose delivery.
Archibald again with 2 slips and a gully, and this one is a good lifting one. Beat him outside of the off stump. He's a bit annoyed with himself. Springer tried to get bat on the ball, walks towards square leg, repeats the stroke, and Dorwich comes down and does a bit of the old prodding on the pitch. Has a long distance discussion with his partner. Barbados Pride 255 for 5. Yes, there were 2 matches in that 4-team championship played at Desmond Haynes Oval and at Weymouth. So when I looked through the scorecards, I was telling myself initially that he didn't play, and I think that has been confirmed, referring to Kyle Hope. So 1 wide of off stump, the over comes to a close. Words from Linden as I searched then for the 2 warm-up matches which were subsequently played. Here's Lyndon.
Yes, and presently 255 for 5 Barbados in response to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, total of 172 for 9. Innings closed, declared off 53.3 overs with a top score for the keeper, his former keeper in Devon Thomas, and to be the only contributor of over half century in that innings in Barbados. Going nicely along, 255 for 5. This partnership firmly entrenched. Dulwich has 75. It's been a polished innings, and he doesn't look as though he's rusty. Doesn't look as though he's missed any cricket. 75 from 107 deliveries. Been a flawless innings. Springer, very supportive, mixing aggression with defense. 60, a solid 60. I'll put it down to that. 118 deliveries, and this is day number 2 of the West Indian Championship, the regional 4-day championship for 2022, as Thomas will continue.
With 2 slips and a gully short and punch into the covers by Dulwich, there is no run. So in the first and only run, as it turned out to be in the Legends Cup, Kyle Hope played at Weymouth, and he was in the team for Sir Charles Griffith 11 against the Sir Gordon Greenwich 11, and in the first innings he made 82. He batted for as long as 5 hours exactly, Lyndon, word of the off stump from Thomas and no stroke from Dulwich. He made 82 in 300 minutes off 177 balls with 4 fours and a 6, and he was partnered by another guy whose name has come up in the discussion, Cheyenne Braffett, who blasted 153 off 232 balls with 13 fours and 5 sixes in a total of 312 for 5 declared, and they had an opening stand of 225. Here Kensington Oval short by Thomas and pulled through forward square by Dulwich for a single. He's now on 76, Springer 60, 256 for 5, a partnership of 132. So you have the figures there. As I mentioned, Jamal Smith, we wish you a speedy recovery. Bert raised the question of Kyle Hope, suggesting that he should be part of the discussion. I fully agree with Jamal when we talk about likely players. At the age of 33 now, almost forgotten. The older brother of Shea Hope, Kyle Hope, played a couple tests with West Indies as well. Here is the next delivery, 2 wide of the off stump from Thomas and no stroke from Springer. So he got 82 along with 153 from Cheyenne Braffett. And as it turned out, that was a victory. The Sargriff 11 in their second innings. Then they were beaten. What did they score? Sir Charles Griffith 11 won by 10 wickets. So 30 for no wicket, and Kyle Hope got 23 not out in the second innings. So he impressed. He had the runs to go in the 1 round of the Legends Cup, and then you want to check the trials. I'll just do it before you let go to Andrew.
Before you check the trials, I'll go this way, because I had mentioned the name Cheyenne Brathwaite, and since you'd given me his 81 in 5 hours, which is spectacular and special.
No, Kyle Hope, right?
Kyle Hope, his 81 in 5 hours.
Cheyenne Brathwaite 153.
Right, Cheyenne Brathwaite 153. You didn't give me Cheyenne Brathwaite's age. Because remember they opened together.
Just about what, 21, 22?
Oh, you 22. See, so you see an age barrier for one.
I don't know if Harold Eastman has just woken up, but he sent a WhatsApp message saying, what about Tevin Walker? Yeah, Tevin was raised. His name was raised by Roland Butcher. Roland Butcher put Tevin Walker in the equation, Harold, which would have been discussed with Roland Butcher and myself in the pre-lunch session. So, Harold, thanks for your interest, but Roland Butcher, you must give him his due. He said that Tevin Walker would have been an alternative, although he's better known as a batter, a keeper batter. He played a couple matches as a specialist bat. Yeah. So, do you need me to really go for it and take a... Where is Andrew, by the way? Oh, he's there, yeah. So, I don't know if I should steal any more time from Andrew.
We're going to make a double switch, because Roland's going to come back, so we're going to make a double switch.
Yes, I've been on for virtually half an hour now, and I have to be fair to Andrew before he doesn't fire me.
Well, the latest news here at the Kensington Oval in brilliant sunshine on day 2 of the West Indies Championship Regional 4-day tournament. Barbados 256 for 5. This is a response to the Little Bristol of 172 for 9. Innings close of 53.3 overs. More from Keith Fowler, and then you will be joined by Roland Butcher and the heir apparent Andrew
Yes,
Mason.
Andrew Mason. I wouldn't pick up any more time. Roland, you can have your say. And Andrew, I gave the information. Andrew doesn't want to talk before you talk, cousin Roland.
Yes, and glorious sunshine. Keith here at Kensington Oval. Really excellent batting conditions, and Darrich Springer's taken full advantage. As Andrew Mason, I say good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Roland. Nice to see you.
That will be your favourite man bowling now.
Yes, Cornwall, the man from Antigua and Barbados. Hello to all of our friends on Platinum FM and, of course, ABS Radio. 257 for 5. A partnership that has really given them, as they were saying, Bajan parlance, gripe. Here's a delivery. You've heard that before, haven't you? There in East Point, St. Philip, where you were born. No, you go back there every Saturday to have some a wonderful time with a gentleman there in East Point, St. Philip. Here's a ball which is turned across the batsman. It's one from Cornwall, and Springer was really batted very well indeed. Just comes across, and the ball hits the top of the pad and dribbles away in the offside down to backward point. Cornwall again with a shadow alongside him, comes in and bowls, and the batsman wrapped in the pad, a bigger play for leg before, now it says the umpire. Ball that struck him on the pad. Cornwall thought he had his man, might have gone outside the off stump, but that must have been pretty close as he came forward there. Big appeal by Cornwall, and umpire Blaze says no. Did you have a chance to see that, Roland? You thought it was...
Well,
have a look at it now.
I'm looking at it now.
Wonderful work by David Green, who's earning his pay. Have a look at that. What do you think? Struck on the pad. What do you think there?
Unless it was going over. Unless it was going over, I think that was a very good shout.
So you would have given it, Roland?
On the evidence of that.
Yes. He is coming onto the front foot as Cornwall is in, bowls to Springer. Springer solid as a Barbadian rock. Pushes down towards that mid-on area. There's no run. 257 for 5. He's really batted very well here. Springer 60. Durridge looking to get 100. He's at 77. This delivery is short by Cornwall off the back, but whipped away through mid-wicket for 1. Lovely shot. And this really must please those who selected Springer. I think it must please the country as well, because these two came together when Barbados were in big trouble at 124 for 5, with the bigwigs gone, Mosley, Brathwaite, Carter, Reefer and Graves, and with a washpan of common sense they've come together. They've steadied the rocking ship, and I'm sure inspired by the thought that if you feed your faith, doubt will starve to death. They've done a wonderful job for Barbados, and they've got them now in a position of command with a lead of 86 overall, and the scoreboard tells the story. 258 for 5, Springer 61, Durridge 77, a partnership of 134, and that rate has gone to 2.77. I'll endeavor to run through the details of the day's play for you in a flash. Here we go. As Thomas, who's had a lot of bowling to do, operating from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end, bowling to the right-handed Springer, who's 61. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Springer, and Springer gets the ball outside the off-stump short and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Here we go. Barbados started the day at 27 without loss, having restricted the Leewards to 172 innings closed. Brathwaite was on 11 and Mosley 8, and today 5 wickets going down. Mosley caught Powell ball, Archibald 13. Brathwaite caught Hamilton ball, Thomas 29. Carter caught Hodge ball, Cornwall 25. Reefer caught Hamilton ball, Archibald 23. And Graves caught Cornwall ball, Archibald 7. He comes up now. Thomas in bowls, and Springer pushes the ball away down towards backward point. Cully comes across to pick it up. Takes an exploratory 7 to this crease. And doesn't want to flirt with danger. Little Durridge says no. There's no need to give your hand away, and Springer walks away down towards the square leg area. So, first wicket fell at 36, the second at 61, the third at 104, the fourth at 110, the fifth at 124. Here is Thomas, comes in and bowls, ball wide of the off stump. Springer doesn't play at that, and it's taken by the keeper Hamilton, the captain, going across to right in front of first slip. The ball in for you, Archibald 20 over 6 maidens, 3 for 47 as bowl well. Nino Henry, who's been off the field for a long time with an injury, 9 overs, 2 minutes, done for 14. And Thomas, 18 overs and 3 balls, 5 minutes, 1 for 49. Cornwall, 23 overs, 5 minutes, 1 for 49. Louis, 13 overs, 2 minutes, done for 42. Ward, 8 overs, 2 minutes, done for 39. Thomas comes in and bowls short, outside the, that's just over the off stump. The batsman ducks and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Casey Cardi, all had a bowl as well, 2 overs, no minutes, done for 9. 258 for 5. And we have a situation where our good friend has come in to put the microphones, well, the headphones on. Of course, we're talking about Mr. Stephen Leslie, who used to be a good batsman. And wasn't quite sure if he should have played for Spartan or Empire. Here's the ball outside the line of the off stump. Played away down towards the third man of the return, comes in. Good cricket, and they'll get even more runs here as it goes out towards the wicket. With an overthrow, they'll get a bonus run. The fielder at the mid-off area came across that, looks like Archibald. His return was wild, went up towards mid-wicket, then they're back for the second. This really must inspire confidence in the Barbados camp. This has been a very good partnership. And as I said, they batted very well, but steely resolved here. And in adversity, they've shown character. Of course, they know that men of character, are very, very well welcome, or they're trusted. And they said men of power feared, men of genius admired, but only men of character trusted. Does that mean you, Roland Holder, a man pregnant with character? Hello, Roland, nice to see you. You like that quote, don't you? Men of wealth or envy, men of power feared, men of genius admired, but only men of character trusted. You've heard that?
I think I'm still butcher, Andrew.
Do I need to repeat that? Do you like that?
Not Holder, I'm still butcher.
Men of wealth are envied, men of power feared. Men of genius admired, but only men of character are trusted. And what a way to welcome a man who's pregnant with character. Hello to you, Stephen. You like that quote, don't you? Put it on the BCA website. How are you, Stephen? Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Andrew.
We got to hear him. Dodgers, we're just trying to make sure we hear him. As an airplane makes its way into the Grantley Adams, David Green captured it. I wonder if that's BWA. Well, no, it can't be BWA. It's not. That's of course, red plastic bag when he talked to BW, this Caribbean Airlines. But I think could very well be, is that British Airways? That could be Virgin Atlantic. Well, what's it? You should know that, Roland. Have a look up by the airport.
My vision,
you want your glasses?
My vision doesn't take me that far.
Cornwall is in and bowls one, given lots of air. And it's Springer coming forward. Pushes up towards a bit on. The bowler comes across to pick it up. So can we hear Stephen Leslie now, the manager of marketing and communications at the BCA? Stephen, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing very well.
He's going very well. Here's the ball pitched up. There's a drive as Cornwall is on the off stump, driven down to cover, and there's no run. It's taken, of course, some wonderful stuff. Social media can get you in trouble too, as it got our friend from West Ham. Did you see that? Outside the off stump, wrapped in the appeal for leg before, now says the umpire. Didn't offer a shot. The ball turned back at him, struck on the pad, and umpire Blaze said no. Wonder why Spring would not have played at that, Roland Butcher. What do you thought of that? I'm sure Mr. Green will give us a replay on that. He's been doing wonderful work, and I'm sure acknowledged by our friends at the CWI.
Yeah, Cornwall doesn't look at all happy.
No,
Andrew,
he played no shot.
Here comes the replay.
Here we go. Have a look at that, Stephen. On the back foot, no shot, the ball spun into the height, you think, possibly?
Well, it looks like he got hit outside the off stump.
Outside the off stump?
Yeah.
So he's safe then. So good decision by umpire Blaze.
Yes.
You must give the umpire credit when it is due. Sometimes we criticize them a great deal. Cornwall comes up now in bowls. Off the back foot goes Springer, who's batted well. He's in 64. Dowers 77, 261 for 5. Pushes to mid-wicket. There's no run. Cornwall again. Lovely pigeon is just flying across the ground, making its way up towards, of course, CBC, and then it's going up to Bayfield. And I hope it can clear a lot of that stuff that we've got on the beach at Bayfield. Have you been to Bayfield recently with that?
No, I saw.
The moss is terrible.
I saw a picture.
The seaweed.
And I don't. You couldn't see any beach.
No, couldn't see any beach. And you know, Gabby says that beach is mine. 265 for one.
I don't think you'd want to claim that beach right now,
Not
Andrew.
at Skeets Bay. It's a beach that I know very well. Here's a drive up towards mid-off. They get a single. This is good cricket. A ball that's given some air, and there's Springer driving to mid-off, to the left of mid-off, taking the run. as it was his call because it went behind the non-striker, and a very clever single to carry him to 65, 262 for 5, time for drinks. It'll give us time, of course, to talk to Stephen Leslie. But I'm just talking about the seaweed up at Bayfield, Skeets Bay. I went up there last Saturday, and my golly, it's terrible up there, really. I don't know where it's come from. Maybe it's going to kill all the grunts and the snappers that Keith Holder loves. He's a big fish man, but we want some help up at Bayfield. Okay, let's look at what has happened so far. I shall do a recap of the day's play. 27 without loss at the start. Barbados had a wonderful first day, and today they started with their captain Brathwaite on 11, Mosley on 8. Mosley caught by Paul off the ball of Archibald 13. Brathwaite, he was caught Hamilton the keeper off the ball of Thomas for 29. Carter caught Hodgeball Cornwall 25. Reefer, he was caught Hamilton first ball after lunch. The bowler was Archibald, his contribution was 23. And Graves, a loose shot, a loose drive caught at slip by Cornwall in his midriff, which is, as we know, pretty big. He was gone, caught by Cornwall off Archibald for 7, and at that stage Barbados were in a spot of bother. The innings very much at the crossroads, and not the crossroads in Kingston, Jamaica, but we know what we're talking about. 124 for the loss of 7, but Dowridge on his return has batted very well in the sunshine of Bridgetown. He's on 77, Springer, his first officer, is on 65. They've come together in an unbroken stand of 138 for wicket number 6, and Barbados find themselves in a very strong position, 262 for loss of 5, a lead now of exactly 90. The bowling, before we get to you, Mr. Butcher, Archibald 20 over 6 maidens, 3 for 47, has been the chief wicket taker. Henry's had problems. He's been off the field a long time. 9 overs, 2 maidens, done for 14. Thomas with his brisk medium pace, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 52. Cornwall, the off spinner, 24 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 50. Louis, the medium fast bowler, 13 overs, 2 maidens, done for 42. Ward, who hasn't had a lot of bowling, 8 overs, no maidens, done for 39. And even Carty looking to pick a pepper, as they say in Barbadian parlance, 2 overs, no maidens, done for 8. For his thoughts on what has happened so far today, let's go across to the former England batsman, Roland Butcher. Roland, take it away.
Yes, Andrew, and Barbados large and in charge right now. At one stage it looked not particularly good, but these two came together and taken Barbados now on to a lead of some 90 runs, which is going to be an important lead in this game. It's not going to finish there. I think both of these batsmen will be looking to get hundreds. Not a great deal in the pitch right now. The Leeward's attack looking very tired.
Very tired
at
indeed.
the moment, and pretty ragged. And you started to see it actually in the outfield with misfields and overthrows. So they've got a lot of work to do. Barbados, we spoke earlier about players taking the opportunity, and Springer, he's waited a long time for the opportunity, but he's certainly taken it here today. And he's played very well, ably not just supported but shepherded along by the more experienced Shane Dowridge on his return to first-class cricket, has ensured that Springer was able to play his normal game. And at this moment in time, both of them look as if they're going to get a century, and if they do, it'll be well deserved. And I think Barbados will be quite happy with the current situation. That you know, if you look at the scorecard, Andrew, you see nearly all the Barbados players actually got a start and then got themselves out. But you know, today this has certainly been the best part of the batting, the pitch itself.
Right.
Yesterday, you know, it was fairly slow and you had to stick around. But now with the sun beating down all day, second day, not much moisture in the pitch. Good for batting.
I agree with that. It's gotten better. Stephen Leslie has joined us. Stephen, good afternoon to you. I'm sure that you're quite happy with what has happened so far. First of all, we started yesterday. Any concerns or things have gone to plan so far? Nice to see you, Stephen. Talk to me.
Good afternoon, Andrew. It's nice to see you as well. And so far, we're very pleased with how the first series has been hosted here at Kensington Oval. We had some international games quite recently, and certainly going into the regional series, we had the opportunity to have an outfield which is in very good condition. The actual pitch would have been part of some work that would have been done over a number of weeks. So far, we are very pleased at the BCA with what we've seen between the Barbados Pride, the defending champions, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah, tremendous. And The support has been good. And in terms of coverage, I mean, we must thank CBC Radio. You've played a big part in this. Thanks to Barry Wilkinson as well. And we got together with good old Pearson Bowen to ensure that many listeners from Maycox and St. Lucie, where Keith Hole has got some land. He's also got some land in Serenity Hills alongside me, which I don't like there in St. John. I bought it a couple of years ago. They're listening to the broadcast. So coverage, of course, Stephen Leslie, is of great importance.
Yeah, certainly for the regional cricket, there is this importance that you must be able to reach out to persons from different age demographics, and we've done that over the radio and also in social media. So we're pleased with the aggressive approach that we've taken in 2022.
We want to thank CBC and, of course, VOB, because I know you've also done some reports as well. Here's Louis, comes up now, he's in balls. Outside land, the off stump, the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper as the batsman, Springer, allows it to go by. How important is coverage of cricket, Stephen Leslie?
Well, certainly since the COVID-19 pandemic, it's been increased in terms of the importance of being able to reach out to persons. So it's vitally important, Andrew, to reach out and be able to connect with persons, whether it's on the radio, whether it's on a device. And really those people who make it down to Kensington, they know that they're coming to adhere to some protocol. So we want to have a group of persons that can enjoy the cricket.
Here's Louis, comes up again to bowl to Springer. To this delivery, Springer is off the back foot and steers it down to third man. That's going to go towards the boundary. And the fielder comes across. James files the return, moving from a backward point to third man to his left. And Springer's back for a second. The shadows are lengthening. And the lead is also lengthening as well. And Barbados go up to 264 for loss of 5. And with that, Springer now goes to 67. Dowers has got 77. And both would love to get hundreds. And that would be a very good story tomorrow in the Nation, the Advocate in Barbados today that Keith Holder writes for. Wonderful articles there. We don't miss Keith Holder. He doesn't miss Mason and Guess. Here is Louis in bowls. And it's the batsman just coming right across the stumps. That's Springer pushing down towards that mid-on area. There's no run. It's 264 for 5. So things have gone very well. The cricket is on the radio. And of course, Stephen Leslie. It's also on the West Indies YouTube channel. Mr. David Green, who's in the next, just next door box, doing a wonderful job. So I think overall you should be very pleased with the wide coverage. Stephen Leslie.
Yeah, most definitely. We are expanding beyond just the Caribbean demographic. You've got persons out in Europe and some people. I have a friend who's in South Africa. He actually messaged me and said he's taking in some of the live stream.
Oh, South Africa.
Yeah, he's very pleased to see how both Dowridge and Springer are batting. And I mean, one of the things that people have to recognize is that cricket now is so many different opportunities are going to present themselves. So a good innings, a good bowling spell here could give some of these guys who are playing first-class cricket the opportunity to get into some franchises. So it's really going to a global audience.
Here's Louis, comes up now from the southern end. He's in bowls outside the off stump, and Springer allows it to go by to be taken. But a no ball is called by umpire Brathwaite, the man from St. Philip. Barbados' second largest parish. I always thought it was the largest, but Keith Holder says no. He checked with the particular department that says it's actually Christchurch. So it's Christchurch, the biggest parish, St. Philip, second biggest. And I think, is it St. Joseph, I think, is the smallest parish, represented by Dale Marshall, the Attorney General, who may have some work to do, given what I saw in the papers this morning. Yeah, have you seen that, Roland Butcher?
No, I haven't.
To the Senate. Oh, my golly. What's going on there? 265 of 5 as this delivery is pitched up, bowled by that Louis. And with a very broad bat indeed, Springer pushes out towards that cover area. There's no run, 265 for 6. 265 for 5, make that Springer is on 67 and Dowers is on 77. So it looks as if the Attorney General may have some work to do. You haven't seen the papers? Keith, could you bring the Barbados Today for him? You'd have to go online. It's been filed tomorrow at 9:30. Can you imagine that? Oh my golly. Oh, you know, I don't ever listen to lawyers. I listen to a judge. 265 for loss of 5. My good friend Tony Thornhill always tells me that. No, don't listen to lawyers. You listen to the judge. So it should be interesting what happens, don't you think? Maybe your representative, Mr. Abrams, may be involved. He's a top lawyer, isn't he? He represented you on a couple of occasions. Roland?
Oh, I thought you were talking to Stephen. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were addressing me, Andrew.
Stephen lawyers, of course, a QC. Michael Lashley, who lost narrowly in St. Philip North. my 235 votes to Dr. Sonia Brown, who's now the junior minister in the Ministry of Health. So, Stephen, you're happy. What about the crowd, vaccinated people? Are you happy with the crowd so far? You expected more?
Well, to be fair, the games are scheduled starting Wednesday, this game, and then Tuesday next week. Not really ideal for those persons who are going to work, that they would have been able to come in on the weekend. But so far, I think that the message is out, and they're sprinkling of spectators, and we hope to get some more as the day progresses.
Cornwall continues. He's in both short off the back foot, pulled away by Dowridge, through mid wicket for 1. 266 for 5. Dowridge goes to 78. Springer's on 67. Barbados' lead beckoning in terms of the 100. It's now 94. And they would love to get, I would think, 150 or even more. These two have really batted very well indeed. And Barbados very much in control as Cornwall comes up now in bowls to Springer. Springer's onto the front foot, just guides the ball down to gully. Slip comes across to pick it up just on the top of the off stump. Barry Wilkinson tells me that Arsenal, they're playing Wolves and they scored. How many minutes left in the, it's just started? So the half hour. So it's 1-0 Arsenal. 1-0 Arsenal. Here's Cornwall. I would believe it's a West Brown man. He's in bowls outside the land. The legs and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Stephen, are you a football man? Do you support a team?
No, I don't. Many years ago, I used to support Ian Rush and the Liverpool team.
Oh, Liverpool.
But this is back in 1990. But so since then, I just watch and enjoy the games.
Yeah, yes, you do. Here is a delivery which is spinning into the bat. So very well bowled by Cornwall. That turned a long way across him. And it was sprung up, slightly beaten by that delivery and undone by the bounce. 266 for the loss of 5. You've seen the story with Zuma, Barry? With the cat, Zuma. Oh, what else? Have you seen that, Roland, but with Zuma? Yes, he's in trouble. Video, but have you heard about it?
I've heard about it, yes.
And Greenwood. Oh, what's going on there? 266 for 5, that's the most unfortunate.
COVID fatigue, I would think.
You reckon? That's you being naughty. 266 for 5. The one with Zuma catches me. I thought he would have treated his cat a little bit better, and he's found himself in some trouble. Cornwall comes up in bowl short, turned away down towards that short fine leg area. Ball that spun across Springer. So the end of the over, we've now had 97 overs thanks to Miss Bell. Springer 67, Dowridge is 78. 266 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington. Roll it.
And Andrew, really, the Leeward's Hurricanes really just waiting and hoping for something to happen. You don't see a lot of energy in the bowlers. You don't see a lot of energy in the fielders. And it just really looks as if they had resigned to the situation that they're in right now. And they need somebody to step up, show a little bit of inspiration and get them back in the game, because right now it's just meandering along and Barbados maintaining the control that they've had from early this afternoon, and both of these batsmen not being worried at all by any of the bowlers.
Well, it's going to be Louis to continue. Look at the figures of the bowlers in a minute. He comes in from the southern end up to the wicket and bowls to Dowridge, and Dowridge is forward and just guides it down to gully. A bit of outswing there. Might not have been in total control there, Dowridge. And it went down towards the gully area for Hodge to come across to pick it up. Must be worried about what he'll have to do in the second innings. This is beginning to get away from the Hurricanes, who, of course, in terms of their situation, would have been a really brief visit from Hurricane Thomas yesterday, but that didn't cause any structural damage to Barbados yesterday. He made 58, but after he got out, really, it was really very good cricket from the Barbados side. Here is a delivery from Louise in and bowls, pitched on the line of the middle stump, and Dowridge looking for his 100 to be scored, hopefully in front of the chairman of selectors, the lead selector, the Honourable Desmond Leo Haynes, pushes down to mid-on. There's no run. 266 for 5. Stephen, in terms of the start time, though, I know traditionally it used to be, of course, with the cricket starting. I'll get back to that after this delivery, as it's going to be Louis comes up now. He's in and bowls, and it's Dowridge allowing the ball to go outside the off and take it with the keeper. I know there was a change where you started on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to finish on Sunday. You know, with people maybe off work, but you're starting the game, this one on Wednesday, and then the second one on Tuesday. Any particular reason for starting the game on Tuesday?
Well, my information, Andrew, is that due to the COVID pandemic, a lot of the flight schedules have been disrupted. And as such, you have the Leeward Islanders now and then Jamaica next week. And I believe the CEO of Cricket West Indies mentioned that Caribbean Airlines still remains one of the reliable aircraft carriers. So as it stands, even though it's reliable, you still have certain days that teams need to be able to travel in and out of a particular territory. So I believe that played a huge role in terms of the start times, in terms of the days. So really and truly, we're trying to ensure the Caribbean public gets cricket, but obviously we want to play everyone in the safest environment possible.
Here's Louis. He starts his run again. It's 260-65. Comes in, bows to Dowers. Dowers is getting the ball pitched up and just drives nicely down towards that long on there. Another no ball is bowled. Umpire Brathwaite has had a lot of work to do and calls a no ball to carry the score to 267 for loss of 5. So so we can understand, because normally you want the game to start on Thursday to finish on Sunday.
Yeah, and I mean, you must commend Cricket West Indies for certainly being able to restart. I mean, there are a lot of dynamics that are going on behind the scenes. So to get 22 players on the field of play and to be able to maintain as much sensible protocols as you can, I mean, you must give them full credit for what they've done.
Here's Louis again as he starts to move in on his way to Bolton. Dowers is on 78. He's in Bolton. Dowers outside the off stump. Off the bat for strokes away beautifully to come out towards the boundary, and the fielder comes across to pick it up. They'll get one, they'll come back for the second. The fielder having to move from that backward point area on the boundary, moving a long way across to his right to pick it up. And that looks like James, who's on the field for Henry. They're back for the second. So Dowridge is 80, 269 for 5, and Stephen, what a good comeback by little Dowridge. He's my favorite batsman to watch, I must admit.
Yeah, Shane Dowridge has been very elegant today, very pleasing on the eye, and certainly first in his bat at first class level for an excess of 2 years. He's really showing his class.
Tremendous.
He's focused on getting the century.
Here's Louis, comes up now. He's in and bowls to Dowridge, and Dowridge is forward and drives up to that mid-off here. That's a wonderful looking shot. That really deserved more. He was looking for gold, but he got less than bronze there. A beautiful flowing drive up to mid-off. It went to the fielder, and there is no run. That's Paul to end the over. Let's look at the overs now. Bowl 98, Springer 67, Dowridge 80, 269 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington. Roland.
And Barbados continue to stay very much in charge. Both of these batsmen looked pretty secure, and really the Leeward, all the energy that they would have started the day has evaporated from them. And they're just barely going through the motions now, really hoping that they'll get a wicket. Not sure that they will. There is just hope. And these two batsmen have taken full advantage of the situation. And this final session here in the afternoon could really determine the outcome of this game. And how quickly it comes to an end.
Barry Wilkinson is watching Wolves up against Arsenal. It's still 1-0. Wolves is a pretty difficult side to beat. You know, there's some sides that wouldn't win the Premier League, but they're difficult to beat, and Wolves is one of those sides. Roland?
Yeah, I mean, Man United are not, and they're not difficult to beat.
You reckon? Oh my golly, 269 for loss of 5.
I never thought, Andrew, I would ever.
There's a big shot. While you were speaking, a ball that was lifted over the top of the wicket by Springer, and he poses for the cameras and the many. That should make a very good picture on Prime Time Sports tonight, Mark Seal. I'm sure you love that. That's over mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. That's a biggie. Well played to Shamar Springer. 275 for the loss of 7. And listen to this. Springer now goes into the 70s. He's 73. And what a shot, Roland Butcher.
I couldn't quite follow the ball, Andrew, but it appears as if it's probably gone out of the ground.
I think it's gone under the port.
Because the fielders didn't look into the stand, so that means it's gone right over the...
It went right over the Greenwich Lane stand. It was a wonderful shot.
So Leslie Reefer Jr. is now making his way into the middle with box of replacement balls.
And Susan Bell would never want us to forget this. The 150 partnership, 258 deliveries, 180 minutes, 14 fours and 2 sixes. Doris 68. Springer, how many? Can't see Springer.
He's 73.
Springer, what do you mean?
73.
Right, okay, 73. So wonderful performance from the 275 for the loss of 7. Thanks to you, Susan Bell. So what does this mean now in terms of Barbados? They've got a lead now of over 100. And we'll have a look at that shot. Here we go. Thanks to David Green, who's going to get the contract for another 5 years after this. Here we go. That was lifted over my wicket. Describe that shot for me, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, really, it's a ball pitching outside the leg stump, so it made it easy for Springer. You know, he's been batting for a long time, which means he's seeing the ball well. And, you know, having the confidence to just go down on one knee and go with the turn. Struck it beautifully off the middle.
Tremendous shot.
Right over the top of the Greenwich and handstand.
What a story it would be, Stephen Leslie, if both of these batsmen get hundreds. Stephen?
Yeah, certainly. The Shamar Springer story is one very interesting one. We know his obvious talent. He's now had the opportunity to bat in the middle order where he's rescuing Barbados Pride from a very uncomfortable position a little bit earlier. And then Shane Dowridge, who certainly with the class is looking to make his way back into the international side. So 2 centuries for these 2 young men, a Barbados Pride victory. You couldn't have rated it better.
Yeah, a wonderful story. I'm sure that Ezra Stewart will write in the Nation, the #1 paper in Barbados. So, hello Ezra Stewart, my cousin, and your cousin as well, Roland Butcher. You come from the same area. He's from Marleyville, you're from East Point. Here's a ball from Cornwall, which is on the line of the leg stump, and some frustration, he picks up and throws it back to the keeper. So that tells it all, as it's where Springer pushes up the pitch. So we've got Springer batting well. He's on 73, Dowridge 80, 275 for 7. Here's Cornwall, comes in, bowls to Springer. Springer's back, looks to turn the ball away down the leg side. Taken by Hamilton, was looking to go up with the appeal, but then strangled it because it really wasn't on. It was down the leg side. The shadows are beginning to lengthen now. And Barbados are really pulling away as this delivery is short outside the off stump. Bowled by Cornwall off the back foot. Goes Springer, forces into the offside, not the backward point. Suppose in horse racing terms, you'll say with, well, I say 2 furlongs to go, Barbados are maybe 2.5 lengths clear and kicking for home. 275 for 7. Here's a short ball off the back foot, forced away through cover by Springer for 1. Will surely get a second. Runs back for 2, jogging the second run. It was short. And you could see Cornwall's arm getting lower and lower. Springer pushes through cover for 2. And Barbados' charge in terms of dominance of this game, it continues at 277 for 5. And this is a good story for the Barbados team. The defending champions as a pigeon flies over Kensington, going its way down to the port. Here's a delivery which is turned away fine by Springer. Did that get some bat onto it? It was outside line. Yes, it got some bat onto that. And it went down to fine leg for 1. So the over come to an end. Almost easy like Sunday morning and a Thursday afternoon in Bridgetown. Barbados 278 for 5. Springer 76. Dowridge 80. 278 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and it's interesting, Andrew, that Springer came in sometime after Dowridge, and he has had the majority of the strike.
Yeah, he does. Yes, yeah.
Dowridge has only faced 120 balls. The Springer's 155, which is quite interesting because Dowridge was the senior man when he came in at that time.
Yeah.
But such has been the way that he's played. So the confidence that Dowridge has given him as well, that he's been able to take most of the strike.
Yeah.
And that must be pleasing, not just for Springer, but obviously for the team.
So it's going to be Louis to continue. And I think we're going to have a change. It looks as if Lyndon Yard, the horse racing man, comes in. He's a man who's of many talents. Here's a ball pitched up on the line of the leg stump by Louis, flicked away by Springer through forward square for 1 to carry the score to 279 for 5. With that, Springer goes to 77, Dowridge 80, 279 for 5. The lead has now gone to 107 as we welcome back Lyndon Yard. Lyndon, you're a horse racing commentator. I'm always intrigued to know, how do you pick up the horses? I mean, I know that Stephen Leslie goes to the Garrison, but he only knows a horse called Waters Meet. You remember Waters Meet? That was my favorite horse.
Yes. The Stanford Prince.
Stanford Prince, yeah. But I was going to get there. Here's Louis. He comes up now. He's on his way. He's in. And bowls a ball which is on the line of the off stump. And there's Dowridge, who's saying the ball as big as the breadfruit of football, anything. Maybe the football that Arsenal scored the goal with. Liverpool, and they're playing Brentford, is it? Who they playing? Leicester. 1-0 to Liverpool.
I'll walk you through it, Andrew. How do you pick up Cornwall? How do you distinguish Cornwall?
Well, it's very, that's a very simple assignment.
How?
How he looks.
Oh. Same thing applies for horses.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
You use the colors.
You use the colors?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I didn't know that. Here is Louis. Comes up now, he's in. And bowls outside the off stump, and there's a lot to go by to be taken by the keeper. So you're doing a horse race, and you know, we hear you, and you pick up the horses. How do you do it?
You go by the colors. So, for example, there are 2 Cornwalls on the field.
Yes.
One wears 93, the other wears 39.
Right. Okay.
They're the same size.
Right.
So therefore, you differentiate them by the number.
Okay. But of course, you wouldn't use that example with Cornwall there, would you? In the same size.
I'm just trying to walk you through.
I know. You're naughty, man. Cornwall is the big man. He's actually gotten bigger. Here's a delivery which is on the line that likes a whipped away by Dowridge as Louis on his leg tucked down towards that square leg area for 1, and he now goes up to 81. It's 280 for 5.
I'll make it a little easier for you.
Please.
The first time that I did a cricket first class game was at the UWA. I think it was 2003.
Right.
The first game was played at UWA. West Indies versus the Vice Chancellor 11 versus an Australia side.
Okay, wonderful.
And my favorite commentator, Jim Maxwell.
Oh, good old Jimmy.
Right, I was introduced to him. Joe Bigger, Bird Garner was on the commentary team along with Hendy Wallace.
Oh, that's a big team there with the big bird. There's a ball outside land, the off stump. Louis ignored by Springer, taken by the keeper.
Yourself, along with me, and Donna Simmons. That was the commentary team.
That's a big team. You made that team?
Along with your good friend Peter Robert.
Oh, Peter Robert. Yes.
Yeah, I made that team.
He's now gone to the great beyond.
Yeah.
Yes, we all know this story.
And Jim, I was introduced to Jim, and I asked him, how do you pick up the players on the field?
Yes.
And he took me to the middle of the field.
Right.
I'll get back to that.
Oh, here is Louis. He starts his run. Comes into bowl to Springer, and Springer is off the back, but turns the ball away. It's getting very easy up towards that mid-on area. More mid-wicket. Mid-on comes across to pick it up. That's Archibald. And an easy single to Springer. This has been a wonderful story. 281 for 5. Springer, that single goes to 78. Yes, Lynn?
Right, and he took me to the middle of the field, and he said to me, forget the War boys, the War brothers, you know them.
Yeah.
Forget McGrath.
You know him.
You know him. Forget Shane Warne, you know him.
Yes.
And he picked out Justin Lange, the coach, the present coach, Michael Love, Damian Martin. And they were warming up.
Right.
They were backing me as well.
Right.
And he says to me, I want you to differentiate these players for me. I think it was Damian Martin and Michael Love, if my memory serves me correct.
Fine.
They're the same height, same size, clad in the same GM gear. And he says, I want you to distinct. Tell me who's who. Get back to after this delivery.
Okay, here's Cornwall. Comes up now in bowls, and there is Springer first forward, then back, and the ball spins into him and pushes in front of him. The keeper picks it up. Where the silly point would have been, there's no run, 281 for 5. After this delivery, Cornwall gets to his overs very quickly.
Yeah, I'll get back to after this over.
He just takes 2 steps as he comes up now, he's in. And this delivery is given to me. The batsman swings it over the wicket. That's a big shot by a wonderful cricketer. It's gone over the wicket for 6. That's gone down to the port. It was hit beautifully by Springer to carry Barbados up to 287 for loss of 5. And what a shot played by Shamar Springer to carry him to 84. He's actually gone past Dowridge.
Beautiful shot, Andrew. And what's important, the use of the feet.
Ooh.
I think they begin to get the measure of Cornwall. He's put a lot of pace on the ball. The wicket is a very, very good wicket, and the batsmen are entrenched. They've seen him from all 2 ends. I don't think he's offering these problems as people say he possesses. He can, but he just hasn't offered that here that I've seen. I think these batsmen are well set, and they can just press on the accelerator. You know? And as I said, young Springer has mixed aggression with defense, and he's also been looking to score, which is the most important thing. He's been looking to score.
I agree with that.
So to continue that story, Andrew, it took me at least 7 minutes, because it was in the middle. And at the end, I gave up. I said, I can't differentiate them.
Yes.
And you know, he said, I'll give you the answer. And I was like, get this. The answer, remember, they're clad in both GM gear. They're the same height. They have on the baggy green cap. The difference between, I think it was Langer and Love, or Damian Martin and Love, was that one was chewing a chewing gum.
Oh, and that, really?
So the tiniest thing, that was a no-brainer for me. I would have never have gotten that.
Oh, I see.
So It isn't horse racing alone. I learned that from cricket. And that was real. I would have never guessed that, Andrew.
So when these horses are bunched together, I mean...
Right. If you have three in the same color shirt,
what do you do?
Then you go to the cap.
Oh, the cap.
The difficulty with the cap is a cap from here to the central bank becomes a dot.
A dot, yes.
So you still have to differentiate. So you forget the color of the shirt now and you go with the cap.
The cap, wonderful.
Right, but you can find 3 or 4 in the same race, wear the same color cap.
And that's by the central bank. Suppose it's their field. 287 for loss of 5. So it's wonderful.
Added to that, the most important part is your breathing.
Ooh, you're breathing.
Yeah, because you're going to be racing between 57 seconds, likely.
Right.
To the longest race was maybe 2 minutes 3.
And that's a 9 furlong?
Yeah. 10 furlong, basically.
Oh, 10 furlong, yes. Here's a delivery from Cornwall. It's down the leg side. The keeper doesn't take it. It goes away down to fine leg for 1. Archibald is after. Let's look at the umpire Blaze. He signals the leg by. And the 300 beckons Barbados, 288 for 5. Springer 84. Dowridge 81. The partnership 164. And this means the lead has gone to 116. This has been a tremendous story for Barbados. Here's Cornwall, comes in and bowls. The ball given somewhere and whipped away down towards that short fine leg area by Dowridge. A little turn to the wrist and impact. This must impress the chairman, the lead selector. They no longer have a chairman, it's a lead selector. The Honourable Desmond Leo Haynes, who's in that very special chair provided by the BCA, all alone. Here we go. Cornwall is in and bowls, and Dowridge is forward. And that is getting even broader than broad, as they say. And Priddle plays the ball up towards that mid-off area. The bowler comes across. The shadows are beginning to lengthen. Here's Cornwall as he comes up now. He's in and bowls off the back foot. Looks to turn the ball away. Dowridge, it goes by to be taken by the keeper to end it. The over from Raheem Cornwall. At the end of it, Springer 84, Dowridge 81, 288 for 5 as the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and as I said, the shadow began to lengthen. So too is the partnership beginning to lengthen, and it's going nicely along. 288 for 5. Dowridge 81, Springer 84, 161 balls he's faced. He's gone past Dowridge, who's 81. Valuable 81 has come up of 126 deliveries. Some bowling figures. Archibald 20 overs and he's conceded 47 runs, picked up 3 wickets. Henry 9 overs, he's conceded 14 runs, not a wicket. Andrew on the bowl, maybe he's carrying a little bit of niggle. He did go off the field. Thomas 19 overs for 52 runs, 1 wicket. Cornwall 27 66 1. Louis 16 51 0. Wade 8 39 0. Didn't trouble the batsman whatsoever. And Carter's just had 2 overs for 8 runs without taking a wicket.
Wonderful work there by Lyndon Yard, who can also do ball-by-ball commentary. What do you prefer, Lyndon? Do you prefer ball-by-ball or do you prefer comments?
I prefer ball-by-ball.
Why do you prefer ball-by-ball?
It's all about description. It's about a flow. It's like horse racing. You have to retain information and get it out while positions rotate.
Okay. Who's that going to bowl now? Is that a dibbly-dobbly bowler? Who's coming into bowl there? It
looks like Casey Carty.
Is it Casey Carty?
It looks that way.
Yeah, it is Casey Carty. Number 45.
45 on the back.
Check it.
It's Wade.
It's Wade.
You see, Andrew's like horse race.
No.
You have an advantage here. The number of the back helps you out.
Oh. Well.
Terrence Wade.
Ward.
Ward, sorry, with the E.
Ward.
With the E. Ward with the E.
Yeah, because in Barbados we don't carry the E very often. Right. Those who carry the E are the rich ones.
Make Stephen Leslie laugh.
Yes, those guys from St. Thomas and St. Lucy, where Keith Holden knows very well. The wards of St. Lucy, they carry lots of money, with the E on, of course. 288 for loss of 5. Of course, you've got the brung without the E and with the E.
And there's also the yard without the E.
Yes, indeed.
Mine is with the E.
I'm going to ask you a question in a minute. Here's Terrence Ward comes up in bowls. Ball which is on the line, like pushed up towards that mid-on area by that Springer, who's on 84. It's 288 for 5. What's the most popular surname in Barbados? That's a question for the entire commentary team. Here's Ward, comes up, he's in, and bowls. He's down the pitch. That Springer pushes up to mid off the bowler, picks it up, cocks the arm and threatens to throw. I see.
Are we allowed to?
He's Googling.
He's Googling.
Yeah, Steve, we got you. Yeah.
I'm actually, Andrew, going to the list that came out just before the general election.
Yes, and what did it say?
To see, Arlene looks very popular, and Bradford as well.
I thought it might have said Motley.
She attracts the most votes.
Oh, there's always a wonderful fun in the box. 288 for 5. But can someone tell me the most popular surname in the country?
What about Phillips?
Barry, can you tell me that? Could you Google it? The most popular surname in the country, Barbados. Here we go. As Ward comes up, he's in and bowls off the back foot. Goes Springer, pushes down towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Could it be Griffith? Could it be Brown? Could it be Aline? I mean, Bradford. These are very popular names. Somebody's sending me a WhatsApp, and maybe they're saying you're talking nonsense, or they may be giving me the answer. So let me just put in my code to see who said that. You think it might have been coming from Mia Amor? Have a look. In fact, Dave Mason says that's my very good friend and my cousin as well. He says Brathwaite is the most popular surname in Barbados. Is that right? Is it Brathwaite?
There are quite a few Brathwaites on the list that I just looked at, so he could be right.
It could be right. Okay, we just have to Google it. I'm sure I'm gonna do that in a minute, and we'll just find out exactly. In fact, it's interesting. Mike Cummins says Clark. So tell me 2534679. Just send me a WhatsApp message and tell me the most popular surname in the country. I don't think it is Leslie. Neither do I think it is Yard.
As Cornwall continues from the Joe Garner end, 288 for 5.
And it's not Cornwall. He's going to turn now. He's going to bowl to Little Dowridge. He's on 80. He's on 81. He comes up now, bowls, and Dowridge is forward. He's clearly playing for 100. He's not going to give this one away, and plays it square in the offside down to backward point. Have you seen Carlisle Best? He's a selector.
I haven't seen him yet, but I'm sure he's elated with the position of the side.
Have you seen Carlisle at the game? Good old Carlisle. Have you seen Carlisle? Here is Cornwall, comes up, he's in and bowls. Dowridge turns the ball away. We'll get a single. Lovely little turn of the wrist down to square leg for 1. And I'm told that Interp Clark is the most popular surname in Barbados.
Okay.
Trevor Clark?
Well, it's not Trevor. So the most popular surname, I'm going to Google it myself, as it's going to be the spin off Cornwall. Short side off the back foot, banged away through cover by Springer for 4. Through cover, what a wonderful shot by this Barbadian batsman who's excited the taste buds with some wonderful display of batting off the back foot and punched away through cover for 4. He now goes to 88, 293 for 5. Well played, Springer.
Oh, beautiful shot, beautiful shot. I was saying when I was on with Barry, that is an opportunity for the young man. He's only had 7 games, but he's been in and out of the team, especially when the more popular players are back, and he has to announce himself by taking advantage of every available opportunity. This is one of them.
Well, here's the delivery, which is on the line of the leg stump. Turned away by Springer down to short fine leg. There's no run.
Andrew, while you're generating a lot of interest, I remember giving you a question yesterday. Some homework. You haven't gotten back to me.
What's that?
I asked you what's the most popular tree in the Caribbean.
Oh, okay. We're gonna Google that as well. But it's interesting to see as Cornwall comes in and bowls to Springer. Springer pushes out towards cover deep on the boundary for a single to go up to 89. It's 294 for the loss of 5. It's always interesting to get your listeners involved, and I mean it's amazing to see the kind of response that we've had. I see there's someone saying it's actually Graves or Griffith.
Interesting enough, Andrew, I just got something saying that Luke News, that was the link they used, said Clark first.
Clark first.
Aline second, and then Griffith third.
Say that again. Clark first.
Clark is number 1,
right.
Aline is number 2, and Griffith is number 3.
Okay, wonderful indeed. Yes. In fact, there's a lady here who's telling me that says, yeah, you're right, Clark and Aline and Griffith. So thanks to you.
So you concur, Andrew, because usually you are always on the opposite side.
You're fine. Well, I wouldn't want to be in the opposition to be beaten 30-love. You walked into that, didn't
Andrew,
you?
remember there's no opposition.
You're right. Well, see, Adrian Brath, the former Attorney General, causes a bit of a stir. I'm sure that Barry Wilkinson, who's an emerging lawyer, may have something to say about that. But I think you may be his first client too. 94 for 5. Dowridge is on 82. Springer 89. And so Clark is the undisputed name that we had. Thanks to you, fact, it was Keith Holt who said it first up. Here is Ward continues, he's in and bowls, coming down the pitch, Spring and pushes up towards that mid-wicket area. There's no run. The most popular surname in Barbados, so we've confirmed that, is actually Clark. And there are many Clarks. In fact, when you look into the telephone direct, you see so many Clarks. You see a lot of Brathwaites as well. 294 for the loss of 5. Here's Ward, continues, he's in, bowls, and on the back foot is Springer pushes to mid-wicket, there's no run. He is on 89, Dowridge 82, 294 for 5. It will be a great story, I'm sure, for these two to register hundreds. Here is Ward, comes up now in his cap, he's in and bowls, off the back foot, wrapped in the pad, going down the leg side. The bowler thought of appealing, then decided to save his energy, and the ball pops off the pad and goes out towards that cover area. There's no run. The keeper, Hamilton, who must be a very worried captain, comes across to pick it up. The ball comes back to Terrence Ward, who's been, well, he's not bowled a lot. He comes in again to bowl to Springer, and to this delivery, Springer is off the back foot, forces out to cover, can't press the offside field, as Hodge comes across his right to pick it up to end the over. At the end of it, Springer is kept on 89, Dowridge is in a partnership of magnificent 107 Barbados is lead over 122. 294 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, Andrew, I know when you go around the Caribbean, you're a Caribbean man, St. Vincent, Guyana, Jamaica, Trinidad.
Yeah.
What's the most popular tree? Is it a coconut tree?
Oh, well, somebody's telling me it's the breadfruit tree. You're asking about, I'm told the breadfruit tree is the most popular. I'm sure somebody would challenge that.
That you would find in the Caribbean, readily available whenever you arrive.
Yeah, indeed, breadfruits are very popular. Of course, I mean,
in Antigua, for example.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love the fruit at Border Market. Here's a short ball, bowled by Cornwall off the back foot goes. Dowridge hits it very hard, pull it to mid-wicket, can't pierce the onside field. Here's Cornwall again, shallow alongside him from the northern end. Comes in to bowl to Dowridge, and Dowridge is off the back foot, clips the ball beautifully out to mid-wicket, gets one, only one. Coming off the boundary to pick it up, looks like Jeremiah Louis at mid-wicket. They get a single. This is getting easy for Barbados. 295 for the loss of 5. And with that, Dowridge goes to 83. Cornwall is in, bowls to Springer down the leg side, and the little, well, the tall right hand that allows it to go by to be taken. That ball's ripping across him. Good bounce. Taken not cleanly by keeper Hamilton. Here we go. Cornwall in the sunshine of Barbados. Now the slip has gone to leg slip now, so there's no slip. There's a backward point. There's a man at cover will go towards the cover area. We see extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long on. And there's also a fielder at mid-wicket. Here's a ball outside land, the off-stump, bowled by Cornwall, and just pushed away down toward backward point by Springer. And with Ward about 10 meters inside the boundary at the cover, he gets a single quite comfortably. 296 for 5, the 300 beckons. Here is Cornwall again, comes in, bowls. The ball which is turned away fine by Dowridge, down to fine leg. They'll get just the run. Archibald is after it from short front. The leg slip is in. It went past the leg slip fielder. And was it in the air? I'm not quite sure.
Should have been stopped.
It should have been stopped by that's Powell.
Yeah, Powell.
Went past him, and they got a run.
Not very agile in the field.
No, not agile at all. 297 for 5, and the Leewards are under pressure here as Cornwall is in and bowls, and there's the batsman getting very well into line, Springer, and you can hear the lovely sound coming back on the back foot, pushes one that was on the line of that leg stump up to mid-wicket to end the over. He's gone to 90 now with visions of 100. Dowridge 84, 297 for 5, with a lead of 125. 297 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
And the defending champions are in firm control here again against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at Kensington Oval on day 2 of the West Indian Championship, Regional 4-Day Championship. And these two well entrenched, and it will be very important for both of them to go on and get hundreds. Dowridge on 84 and Springer on 90, as they just be about to be joined by Stephen Leslie, the guru in charge of marketing here at the BCA. Stephen, I want to get back, ask a question after this delivery as Ward continues, and there's the batsman coming onto the front foot. Dowridge plays the ball down the offside back to the bowler. There's no run as Andrew.
Wonderful work there. This is why we employ you, because you can do everything. Here's Ward, comes up now, he's in and bowl, short, outside the line of that leg stump, and there was Dowridge, whose favourite shot is the pull shot. That's Springer. wasn't able to put away. In fact, that's Dowrich.
It's Dowrich on strike.
Dowrich was batting. And it means now that the score is up to 84 to him now. Here is Ward, the off spinner, comes in to bowl to Dowrich. And this delivery, Dowrich is going back and clipping the ball away comfortably down towards that backward square area for a single. It's about occupation of the crease. It's going to get easier. You can't make runs from the pavilion, can you?
Most definitely. You have to score them in the middle.
And these two have done a wonderful job at Story. Of course, on Primetime Sports tonight with my good friend Mark Seal, who's been in the job at CBC. For how long now, Keith Older? You tend to have stats. 298 for 5. Here is a delivery which is given to him and driven beautifully by the batsman. Spring up towards that long on area. There's a feel of protecting the boundary, using his feet. Not often that you see the West Indian batsman use the feet like the old batsman did. Of course, Basil Butcher and these guys were brilliant at using their feet. 299 for 5. Springer 91. Dowrich 85. The lead is 127. The partnership 175. Here's Ward. Comes up, he's in and bowls. A ball which is on the line of the leg stump and played away by Dowrich up towards mid-wicket, looking for a run. But this time, it's Powell moving to his right and making the stop. 299 for 5. So the 300 beckons. And this must please Stephen Leslie, the CEO of the BCA, the president, Mr. Conde Riley Pacero, and all the board members, even my good friend Tim Boyce, who couldn't quite make it when the elections were on. Tim Boyce, who's been the board, I think, for about 14 years, but Hendy Wallace nipped him. 299 for 5. I understand all the Pickwick people came and voted for Hendy. This is what Keith Holder told me. Did he tell you that as well? A low turnout like the Barbados election, but he won comfortably.
Well, Andrew, the overs come to an end.
You're not going to talk about that one, are you?
It's 299 for 5. One away from 300. Dowrich on 85. Springer on 90. The question I want to pose to Stephen is that we've noticed for this game, Andrew, that the ground staff yesterday were a terror in black and grey. Today it's black and green. How critical was it to get in sponsorship in these hard times where we've been troubled by COVID?
If you take a look to your right, over where the Greenwich handstand is, Stone Hill, 4 banners are being displayed there. They've played a very critical role in outfitting not just the groundsmen, but all of the Barbados Pride, local cricket. So again, Stonehill's played a huge role, and you can see not only uniformity, but it's all part of the presentation that is being done to ensure that when we go worldwide as we are, that people can see that we are organized very well here at the BCA.
Here's a drive and a wicket. Well, Springer gives it away. There was one given some air, and Springer coming forward and driving the ball down to mid on a soft dismissal. He was also close. Then he must be very upset with himself. He had 100 ready for the taking, and a loose shot, lapse in concentration. He drives the ball down to mid on. The catch is taken, but you can't take it away from Springer, who came to the crease with his country in strife. There were all kinds of contortions, and he leaves Barbados in a position of command. Springer getting one on the line of that leg, some pushing down towards the position of short mid on. The catch taken low down by Carty. His contribution of 91, 181 balls he faced. He was at the crease for 209 minutes, and the applause you can pick up in the CBC microphone for Shamar Springer, the Combomarian, the man who responded admirably to the challenges of Barbados. Congratulations. Despite the fact that he didn't get to 100, he made 91. His contribution was worthwhile.
Yes, he batted beautifully, Andrew, and my lone blemish with the innings is that he refused to get the 100. And he was batting so well, he started to use his feet against the spinners, and that was a delivery. It wasn't a delivery of any particular merit. It was right in front of him, and he just stood there and just essayed a lazy on drive straight to Carty, who was feeling at the mid-on position. He took a simple catch of the ball, dropping on him, and Springer makes his way back off the playing arena, and he, as I said, he batted really well. He deserved 100. Both batsmen deserved to get 100, but you know, at the end of the day, it will be recorded that he's got a 50.
Yeah. Well, he's gone. It's 299 for 6.
There's the replay. He tossed up. He took it from outside the off stump. Just a lazy looking shot, actually. And there's Cornwall giving the fist pump and hitting the ball straight to Carty, feeling at the mid-on position. And at 90 odd, you wouldn't want to catch at mid-on,
Andrew. I wouldn't think that. No, it was
a real trouble-free innings altogether. Yeah. He deserved 100, but he has no one to blame but himself. But it continues the trend for the day because that's now the 6th wicket that's gone off for Barbados that really has not been earned.
Yeah, very soft indeed. 299 for 6 now. And out comes Keon Harden. Can he bat a bit, Mr. Harden?
In my books, I wouldn't rate him as a batsman.
Okay, all right. Do you think the tail is long for Barbados? I mean, it is true that these
I will
two
put it this way,
well.
It's a meaty tail.
It's a meaty tail. And of course, in success there's also failure. And we must always do a critical analysis. There's some who feel that Barbados is playing a genuine batsman short. Do you agree with that?
I feel so. I'm perfectly of the opinion they're a batsman short, a batter. Remember, we moved from batsman to batter.
Okay. I wanted to explain that as Barry Wilkinson.
I think you can invite Stephen to have his take on that.
You reckon he may not want to comment as the communications man? He wouldn't want to get.
But he might have been wrong. The radio wording has been changed. Just as the soup.
Well, do you want him to comment on the fact there's a batter and not a batsman, or the fact that we're a batsman short or a batter short?
On the use of the word batter.
Here's Cornwall.
To replace batsman.
Okay, fair. Okay, fine. We don't want to get Stephen into any trouble at all. Of course, friends of the BCA, we listen. The CEO, Mr. Tompin. Of course, the president, Mr. Conde Riley. 299 for 6. Here's Cornwall, comes in bowls to Harden. Harden forward. Was there some pattern to that? He's been given caught. The ball spun across him. Harden can't believe it. The umpire thinks it was an inside edge onto the pad, taken at leg slip, and all of a sudden Cornwall is a hat trick. Barbados 299 for 7. What's going on here?
It's going to be an interesting replay because from the demonstration given by Harden, he doesn't believe that he clipped anywhere around the bat or the gloves. Taken at the leg slip position, and from position of 299 for 5 Barbados, now 299 for the loss of 7. Cornwall, 29.2 overs, and he's picked up 3 for 75 to be among the chief wicket takers. Here's the replay.
Have a look at that. Was there any bat there?
Well, I have to concur with Harden from what I'm seeing here, Andrew. I'm going to call a spade a spade. For me, I don't see any bat in it.
David, can you slow it down for us? We know you're paying you big bucks at the Cricket West Indies, so can you slow it down, David? Bring it back first, please, David. Come back, David.
299 for 7. Okay, we have the replay now in slow motion.
Very slow, and of course Cornwall. Yeah. So we're going to try and get that again. In the meantime, he's on a hat trick, and Jamal Warkin comes out. So if you can bring it back first, David, we'll be happy. For what we saw there, it didn't seem to be any bat there.
It didn't seem to be any bat there to me. It seemed to hit the front of the left pad and balloon down to the fielder at the leg slip position. Here we go.
Have a look at that. Here we go. Batsman coming forward. There was clearly no bat. Clearly no bat. That's a terrible decision. Absolutely terrible decision. The ball spun across him.
As a matter of fact, if you had looked,
I don't even have to see another replay of that.
If you had looked at the body language of Cornwall,
come on. Blades has got
it wasn't even suggesting that he was even that interested in the appeal. I've seen him appealing this afternoon, bellowing at the umpires. And for this one, he was very, very relaxed about it. Even when the decision was given, he didn't seem very excited about it. You know, so sometimes the body language tells the story.
Well, the catch was was it taken by Hodge or was it taken by Powell?
It was taken at leg gully,
Hodge,
and it had to be Hodge.
Well, the hat trick is on now, but haven't seen that on the monitor. I mean, the bat was all the way in St. Philip. And this pad was in St. Lucie. Oh my golly, 299 for 7. That was not a good decision at all. So, but in the meantime, Cornwall's a hat trick. Comes up now in bowls to Warkin. Warkin is back. Ball goes back side the off stump. Taken by the keeper. 299 for 7.
And all of a sudden the game changes, Andrew.
Yeah. Well, they got a big lead. So overall they're in control.
It's a healthy lead.
Yep. Here we go. Cornwall. They would like to keep this lead under 150s. He comes in to bowl to Warkin, who reckons he's the batsman, and he examines the field carefully. The middle wicket is right back on the burn. He loves to play across the line. He comes up now, Cornwall in bowls, and he's forward. Beaten, there's an appeal for catch. Is he gone? The umpire says no. Went to slip taken. There was no bat there. A big drive, and umpire Blaze says no. There was Cornwall appealing for the catch.
He looked excited
about it.
It was taken
at slip. Umpire Blaze says no, and the Leewards can't believe it. What has happened in recent times here? We're going to see the
It'll be interesting to see the replay here, Andrew.
The replay. Umpire Blaze says no. Where did that come? Here we go. Cornwall in bowls. Did that come off the keeper's gloves?
I think it came off the keeper's
gloves. Was there any bat?
I think it came off the keeper's tie.
Off his tie.
Yeah.
So umpire Blaze got it right then. Yeah, but they seem convinced that they came from the bat. Cornwall in a good spell, 299 for loss of 7. He's in bowls, and there's the batsman coming forward. Warrican. Well, we love to see that in primetime sports tonight. He was, as you say, it's not crop over.
He's not the prettiest side of the bat.
No, not at all. Cornwall looks a different bowl all of a sudden.
He looks threatening.
Yeah, he looks threatening. Comes into bowl to work, and he's off the back foot edging, and is he caught? No! The ball goes through the field. That's Powell, and he should have taken that.
Regulation.
Oh my golly. That went straight to him, and it went through him, and they got to run the 300 that's come from the board for Barbados. Action below at the region's Mecca.
Cornwall has a big laugh. He even has time to give a work and a knock.
Have a look at that on the monitor. David Green is really working for his pay. Here we go on the back foot edge. Oh, come on. Even Barry Wilkinson would have taken that.
The amazing thing there, Andrew, is that he read it well to move with the ball, but yet he put it down.
Yeah, his anticipation was quite good.
It was very good, but then to grasp it like that, you know, and catches win matches, and this is one of the things that West Indies cricket needs to improve with the fielding. Now, that's a regulation catch that should have been taken. He's done nothing else all day than field at slip. You know, so if you're a slip specialist, you're going to be able to take these.
Right.
Especially when your team is way behind the 8 ball.
300 for 7. Barry Wilkinson comes to call. He's had a long rest. Arsenal by now might have scored a second goal, have they? Okay, so we would love Wolves to come from behind and win 2-1 as a Man United man. But they've got games in hand. And I like the look of Arsenal. They're playing young men, and they look a good side. I'll watch Ward as he continues his in bowls to Dowridge. Dowridge is forward and drives wide off, bit off for single. Lovely flow. No, in fact, that's Warrican driving up towards me. He was driving like Dowridge.
Andrew, you mix up a Dowridge driving a Warrican driving.
No, but he drove it beautifully. No, he drove it beautifully up towards bit off.
And it looked anything like Dowridge driving?
No, I'm saying to you that he drove the ball. Did he not drive the ball beautifully?
Yes, he did. He drove it.
Oh, hold on. But didn't he drive it not beautifully? I thought he did. A lovely flow and drive up to bit off. Here is Ward, comes up, he's in both to Dowridge. Dowridge is forward, pushes into the onside down towards mid on. There's no run. 301 for 7. Barry Wilkinson is waiting. He's a reserve like Ronaldo, who came off the bench against Burnley. Can you imagine Ronaldo not starting for Man United? Things are going badly for my club. Ward comes in and bowls down the pitch when he gets there. Firm drive. That's Dowridge down towards Bidon. The bowler comes across to pick it up. He's on 80. What's he now? He's 85.
139 balls.
201 for a loss of 7. Turns now. Ward always bowls in his cap. As he's in now to bowl to Dowridge, and to this delivery, Dowridge is back and just clips the ball away to mid-wicket. There's no run. Barbados would love to try and eke that lead up to maybe 150. The lead is now 129. But they're in a pretty strong position here. After being 124 for 5. Here's Ward. Comes up now, bowls to Dowridge. Dowridge is forward and drives up to mid-off. Can't score. Firm drive up to mid-off. Looks always very pleasing when he plays the strokes. Lovely. Drives the ball beautifully. Times it wonderfully. 301 for 7. Here's Ward. As he continues now to bowl to Dowridge from the southern end, in bowls to Dowridge. Dowridge is back, clips the ball away down towards that short fine leg position. Can't score to end the over. At the end of it, Dowridge is on 85. Warrican is on 2 hits. 301 for loss of 7. We'd invite the thoughts of Lyndon Yarrow, and then it's going to be Barry Wilkinson.
Yeah, Stephen, to get back to you with the sponsorship, we see that the entire staff working within the BCA are outfitted in the different colors. There's the lime green, there's the black. How long is the sponsorship in place for?
Well, the current arrangement is a 3-year arrangement, and that I do believe would be up for consideration and renewal during the course of 2022. So we began back in 2020, and I mean, Stonehill has been very good to the BCA. We supply balls for local cricket. We supply uniforms even for the Umpires Association. So these uniforms that you see are part of a wide package, and we are very happy with the sponsorship.
Cornwall is back, and Barry is back as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that first delivery from Cornwall is down the leg side and just deflected there from Warrican, who's on 2. This is a pretty good lead for Barbados. as they're 301 for 7, 129 run lead. Here comes the off-spin of Cornwall again now, and bowls to Warwican. Warwican goes back and cuts it, but he won't get a run, so the ball goes just to the cover point area, and there is unavailable a single for him. There's a slip and a cover point. There's a mid-off, a long on, mid-wicket on the boundary, straight mid-wicket as well. I forgot that short mid-on. There is a leg slip, also a short leg. As this delivery wraps the batsman on the pad, it's a loud appeal for LBW, and not out, says the umpire. But Cornwall has indeed won the battle in the last, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes. He's certainly been a different bowler. He's taken some lashes, but he's also come back and bowled with some guile. You have to give him some credit for that. Here he comes again on bowls to Warwican, and Warwican is again on the front foot. The ball balloons off his pad and just goes out into the backward square area. Now, almost where the umpire is. In fact, Gregory Brathwaite could have picked that up through the fielding.
Have you ever seen that in cricket, Barry, where the umpire take out the ball and throw it to the fielder without the over being ended?
I'll tell you one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in cricket. As this delivery is flighted, he goes back and cuts straight to the fielder again, can't score. I saw Billy Doctrove, I saw over being conducted with Billy Doctrove off of the field. In actually a game, I'll tell you, it was 2006, I think it was. As this delivery is flighted again, hit in the air, just coming off the pad, and the ball goes into the onside. If you go on YouTube, you can Google, well, go on YouTube and just type in the search engine, cricket being played with umpire off the field, and you see that Billy Doctrove was off of the field while the over was in the middle of the over. He went off the field. Yeah, that actually happened. So 301 for 7, Dulwich is 85, Warwican on 2, the partnership 129. The partnership that was, of course, between the two of Dulwich and Springer was 129, and now the lead is that. So that was a very crucial partnership. Warwican has looked to perhaps push it on because Barbados have lost 2 wickets in 2 consecutive balls, but we've seen some really good cricket here by the Barbados team, I would say after lunch, and they've definitely pushed it hard to try and get a bigger lead. So it's going to be the bowling of Ward to continue, and he'll be bowling to Dulwich, who is on 85. Here he comes now, Ward, and bowls to Dulwich, and Dulwich is getting the ball in the line of leg step, turns into the onside, and there's no run. You would have mentioned earlier that the only person that we see bowling in a hat is Haley Matthews. You don't see many cricketers bowling in a hat. He seems to be comfortable with it. Here he comes in again on bowls to Dulwich, and Dulwich is driving pleasantly, but straight to cover. There's no run for him.
And decisions to be made here by Dulwich. He's on 85. We're down to the final 5 overs of the day. 301 for 7, and so it is about preserving your wicket, because you can always come back tomorrow and get the 100. A lot has happened in the last 2 overs bowled by Rakeem Cornwall, where he picked up 2 wickets and had the batter dropped as well.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is down the leg side, turned into the onside there. Dulwich, of course, getting some good support from his YMPC club mate, Dwayne the Agent Smith, who's indeed listening. Hello to you, Dwayne. I know you would have wished to be here to watch Dulwich perhaps put down a century. Well, I'm sure he will. He's only 15 runs away. This one is flighted, and Dulwich is driving back to the bowler. His runs have dried up a little bit since the double wicket.
I think he got stifled before that prayer in the 70s, because then Springer was able to come up, catch him, and go by him. But the important thing is that he remains there.
Yeah, it's still tomorrow. I think 5 overs are left, as this one is down the leg side and swept, but straight to the field there at the short flying leg. So Dulwich is getting a little, as they would say, antsy.
I think what he needs to do is, what the coach tells him, reset.
He's playing some what you call maiden shots. Really good shots, but straight to the fielder, where he can't get a run. Here he comes in again and bowls to Dulwich, and Dulwich is driving straight to the fielder at mid-on. I think he's out caught, is he? No, Gregory Brathwaite is saying that was not a clean catch. Gregory Brathwaite was very much there watching that. There's no replay. You can't go upstairs. The Leeward Islands team was celebrating, but Gregory Brathwaite, who was, of course, a standing umpire, it happened just to his right, where Dulwich came down the pitch, hit the ball to the mid-on area. The catch is being claimed, but umpire Gregory Brathwaite is saying no, not out, it dropped.
It looks as though Django was the fielder.
Yeah, Django.
And Barry, if I may, this is something that I hope in the not too distant future that we can incorporate into our regional cricket. Certainly having the streaming is commendable, but the opportunity to be able to review some of these very close decisions, I think is something that's very useful because it can make or break a career. And I'm very, very pleased that we are having the type of opportunity that we do have now. But certainly there has to come a time where these type of decisions can be reviewed.
It looked on the volley there from the replay.
It looked on the volley. Good decision there by Gregory Brathwaite, but he's one of the most experienced umpires now on the regional cricket scene as this delivery.
There's no need for review there, Barry.
No need for review there. Warwick is bowled by Cornwall. It was well flighted. Warwick played down the wrong line, perhaps the wrong length as well. He didn't read it, and he was bowled. And Barbados lose their 301 for 8 now. The 4th to Cornwall as Warwick has gone bowled for 2.
Yes, Barry, this wicket looked always on the cards. From the time he come to the crease, he never looked settled. He was trying to get back onto the ball. He was playing down the wrong line. He was playing at the balls that he didn't need to play at. And, he never offered that assurity. And I think it was more important that Dulwich got more of the strike than a Warwick. Now he's now lost Warwick, and this brings out Shimar Holder to the crease. Barbados 301 for 8 again. The question still has to remain. 4 overs remaining, and Dulwich is at the crease. Do you shield? Here's a question for you, Barry. Does Shimar Holder now take the majority of the strike and preserve the wicket of Shane Dulwich? Or, for me, I believe the senior batsman who was in should take the majority of the strike rather than expose the lesser batter.
Yeah, it's a good question, but he has to really take the bull by the horn because he doesn't want to be left stranded. And
wickets are falling around him.
Wickets are falling around him. I mean, we just had 3 quick wickets. It's now 301 for 8, and you've got Holder coming to the crease. Stephen Well, the batsman, comes to the crease. Are we going to get some local cricket this season? What do you think is going to be the verdict?
Yeah, we are working very much closely with the Ministry of Health and government to have cricket certainly restarted this year, because I mean certainly we want to be able to play 2-day, 3-day format and just not the limited overs T20 that was played back in 2020. So everything is being done in that regard to try to get us to that point where we do have local cricket coming back later on this year.
So we hope that the new Minister of Sports can push that motion in Parliament. I'm sure they're going to have some crop over.
If I use the term, Barry, will it be right to say Cornwall with his tail up?
Well, only dogs have their tails up, so I don't like that term.
Well, he has 4 for 76.
He's got 4 for 76. I think it would be fair to say that his form is going with him. So he's got 4 for 76. He's looking for a 5-er. That first delivery to Holder is played into the onside and there's no run. He's certainly flighted the ball well. He has not been scared. He has not been scared to flight the ball. Here he comes in now and bowls to Holder. Holder is going for a big drive in the air. 1 bounce to mid-on. Well, come on, Jamar Holder. That was a very adventurous shot. Luckily for him, Louis was not 2 feet. If Louis was 2 feet in, it would have been an easy catch.
The mind-boggling part here, Barry, is you have a batsman at the other end. You have a batter who's entrenched on 85. 302 for 8 as Dulwich comes back into strike, and 4 overs remaining. And I think it's key that Dulwich farmed the majority of the bowling from here on, and forget about 100 today, but stem the flow of wickets. And I think this has been the trend throughout this game, where Barbados were slightly in front, then they went a mile in front, and then they just allowed the Leewards to claw their way back into the game.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Dulwich, and Dulwich gets a delivery outside the line of the all-stop. Well flighted, and there's no run, he leaves it alone.
Dulwich having faced 149 deliveries. It's been a brilliant innings. Let's not forget the knock of Shamar Springer. And I want to commend him on a beautiful innings, well structured, well put together. He looked good around the entire ground. He isn't favouring one particular side. And that's a hallmark of a fine young man coming up.
Here he comes in again now, bowls to Dulwich, and Dulwich is driving pleasantly down to long on for an easy single. Dwayne Smith sent in a message and says Dulwich needs to be smart towards getting this century, and I think, Dwayne, you're right. There's a single there taken by him, and he must be saying to Holder now, no need to be risky, just bat out and let me take it from there. He has 1 ball to face before the over comes to an end.
And I think Cornwall is licking his chops to get at the tail.
Oh, no doubt. Well, he is in the tail. You've only got Ramon Simmons to come. Perhaps Dwayne can tell me what kind of a batsman Ramon Simmons is. He is also from YMPC, so he would know a lot about Simmons.
Keith, is he ambidextrous?
Oh, yeah, I just said it. 4.
Yeah, 4 overs. We said that.
Keith Hall is sleeping in the back there. He didn't hear the commentary. He's busy doing the BCA's website. Here comes this delivery from Cornwall. It flights the ball. Holder is on the front foot, pushes into the offside, and there is no run. The over ends 303 for 8. Now 3 overs remaining with Dulwich on 86, Hold on 1. It looks pretty much to me like he might not, if he does get the century, it might be a bit tight to get it this evening.
I don't think it'd be pressed to get the 100 today. If it does come, it does come. But I don't think he would make it a priority, no. I think he would just want to bat these 3 overs out and come back tomorrow and further grind the Leewards into the dust and extend the Barbados lead. He has 86 from 150 balls. Holder is on 1 from 3. And speaking of Holder, the other Holder, Keith Holder, I'm sure he'll be giving some updates from around the Caribbean quickly before we sign off here. 3 overs in the West Indies Championship, regional 4-day championship. Played in the other segment being played in Trinidad. Keith, Barry.
So here comes Ward in now and bowls to Dulwich. Dulwich is flicking, but straight to flying leg, can't score. 303 for 8. Dulwich on 86. We all know that this would be a glorious 100 from him if he gets it. Here comes Ward and bowls to Dulwich again, and Dulwich is on the front foot and defends. It looks very much to me like he's going to bat on these 3 overs. He's tried to bat on the 3 overs. Perhaps he might go for the single off the 5th ball.
Yeah, I think he'll want to count down the balls, take the 5th ball, or even if he can get from the 4th ball, maybe even that.
Here he comes in again now, the off spin of Ward, and bowls to Dulwich, and Dulwich is again defending, playing the ball back to the ball, and there's no run.
I can tell you Trinidad 224 for 5. This is in response to Jamaica 141. And Yannick Correa, he's not out on 69. Isaiah Raja, not out on 52.
Comes in again and bowls to Dulwich.
Joshua De Silva.
Driving. And they're claiming a catch at mid-wicket. Is Dulwich gone? Yes, he is.
Well, he's walking in.
Dulwich coming on the front foot and hit the ball straight to Paul there at the mid-wicket area. A low catch. And Dulwich is dismissed just as the shadows begin to lengthen here at Kensington Oval. With the Barbados Pride on 303, Dulwich has gone for a well-played 86, is it? But I did mention to you a couple of moments ago that he did not look like the Shane Dulwich that we saw earlier today when he was batting with Shamar Spring.
And you know, they say 1 wicket brings 2. And
they got 4.
They got 4. I think they just allowed the Leewards to crawl back into the game. I think he didn't stamp his authority after he lost the wicket of Shamar Springer. And he too will be disappointed in the fact that he didn't go on to get 100. It's been a brilliant knock. Don't take that away from him. A brilliant combat knock. He looked as though he's been playing cricket for a while rather than missing out on cricket international and regional. Of course, we've been troubled throughout the world by the COVID. But a brilliant knock of 86. I said the one disappointment, and this is what separates the Virat Kohli and the Kane Williamson and the Ross Taylors from the average batsman. They go on, they cash in, they score big, you know. So Barbados will be very disappointing with the fact that they've lost 4 wickets in the space of 4 overs. And back to that game in Trinidad, Joshua De Silva, he made 37 in a total of 224. And Marquino Mindley, he's picked up 2 for 47. Nicholas Gordon, 2 for 47 as well. And a wicket to Devil Green, 1 for 32. So in that game, on both these games being played in Trinidad and Tobago. In the other game, a high-scoring game for the Windies, who amassed 339 off 106.2 overs. Guyana in response, Andrew, your team, led by Leon Johnson, are 143 for 5 off 40.3 overs. And Leon Johnson, he made 28 at the top of it in his Taj Narang Chandapal contributed 30, and other scores of 24 to Hitmar, 24 to Vishnal Singh. He's not out on 24. And Anthony Bramble, as usual, in and out very quick for 20. Just get that score for him, 26. And bowling for the Winwards, Preston Maxwell, 2 for 30 off 12 overs. Shamar Lewis, 3 for 45. Sherman Lewis, sorry, 3 for 45. And Guyana in Trinidad and Tobago find it very difficult as Windwards have them on the run. Windwards in their innings 339 of 106.2 overs. In response, Guyana, they're in a spot about 143 for 5.
Back here, it's Terrence Ward bowling now to Simmons. Simmons gets a delivery on the line. The off-stump defends it, plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. So earlier we had a situation where the 175 run partnership between Shane Dulwich and Shamar Springer led Barbados to this very fine position. But 4 quick wickets to Cornwall has broken the tail and really broken their spirit. 303 now for 9, a lead of some 131 runs as Dulwich was just dismissed for 86. Now, fine innings coming to an end, caught by Powell off of Ward for that 86 from 154 balls. And we also saw Shamar Springer caught by Carty off of Cornwall for 91. Cornwall has been the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 78, and with 2 overs left. Earlier we saw Colin Archibald 3 for 47 as Barbados lead overall by 131. The latest score then, 1 to Holder, Simmons yet to score, the Pride of 303 for 9.
And I'm sure that the Leeward will want to claim this wicket, this final wicket, and come and start fresh tomorrow. Although they're behind the 8 ball, they want to claim this wicket rather than have to come back tomorrow to get this wicket. And it's a pair of Simmons in his first knock at the regional level and Holder on 1 from 3 deliveries. And no doubt, the man looking for a fifer, Rakeem Cornwall, will continue. Barry.
Yeah, so here he comes down Cornwall to bowl to Holder. Holder is going for a big hit in the air, out to long on, over long on, that's gone for 6. Shamar Holder showing he's not afraid to take a swing, and that was a big one. That went 2 tiers up into the 3W stand.
And an excellent shot there, the ball tossed up. Rakeem Cornwall may be thinking that Holder will probably come forward and push and prod, but I think he's made his intentions clear. And with that, Captain Hamilton is now sending the mid-off. He's gone 3/4 of the way back.
You know, I'm just wondering if COVID does not come when regional cricket is playing. If this is an international match, the ball would have to be sanitized. The ball went into the crowd and they just threw it back and the same ball continued. I guess there's no COVID here today. Here comes Cornwall and bowls, and this one is again swung. U6. That was bigger. Over mid-wicket into the Greenwich Hayes stand. Back-to-back 6s, and Shamar Holder expressing himself and really making Cornwall's figures look a bit tired now. 4 for 90 all of a sudden.
A beautiful shot by Shamar Holder, and immediately the fielder from the mid-off position comes out and he's going to go to plug that deep mid-wicket. The deep mid-wicket is going to move across to the square leg. So they have nothing to lose, Barry, so they're going to cash in and get as much as they can get. And I like the approach here because really and truly preserving this wicket, does it really make a difference to preserve this wicket to tomorrow? Or you can get as much as you can get. Because if Rakeem is prepared to toss it up at this stage, you might as well cash in and go. He's hit 2 massive 6s, and suddenly Barbados 315 for 9 with 2 overs in the day's play remaining.
They've got 3 men on the boundary now, a long on, a mid-wicket, and a backward square on the boundary. Here comes Cornwall and bowls to hold the tails away and swings this out of the ground. That's a humongous 6. One of the biggest 6s I've seen at the Oval. My goodness me. Don't send that back. It can't be sanitized today, tomorrow, next week. I think it's going to have to put a mask on to get back into the Oval.
A tremendous cricket shot, Barry. Superb shot by Holder. But what I want to say, this is for a guy who's just picked up 4 wickets, this is very poor bowling.
Oh, very poor.
Very poor bowling by Rakeem Cornwall.
Average bowling by Cornwall.
You're bowling at numbers 10 and 11, and he's suddenly decided to toss the ball up.
I mean, he's giving the gifts away. And this is now February.
Ridiculous.
Christmas is long gone.
Ridiculous.
Maria enjoyed that. It needs a mask to come back into the Oval. I love that.
Well, talking about a mask, Leslie Reefer Jr. is in? Is it?
Yes.
He's bringing a new box of balls on, and Gregory Brathwaite is meeting there. They're having a bit of a discussion because that ball is definitely gone. You're not going to see that again. Perhaps one of the vendors, if the vendors were here, would have thrown that back over. But that ball is gone.
Well,
Big 6.
Holder's enjoying himself. He's got 19 from 6. He has the license to go, and I'm sure he'll go to the end. He's going to go down fighting. Maybe he doesn't trust the batting ability of Simmons, and hence, as a result, he's taking his chances. He did make his intentions clear from his very first delivery, which went 1 bounce short of Louis at the long on position. But since the dismissal of Dulwich for a well-played 86, he's taken the ascendancy to the bowlers, and Cornwall is being carried to the cleaners 32.3 overs and he's conceded 96 runs. So maybe he can get the 100 that Shamar Springer and Dowich failed to get.
Well, I don't think that. Let's wait and see. 321 for 9 now.
He has 4 for 96.
As Cornwall is back with it. Comes in and bowls to Hold, who tails away, hits it in the air, out to long off. Is this a chance for a catch? Yeah. No, he's dropped it. This is comedy.
Archibald, Colin Archibald.
That was in the air, and Archibald got there. He got onto the ball, he settled, and he dropped the catch.
He never looked comfortable, Barry. The way he moved, he never looked comfortable moving to his left for that delivery.
Well, that's going to make Cornwall very upset and annoyed. I can tell you that. He just perhaps given away a fifer. It's now the lead gone up past 150. It's now 151, the lead. 323 then for 9. That's Cornwall looking for a 5-wicket haul. Hold is looking for another 6. Here comes Cornwall and bowls to Hold. The Hold is again looking to swing, misses, strike 1.
So he's going to clean. He's going with his all. He has 21, 8 deliveries.
21 from 8.
Yeah, Simmons yet to score, yet to face as well. Actually, he's faced 2 deliveries.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This is a short ball. Oh, that was a Ryan Hurley bouncer. That was one of the bouncers that we used to see Ryan Hurley bowl. He used to call it the grinder. And that was short, fast. And in fact, Holder didn't want it at all. He played it off of me, and he should have been caught at short leg. But the flinch perhaps didn't get the fielder correct, and he got a single in the end.
That caught Holder by surprise and definitely caught the short leg by surprise. But Raheem Cornwall showing, look, not all is going to be tossed up to you.
I have not seen that since Ryan Hurley.
Ryan Hurley. He was known for that.
A nifty little cricketer. He was one of my favourite cricketers. In fact, Keith Holder, Hayden Gill used to tell me, Barry, you'll get carried away by Ryan Hurley. I remember watching him play against the Leewards here. Livy Puckrin, now the late Livy Puckrin. The play was between Puckrin and Hurley. And I remember one year Hurley just came out and he scored a 50. Pucky was struggling that season, couldn't get a run. And people were saying, bat Hurley before Puckrin, and people were saying, don't be foolish. And Puckrin could not get a run. Hurley came out and he scored a half century against the Leewards with the likes of Ambrose and some other good ones. You remember that, Keith? I wouldn't tell you Keith's response.
An electrifying fielder.
Hurley lives in the States or Trinidad now, I can't remember.
He was electric in the field.
He was
a wicked bouncer.
Some bounces from Ryan Hurley back in the day.
And there was a love-hate relationship. I remember one time he dropped a catch and everybody said the sun was in his eyes.
Well, Ward bowls now to this delivery from Ward to Holder is flicked away to the short fine leg and he can't score and there's no run. 324 for 9, a lead now of 152. Still a very good lead. You can't take away from that. The Leewards have to do a lot of batting to save this game. Don't be fooled. This game can finish tomorrow. Here comes Ward now and bowls. This delivery is bowling. Tailing away, taking a big swing. Ward gets the wicket that Cornwall should have gotten. He's bowled and Barbados' innings comes to end. 324 all out, just as play was about to be called anyway. And it means that Simmons has left not out. A lead by 152 runs. Before I get the scorecard, your thoughts, Lyndon Yard, on Barbados' very big and impressive lead.
Well, Barbados owe a big thank you to the middle order batters of Shane Dowich and his comeback knock made a brilliant knock of 86, and in partnership with Shamar Springer, who would have utilized the opportunity to bat in the middle with some of the West Indies Barbados senior players away with the West Indies side in India, and together they put on a good partnership after Barbados were in a position of 124 for 5 after lunch. It was a very easy pace wicket. They batted beautifully. They weren't in any trouble whatsoever, and I think for me the disappointment of the day was the fact that they didn't carry on to get 100. The hundreds were there for the begging. The bowling never looked threatening. I would give kudos to Captain Jamar Hamilton. That's how he handled his bowlers well. His field positioning. My one concern was this policy of bowling the ball wide of the off stump and utilizing 2 slips for the better part of the day. But then his main spinner in Raheem Cornwall came into his own after the tea interval. And at that stage, the Barbados side had crept well ahead of the requirement, and they would have ended up with a lead of over 150 runs. And having been bowled for 324 in the penultimate over of day number 2 of this, the regional 4-day champion, West Indies regional 4-day championship, and 301 for 7 and at one stage off 108 overs. And we look at the scorecard. Barry?
Yep, so the scorecard reads: Craig Brathwaite caught Hamilton, bowled Thomas for 29. Shane Mosley caught Powerball Archibald for 13. Raymond Reefer was caught Hamilton, bowled Archibald for 23. Jonathan Carter caught Hodge, bowled Cornwall for 25. Justin Graves caught Cornwall, bowled Archibald 7. And then the big partnership worth 175 between Shane Dowrich and Shamar Springer, before Springer was caught by Carty off of Cornwall for 91, 181 balls, 7 fours and 3 sixes. Dowrich was caught Powerball Yard for 86 from 154 balls, 254. Innings 3 for 14. Nino Henry 9 overs, innings none for 14. Devon Thomas 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 52. Rakeem Cornwall, the pick of the bowlers, 33 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 99. Should have had 5, but he had a catch dropped off of him, and his last ball of his 16th over. His 33rd over, correction. Jeremiah Louis 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 51. Terrence Ward, 14 overs and 2 balls, 4 maidens, 2 for 42. And Casey Carty, 2 overs, no maiden, none for 8. Barbados Pride responding to the 171 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands. 172 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands. 324 all out. They lead by 152. Your final comments, Lyndon Yard.
Yes, I'm sure that the Barbados Pride towards the end of the day will be happy with a lead of 152. And given the fact that Dowrich on his comeback, the entire team, the entire Barbados region, the Caribbean from a West Indies perspective would be very happy to know that he's back on the field, and he announced himself with a well-played, well-constructed innings of 86. In the end, he gave his wicket away, but he never looked in trouble against the pace or the spin, against the short ball. He looked strong around the entire wicket, and it was really good to see him in the middle. He controlled the innings, and in tandem with his young partner, or as Andrew says, young soldier, Shamar Springer, well played, 91 from 181 balls, 7 fours, 3 sixes. The innings of Dowrich, 154 balls, 9 fours. And Springer thought he looked well, he paced himself well. Dowrich went into a little bit of a slow period in the 70s, which allowed Springer to catch up and pass him. And then the partnership never looked in any trouble whatsoever against either pace or spin. But then the wicket of Springer, like the Barbados team who surrendered the majority of their wickets. And I like to call a spade. I believe if we see some good bowling, we see good bowling. If batsmen surrender the wickets, then you've got to say, well, look, sometimes the actual statistics does not reflect what you saw. You know, and here's a situation where the Leewards, they bowl to the plan. They stick to the plan of bowling the ball outside the off stump and hoping that the batsmen would create their own demise, which the batters did. And apart from Dowrich and the Springer, we saw Jonathan Carter getting a nice 25, but then giving his wicket away. Justin Graves, again, didn't go on as we would like. The perfect scenario was set for Raymond Reefer when he came out of the tree. He looked solid up until lunch, and then the first ball after lunch, that was it for him. And in terms of the bowling, as I said, I'm going to give kudos to the captain, Jamar Hamid. I thought he handled his bowlers extremely well. The field placing at times was a little questionable. The tactics of having the fielder at least point position on the boundary and asking his bowlers to bowl wide, and then the odd ball that was bowled at the stump had turned out to be a boundary ball consistently, and that was what helped the Barbados team to get back into the game. But this partnership of 175 runs between Dowrich and Springer is the difference in the game in the first 2 innings, where the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they amassed 172 for 9 innings closed. Barbados in response bowled out in the penultimate over of day 2 for 324. Advantage Barbados, and it's all for the Leewards to do tomorrow. And Barry, they simply cannot come out tomorrow and decide that we're going to play for time. They have to be positive with their approach in terms of, first of all, overhauling the deficit, and then they will want to make sure that they can get the Barbados out of the game, which is difficult.
Stephen, I just want to ask you to remind people, what's the entrance fee for tomorrow?
Well, we continue with the $10 Barbados for non-members. Senior citizens will be Barbados $5. We have children ages 12 to 17 free, obviously, and BCM members. And we also would want to invite the former Barbados senior men and women cricketers to also join us at Kensington for free. And that would be pretty much what we would be doing for the next few days.
So no children under 12 allowed?
Not at the moment, not based on our rules.
Okay, and if you're a former Barbados player, you have to bring ID. How do you prove that?
Yeah, we have a list that we would have compiled over the years, and once you bring your national ID, that will suffice.
Okay, so Erskine King can get in because he played one game for Barbados.
Well, the example of Mr. King is interesting one. He has a lot of other accolades that allows him to get in for free.
Hello to your kingdom. All right. So we leave you then from Kensington Oval. 3:24 as Barbados have been bowled out on the close of the second day's play in response to Leeward Islands 172 for 9 declared. I'm Barry Wilkinson on behalf of the executive producer Andrew Mason, Keith Holder, Lyndon Yard, and Roland Butcher, and not to forget our good friend Mr. Alvat from Yorkshire. I think I got it close enough.
Yorkshire is doing it.
Yes, and not to forget the chief technical producer, none other than Mr. Michael Sober, still the best in the business up there at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, and Susan Bell, a fantastic scorer and statistician. So, on to then, we will rejoin you and our wonderful team there, Julia Best, David Green, who have also done a tremendous job with the streaming. I'm Barry Wilkinson. Bye-bye for now.